Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 2233. The Sky Patrol City used these ice blocks to build buildings. It was quite interesting. In this Sky Patrol City, many shops were completely built with transparent ice blocks. Looking from the outside, everything inside could be seen at a glance. Moreover, this ice block building, on a clear day, reflected the sunlight with a colorful halo, magnificent beyond compare. The huge building that the city guards hurried to was different from the ordinary buildings of the Sky Patrol City. The stones used in this building were dark blue in color, each stone was several feet in size, and there was a faint layer of brilliance, which seemed to be part of the bluestone itself, but also seemed to be a strange formation. The cultivators who often walked around the Sky Patrol City knew that there were only two residences built with bluestone in the Sky Patrol City. One was the residence of the city lord of the Sky Patrol City, Master Shuiyu, and the other was here, Yanxi residence, which was prepared by the Sky Patrol City for the three countries of cultivation. At this time, there were already a lot of cultivators in the Yanxi mansion. However, most of these cultivators were at the late foundation establishment stage. Looking at their expressions, they didn't feel particularly nervous because they were involved in the battle of sword cultivators. There were even a few female cultivators standing under a tree unique to the snowy highlands. They were looking at a bunch of red flowers and chattering about something. These female cultivators also maintained their appearance and looked pleasing to the eye. Slightly different from the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard, inside the Yanxi residence, in the depths of the layers, inside an inverted triangular pagoda-shaped building, more than 10 middle Jindan stage cultivators were frowning slightly, whispering from time to time, seemingly discussing something. A middle Jindan stage old man, dressed in a navy blue robe, whispered to a white-haired old woman beside him for a moment, then looked around, clapped his hands together and said in a loud voice, "Fellow cultivators, we have already received the message from the Sky Patrol City, and have been discussing it. Now that we have a plan, why don't we take it out and discuss it openly, and decide how we should deal with it? That's how it should be." A short old man with triangular eyes said with a sneer on his face. "Today, the sword cultivators of the Huan country are really hateful. They actually destroyed the cultivation families of my Shi country. If we don't face them head-on and let them know the prowess of our Dao sect, how will our Dao sect have the face to stand tall in the Dawn Rain continent?" That's right, that's right. Fellow Daoist Wang, please open the meeting hall so that we can make a decision. The group of cultivators said indignantly. All right. Wang Daoyu was the leader of the Seven Skills sect's battle against the Huan country's sword cultivators. His name was Wang Yi. When he heard everyone's agreement, he nodded his head and said, "Good." Then, he clapped his hands and took out a strange jade pendant from his storage pouch. This jade pendant was made up of 3 diamond-shaped pieces placed together. Wang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the dark green rhombus. That rhombus suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire building in green. With a loud ping sound, a fist-sized circle of light flew out from the rhombus and rushed towards the top of everyone's heads. Wang, with a series of noises, 3 thin slits appeared in the snowy sky above everyone's heads. The slits grew bigger and bigger, finally forming 3 oval-shaped entrances. These 3 entrances filled the entire area above everyone's heads, forming the shape of the Chinese character. "This old man will go first," Wang Yi said and put away the jade pendant. He activated his magic power and flew into one of the entrances. Then, the other 10 or so cultivators did the same. However, they all flew in through different entrances. After everyone had entered, the 3 entrances rotated at the same time and gradually superimposed on each other. As they rotated, they gradually shrank and finally disappeared. After Wang Yi flew in, he was faced with a hemispherical space. The top of his head was transparent, allowing him to clearly see the scene in the sky above Sun Tian City. The palm-sized snowflakes seemed to be floating down from above. Inside the space, there were several layers of shining praying mats. The first layer had 9, the second layer had 18, the third layer had 30, and the fourth layer had more than 10. These praying mats quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. Wang Yi glanced around and clapped his hands. He took out the token given by the sect leader of 7 Skills sect. Under the activation of his magic power, the token flew out. One of the 9 praying mats on the first layer shone brightly and sucked the token over. Then, a beam of light flew out from the praying mat and covered Wang Yi. Wang Yi's body was sucked into the beam of light and landed on the praying mat. After Wang Yi sat down, the other 10 or so cultivators also entered. They each took out their tokens and landed on different praying mats. After the cultivators sat down, the dozens of praying mats started to rotate again. The trajectory was very mysterious. It seemed to be very fast, but in fact, it was extremely slow. Moreover, the other cultivators did not change at all. It was as if they were sitting on the praying mats without moving. Wang Yi glanced at them and nodded slightly. On the first layer of the 9 praying mats, there were 5 cultivators in the middle stage gold core realm. They were Gao Wei from Xuanyan School of Shi Country, De Sun from Taibai sect of Meng Country, Hang Li from Paradise sect of Lian Country, and Yuan Zhongjue from Kunlun School. On the second layer of the praying mats were either middle stage gold core realm or early stage gold core realm cultivators. There were a total of 8 of them. They were Xiang Ming from Huanhua sect of Shi Country, Yuan Yiguang from Lanli sect of Shi Country, Qing Xiao from Mo Sang Mountain of Shi Country, Li Chengxiu from Xian Lu sect of Meng Country, Peng Dai from Su Yen School of Meng Country, Zhou Qingping from Qianye Ridge of Meng Country, Su Jia from Wanjiang sect of Lian Country, and Ko Xiangling from Yongyi School of Meng Country. Fellow Taoists, it has been nearly 10 months since the battle between the 3 cultivation countries and the sword cultivators of Huan Country. We are the first batch to be sent out to fight. The second batch of disciples and even the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families have been sent out. I believe it won't be long before they arrive at Sky Patrol City. Wang Yi cleared his throat and said loudly. His voice was not loud and he did not deliberately use his magic power. However, his voice could be heard clearly in the entire space. In these 10 months, our Dao sect disciples have fought with sword cultivators more than 100 times. The scale of the battles varied and they covered a wide area. Some were in the west and north of Shi Country, and some were even in the north of Lian Country. The casualties of our Dao sect disciples are similar to before. I believe each sect has their own statistics. This old man won't talk about it here. Fellow Daoist Wang. When will the second batch of disciples arrive? A fat cultivator with a bald head rubbed his greasy head and said with a grin, although our 1,000-leaf ridge did not lose many disciples, we can't be compared to your big sections. If this continues, I won't be able to explain it to the sect master. Wang Yi glanced at Zhou Qingping from 1,000-leaf ridge and said with a smile, this time, the sword cultivators of Huan Country invaded. Our 13 sects were the first batch. Naturally, we have to bear the brunt and keep the sword cultivators of Huan Country out of Shi and Lian Country. What's the big deal about losing some disciples? Won't their lives be in danger when they go out for training? Besides, if fellow Daoist Zhou can't explain it, can we? Especially the actions of the sword cultivators of Huan Country this time are quite different. Didn't fellow Daoist Zhou hear it just now? The sword cultivators actually killed the entire Zhao family of Clear Cave and took away their spirit stones, jade slips, and elixirs. This is not common in the past years. Also, you said something about losing disciples. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I just want the disciples of Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect to hurry over. Zhou Qingping was still grinning and was not angry. Fellow Daoist Zhou, don't worry. Wang Yi pointed with his finger. In less than a month, the seats in the conference hall will be full. The time for our Dao sect to attack the sword cultivators will come. Oh. The disciples of Changbai sect will arrive soon? Zhou Qingping still asked. Not only the cultivators of Meng country, but the Shanghua sect and Imperial Thunder sect of Shi, as well as the Black Heaven sect and Nanming sect of Lian country will also arrive in time. Wang Yi smiled and turned to a thin and tall elder wearing a light blue Daoist robe. Don't you think so, fellow Daoist Gao? That thin and tall elder was Xuanyan sect's Gao Wei. When he heard Wang Yi's question, he smiled and said, 7 Possibilities sect is the hall master on duty today. We will listen to fellow Daoist Wang's orders. Fellow Daoist Wang is right. According to what I know, fellow Daoist Lu Xinwu of 7 Possibilities sect is only 10 days away. Imperial Thunder sect's Thunderboat is also 30 days away. As for Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect of Meng country, I don't know. Did fellow Daoist Zhou hear that? Wang Yi smiled and asked. Fellow Daoist Zhou is just worried that the sword cultivators will do something strange. An old woman shrieked. There is no need to explain anything to him. I am just curious. Why did the sword cultivators kill Clear Cave's Zhao family? The war has just begun. Are they going to ask for a nascent soul senior to come out? That's right, fellow Daoist Wang, this is very strange. A middle-aged looking cultivator frowned and said. It was Tai Ching sect's De Sun. De Sun sat on the first floor's praying mat. Wang Yi couldn't help but pay attention to him. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist De Sun is right. I also don't understand. This kind of killing of family clans usually only happens in the later stages of the war when there are nascent soul seniors and us golden core cultivators. There is no reason for the sword cultivators to come so early. AI, the battle between the sword cultivators and our Dao sect is the one that doesn't have a reason. A female cultivator sitting on the second floor sighed and said, the sword cultivators can't beat our cultivation 3 kingdoms. They are like grasshoppers after autumn, forcefully tormenting themselves. Every once in a while, they will cause trouble for us. Our cultivation 3 kingdoms have to go to war and lose a lot of disciples. Their corpses are also scattered everywhere. Only then will they unwillingly retreat. What's the point of doing this every time? He, Su Yan sect's fellow Daoist Peng Dai is right. Tong Yi sect's female cultivator Ko Xiangling also nodded and said, the battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect is really laughable. Every time, the casualties are huge. Rather than calling it a battle, it is better to call it an experience for the disciples. Our cultivation 3 kingdoms famous feather immortal gathering mostly trains Qi refinement disciples. This battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect should be training foundation establishment and golden core disciples. Even a nascent soul master might be able to comprehend it. Chapter 2234. The 2 fairies are truly merciful. Wang Yi nods his head and says, that's what we think. We don't want to exterminate the sword cultivators. But the sword cultivators don't think so. They are bent on destroying my Dao sect, and their sword cultivators want to monopolize the entire sect. Dominate the Dawn Rain continent. If it's not like that, then why are sword cultivators always the ones who start the battles of the sword Dao? What kind of brains do they have? Huang Feng from Rock Border sect sneers, how many sword cultivators do they have? How many people do our Dao sect have? Our Dao sect can drown them with a mouthful of spit from each person. Ha ha ha, Huang Feng's words are very amusing, causing everyone in the discussion hall to burst into laughter. Tomorrow, this old man will send out the Inspect Heavenly Command, telling the disciples of our Dao sect from the 3 cultivation countries to come to Han country and drown their sword cultivators with a mouthful of spit. Wang Yi convulses with laughter and can't help but say. Once these words are said, everyone laughs even more, not caring about the battle at all. The most ridiculous thing is that the sword cultivators actually pushed the blame of their missing sword cultivators to our Dao sect. They said that our Changbai sect disciple kidnapped Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuhe. Our Changbai sect disciple is only at Qi refinement realm and has already disappeared. How could he kidnap their bright sword cultivators? Su Yan sect's Peng Dai is also grinning from ear to ear. She holds back and says, back then, Changbai sect was very careful, the other sects also didn't want to anger the sword cultivators. In the end? What's even more ridiculous is that their illusory sword cultivators died again. They are still blaming our Dao sect. This time it's not Changbai sect, it's our Su Yan sect. They even slandered my senior brother Zhu Chenghe, saying that he was the one who gave the orders. Does he have a brain? Senior brother Zhu is only at Golden Core middle stage, how could he kill 2 illusory sword cultivators? He even dares to drag out 2 nascent soul seniors. Isn't this even more ridiculous? Which nascent soul senior doesn't specialize in cultivation techniques and chases after 2 illusory sword cultivators? Fellow Taoist Peng is right. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, those swordsmen called Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao are really hateful. They actually dared to attack and kill cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. If not for the sect leader's order, I would have killed them long ago. Hehe, this Li also has the same idea. Xian Lusex's Li Chengxiu laughed, isn't it just right now? Sword cultivator, wash your neck and obediently stretch it out so that we can vent our anger. Ha ha ha, the group of cultivators laughed again. After everyone finished laughing, Wang Yi said, since the sword cultivators are so generous, we don't have to not give them face. They dared to annihilate my Dao sect's family, so we must return the favor. Since my 7 skills sect is on duty today and I have disciples near Clear Cave, my 7 skills sect will make a trip there first. Good. Fellow Daoist Wang, since my Xian Lu sect also has disciples near Clear Cave, how about we join hands and slap the sword cultivators? Xian Lu sect's Li Chengxiu also clapped his hands and shouted. Great! Wang Yi was clapping his hands and cheering when he saw something shaking in front of everyone. A mirror appeared in mid-air, emitting a milky white brilliance. Which teacher sent the message? Seeing this, Wang Yi was not surprised and hurriedly stood up. All the other cultivators also stood up from the praying mats. When Wang Yi picked up the jade and channeled his mana, the mirror showed a clean-looking old man with a bronze Dao crown on his head. So it's Xian Tian sect's Daoist Pin Xian. Everyone knew him and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Daoist Pin Xian. No need to be so polite. Daoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves and said, my Xian Tian sect's disciples are divided into 2 groups. The earliest group should be arriving at Sun Tian City soon. The latest group was sent to the border between Huan Country and Lian Country, Fengmeng Mountain Range. They have already been dispatched. I'm informing you today because my Xian Tian sect's disciples in Huan Country sent a message. This time, not only the sword cultivators are dispatched, but also the weapon cultivators and beast cultivators. Especially the bird cultivators who haven't participated in battles for a long time, and the giant clan who claim to have ancient bloodlines were also invited out from the bottom of the glacier by the sword cultivators. You have to be careful. Yes, thank you, Daoist Pin Xian. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Daoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves, and the mirror dimmed and disappeared. Damn it, we're rich. Lanli sect's Yuan Yiguang, who had been silent all this while, blurted out, the bird cultivators have always been aloof and are known as the sons of the sky. Their flying speed is extremely fast, far beyond our Dao sect's cultivators. Even the sword cultivators who have become one with the sword may not be able to catch up with them. Before everyone could speak, there was some fluctuation in the air in front of Wang Yi. Wang Yi reached out and pointed at the fluctuation. A hazy brilliance flashed, and a Foundation Establishment City Guard of Sun Tian City appeared from the brilliance. He bowed to everyone and said, I'm a city guard of Sun Tian City. I have an urgent matter to report to all of you. Go ahead. Wang Yi nodded slightly, and everyone sat down. After the city guard told them about the beast cultivators who wanted to rush into Sun Tian City, he said, "The flying speed of this beast cultivator is too amazing. I'm afraid that the city guard and I won't be able to catch up. If possible, I'd like to ask Senior to send someone to protect Sun Tian City with us." You may leave. Wang Yi pondered for a moment, then flicked his sleeve and said, "Report this matter to the city lord first. The disciples of the three kingdoms of cultivation are not complete yet. Wait for the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect to come. They have the flying sword technique and the thunder escape technique, so they should be able to use it." "Yes, I'll take my leave." The disciple bowed, and the brilliance around him revolved, then he slowly disappeared from the spot. Fellow Daoist Wang, spiritual master Pin Xian really hit the nail on the head. Xiangming of Huanhua sect shook his head and said, "According to the city guard of Sun Tian City, wasn't it the bird cultivator from Huan country who was probing just now? I'm afraid that this bird cultivator has fused with a spiritual beast like Zhangzhentian in his body. His flying speed and height are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators like us. They're really bold." Yongyi sect's Ko Xiangling pursed her lips and said, "They actually dared to enter Shi country? They came to Sun Tian City to probe? Where did they get the token from? And it's the same image as the one in the token. The bird cultivator's movement is extremely fast. When fighting with our Taoist sect cultivators, they have a lot of advantages. As long as they get close, most of our Taoist sect cultivators are helpless. If they don't have a tyrannical protective magic weapon and magic weapon, most of them will end up dead." Heng Zhao of Utopia faction frowned and said, "We have to inform the disciples of this matter immediately. Don't let them suffer a great loss due to their carelessness. As for why the bird cultivator rashly probed Sun Tian City, I'm afraid he wants to see the defense of Sun Tian City and the strength of the various sects. He dares to come just because he has the flying technique. It's a pity that Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect are the second batch to come. Otherwise, we can let the disciples of these two sects compete with the bird cultivator." Gao Wei of Xuanyan sect nodded and said, "If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for recommendation or monthly votes." Chapter 2235. Well, let's do this for now. Our 7 skills sect and Xian Le sect will send disciples to clear cave. As for the bird cultivators, let's inform the disciples first and wait for the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect and Changbai sect to come before we deal with it. Wang Yi stood up and said, "We'll inform our respective sects about this decision. However, I think we shouldn't put too much hope on the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect. This time, all the disciples who came here are Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining disciples. There are too few disciples who can combine their bodies with the sword and master the thunder escape technique. Well, we'll report this to our respective sects and ask them to urge the 2 sects to send disciples who can fly faster." Xiangming of Huanhua sect nodded. Immediately after, everyone formed hand seals and took out the tokens of their respective sections. They pointed them in the air in front of them, and a small pitch-black hole appeared. Everyone engraved the matter on the jade slips and placed them in the small hole. When the small hole closed, all the jade slips disappeared. "Let's go and inform the disciples." Wang Yi flicked his sleeve and activated the jade slips. A huge black hole appeared in front of everyone. Wang Yi stepped into it without hesitation and disappeared. The other cultivators followed closely behind and walked out of the meeting hall. Unfortunately, they were still too late. The bird cultivators had come to Sky Patrol City to test the waters. Would they not attack the disciples of the 3 kingdoms? 1,000 miles north of Sky Patrol City was a boundless forest. Snow covered the crowns of the giant trees. Looking at it from afar, the dark brown trunks and the dazzling white snow were an exotic scenery. Above the forest, there were a dozen cultivators flying in a group. Judging from their Taoist robes, they were the disciples of Xiaofan school. An early-stage Foundation establishment disciple in the lead chuckled and said, "We've been living in Gold Goose Ridge for a long time. Even when we're in Foundation establishment, we're in the southeast of Xi country. We rarely come to the extreme north of Xi country. I didn't expect that besides the spring and autumn, the winter snow would be so magnificent. If it weren't for the sword cultivators' attack, I'm afraid we wouldn't have thought of coming here. Senior Brother Gong is right. I won't hide it from you, Senior Martial Brothers. Before I came to the snow region, I was terrified. I heard that the battle between sword cultivators left many casualties. Not to mention Golden Core stage cultivators, even Foundation establishment stage cultivators would find it difficult to survive the battle." A middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivator chuckled as he replied. "However, it has been nearly a year and the sword cultivators we have encountered are only so. Their cultivation levels are similar to the Qi refinement and Foundation establishment disciples of our Dao sect. Although flying swords are fast, there is a limit to it. As long as one defends properly, there is no particular danger." Exactly. This time, it was quite easy for us to kill the sword cultivator disciples. More than 10 disciples of the nurturing sword and drawing sword were killed. If we report the results of this battle, we will definitely be seriously injured. Senior Brother Gong in the lead nodded and said, "Unfortunately, the quality of the flying swords of these sword cultivator disciples doesn't seem to be very good, and the medicinal pills in their storage pouches are just passable. Otherwise, we would have reaped a great harvest this time." Yes, that drawing sword grade 3 sword cultivator probably has the strength of a middle Foundation establishment stage cultivator. An injured disciple nodded and said, "If Senior Brother Xiao did not use his divine ability and use the universe bracelet to firmly imprison him, it would really be difficult for us to kill him." "That's right, Xiao Mao. I didn't expect that your cultivation level was so weak previously. Now that you have reached the Foundation establishment stage, your strength has soared like a boat on the river. It seems that you are almost surpassing me." Senior Brother Gong turned his head and said to a young cultivator with delicate features who was flying with his head lowered in the middle of the crowd. This cultivator with a humble and amiable face was Xiao Mao from Xiaofan school. At this moment, he was already at the early Foundation establishment stage. Hearing his senior brother mention him, Xiao Mao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "What does my cultivation level count for? I don't need to praise it. Killing these sword cultivators was all due to Senior Martial Brothers. I only relied on the power of my Dharma treasure. I really don't dare to take the credit. Ha ha ha, Junior Brother Xiao is too humble." Senior Brother Gong laughed loudly and said, "Clear Cold Mountain's martial uncle Yuan is a famous battle general of our Xiaofan school. According to him, he once killed a Foundation establishment stage cultivator when he was just an aura refining stage cultivator. Junior Brother Xiao is from a famous school, how weak can you be? I wouldn't dare." Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to be humble, a yellow figure suddenly flashed from the forest below Senior Brother Gong and charged straight at him. Although everyone was laughing, they were still on high alert. When they saw something strange, they released their divine senses. When they saw that the yellow figure was flying abnormally fast, they couldn't help but be alarmed. It was also at this moment that the yellow figure had already rushed to within a few dozen feet of them. "Fight!" Senior Brother Gong felt a sharp gust of wind rushing towards him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and struck out a thunder palm. His body flew horizontally in an attempt to dodge the yellow figure's sneak attack. Gua! A cry actually came from the yellow figure's mouth. A pair of meter-long wings suddenly spread out from the yellow figure's back. As the wings flapped, the yellow figure's body was extremely nimble. In mid-air, it slightly shrank its body and dodged Senior Brother Gong's palm thunder. Then, its body spread out again, and it chased after Senior Brother Gong faster than a flying sword. Evil creature. Senior Brother Gong took advantage of the moment the yellow figure spread out his wings to release his divine sense and clearly saw that it was a monster with the upper body of a giant owl and the lower body of a human. He couldn't help but be alarmed. His heart trembled as he cursed. He stretched out his hand and summoned a fan-shaped magic artifact. As the magic artifact was waved, a misty water ripple attacked the bird cultivator. At the same time, Xiao Mao and the other Xuanyan school disciples also moved. A few of them summoned their magic artifacts and urged their magic power to help Senior Brother Gong. The others released their divine senses and looked at the forest about 100 feet below them. Kill! Sure enough, just as their divine senses reached the forest, there was a loud shout. More than 20 colorful sword lights flew out from the forest and rushed toward the Xuanyan school disciples. We've been ambushed. Retreat! When everyone saw this scene, how could they not know the danger? Some people cleverly sent out message talismans while others preemptively activated their magic artifacts and smashed them toward the sword cultivator. Gua 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 gua. With a crisp sound, the bird cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized jade pearl. It flashed with brilliance as it rushed toward Senior Brother Gong. When Senior Brother Gong's mist touched the jade pearl, it turned into specks of ice and condensed in mid-air. Gah! The beast cultivator let out a low cry and charged into the ice shards. His arms danced and shattered the ice shards as if he was breaking ice. He quickly rushed to within a few feet of Senior Brother Gong. Seeing that the bird cultivator was close to him, Senior Brother Gong turned pale with fright. He clapped his hands and waved them. Many yellow talismans shot out in an attempt to block the bird cultivator's attack. At the same time, he pointed at the air and once again released a misty brilliance to cover himself. Wu, the bird cultivator, activated the jade pearl again. At this time, the jade pearl turned into a palm-sized flying sword and quickly streaked through the air. Many yellow talismans were pierced by the flying sword. It really was just a piece of yellow paper. At this time, the bird cultivator was already close to Senior Brother Gong. He stretched out his arms and his 10 fingers were unusually sharp like bird claws. With a pu sound, he stabbed them into the misty brilliance and tore it apart. Pooh! The jade pearl immediately shot into it. Kacha kacha, followed by a light crisp sound. The protective brilliance around Senior Brother Gong instantly froze. It wrapped around him like a suit of armor. From the moment the bird cultivator flew out of the forest to when Senior Brother Gong was hit by the jade pearl, only a few breaths of time had passed. This kind of fast fighting style was not something that the Xuanyan disciples were used to. It was also the weakness of the Dao sect disciples. It was something that they couldn't compare to in a year of fighting with sword cultivators. The surrounding Xuanyan disciples who were prepared to help Senior Brother Gong were just about to rescue him when the sword cultivator's flying sword flew out from the forest. They were so frightened that they couldn't care less about Senior Brother Gong. They hurriedly formed hand seals and blocked the flying sword that was about to kill them. At the same time, they activated their Dharma artifacts to protect themselves. Puchi, there was a muffled sound, followed by an scream. The bird cultivator actually reached his hand into Senior Brother Gong's heart. Not only did he break through Senior Brother Gong's protective brilliance, he even dug out Senior Brother Gong's heart. There was a sound, as if he was overjoyed. A ray of bloody light shot out from the bird cultivator's mouth and engulfed the heart. Gradually, the bird cultivator's sharp nose receded, and the feathers on his face and neck receded. The fleshy wings on his back also gradually shrank. A tall and thin old man with sharp eyes like an eagle's appeared in the air. Seeing that the bird cultivator was actually eating people's hearts, the Xuanyan disciples were shocked. They desperately avoided the bird cultivator and didn't dare to fight with him. Of course, many flying swords were already attacking. They only had one thought in their minds now. Xiao Mao was also shocked. He also felt helpless. Luckily, he was just an inconspicuous member of the Xuanyan disciples. He usually kept a low profile. This time, he was hidden among the disciples and wasn't the main target of the sword cultivator's attack. When Xiao Mao saw a flying sword that was as thin as a willow swaying as it flew towards him, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed the situation of the entire battlefield. Now, 20 sword cultivators flew out from the forest, each with their flying swords looking for a target to attack. The Xuanyan disciples all attacked with 2 flying swords. Xiao Mao's group only used 1 flying sword. What was special was that the Qi refinement disciples not far from Xiao Mao were all facing the flying swords of the sword-nurturing swordsman. Xiao Mao's flying sword wasn't very bright. According to Xiao Mao's experience, this sword-nurturing swordsman's cultivation was only around the 2nd grade, which was the same as his own cultivation. Run! Xiao Mao only had one thought in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he took out an orange-red whip from his storage bag. Channeling his transcendence energy, it transformed into a mountainous whip wave that crashed towards the flying sword. At the same time, Xiao Mao's figure was like the other Xuanyan disciples. He found a deserted place and quickly fled. Where do you think you're going? The sword-nurturing swordsman attacking Xiao Mao was a middle-aged man. He had a strong physique and wore a strange bright armor. When he saw Xiao Mao's magic weapon flash with a divine ability, he sneered and formed a sword seal with his hand. The willow-like flying sword also waved. Like a willow brushing its face, it produced many thin branches. It was extremely precise, each one piercing towards the whip. Chapter 2236. Tisk. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said with disdain, "Why are you pulling me over for no reason? You can be my captain if you want, I'm not interested." Xiao Hua, the vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, was disdainful, so why would he care about this vice-captain? However, his words were not very sensible at this time. "Do you see? Senior brother Minghui, I have a headache." At this time, Cui Hongshan actually let go and pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "He doesn't treat little brother as a senior brother at all. Do you think he can cooperate with little brother? For the sake of our team's 10 lives, senior brother Minghui should agree." "Okay." Zhen Minghui's eyes flashed with a smile and said with some difficulty, "Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly agree." "Good. Junior brothers, since senior brother Minghui has agreed to be my first team's vice-captain, then his words are my words. When I'm not here, we must follow senior brother Minghui's lead." Cui Hongshan said while clapping his hands. "We understand." Dui Qimeng and the others all agreed. Only Xiao Hua looked at the cave entrance covered by the light fog without any expression on his face. However, Xiao Hua's heart was a bit confused. What is Cui Hongshan doing? He made Zhen Minghui the vice-captain, isn't that a threat to him? If this guy suddenly attacked Cui Hongshan, then only Zhen Minghui can be the captain. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I really don't know what this cultivator family's pig head is thinking. Xiao Hua was still thinking too much. Perhaps he didn't know that the captain's token in Cui Hongshan's hand was like a magic tool that needed blood to recognize its master. Without Cui Hongshan's activation, even if he died, others wouldn't be able to open it. Cui Hongshan could casually record things inside without others knowing. After the battle, the Imperial Thunder sect could only use a secret technique to take back the token. If Zhen Minghui really did the evil thing that Xiao Hua thought, how could the Imperial Thunder sect not know? After Zhen Minghui removed the formation flag and put away the formation plate, everyone flew out of the cave. Cui Hongshan instructed, "Senior Marshal Brother Minghui, let's do as we discussed just now. The range of your divine sense is large, so you'll lead the way. Later on, you'll follow Su Qing and Qiu Su in that order. The distance between the three of you will be maintained at least 1,000 feet. The two aura-refining disciples and the female cultivator from Converted Thunder Palace will be in the middle, and Xiao Hua will bring up the rear. This Chui has some matters to discuss with Xiao Hua, so I will accompany him for the time being. Yes, Captain Chui. Everyone nodded. Without hesitation, Zhen Minghui took the lead and flew up, releasing his spiritual will. Su Qing and Qiu Su followed closely behind, following Cui Hongshan's instructions. Once Dui Qimeng and the rest were more than 300 meters away, Cui Hongshan looked up and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, come with me. I have something to tell you." "Oh? What's there to say?" Xiao Hua urged his magic power and slowly flew away. His speed was even slower than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Cui Hongshan's eyes flickered a few times, and he clenched his teeth, but he still endured it. After flying straight for an hour, he said, "Xiao Hua, this Cui knows you have a problem with this Cui. You don't see this Cui as a senior martial brother. To tell you the truth, this Cui is the same as you. I don't see you as a junior martial brother. Since that's the case, what else is there to say?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said coldly. "This Cui doesn't see you as a junior martial brother, but eldest senior martial brother sees you as a treasure. Moreover, Master and Master's wife also told this Cui to protect you." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "If it weren't for them, this Cui would have definitely pretended not to know you. But since they said so, and this Cui also made a guarantee in front of them, this Cui can't not rely on my own strength to protect you." "You? What ability do you have to protect this Xiao?" Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. "This Cui doesn't have any ability, so ever since I boarded the Thunder Boat, I've been looking for an opportunity." Cui Hongshan suppressed his anger and said, "Do you think this position of captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was obtained by this Cui out of thin air? Do you think Shen Yun will give this opportunity to this Cui out of thin air? This Cui used spirit stones and medicinal pills to exchange for this." "Humph, that's because you're willing. It seems to have nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiao Hua didn't accept his kindness. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow Daoist Cui seems to want to protect the female cultivators of the Converted Thunder Palace, right?" "Whatever you say." Cui Hongshan said indifferently, "This Cui doesn't care what you think. In any case, this Cui will make it clear to you now. This Cui can take the position of captain with this captain's token. Before we reach Chicken Crow Mountain, you should find a chance to fly away early. This Cui will tell the others that this Cui received a message from the Imperial Thunder Sect to send you somewhere else. You should find a safe place and hide well. After the battle is over, contact this Cui again. If this Cui still has a breath of life, you can return to my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. If this Xiao leaves like this, the other disciples of the Converted Thunder Palace won't know? In the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, won't there be any punishment?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "The punishment for escaping the battle in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms is one word: kill. There are no other options." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "However, this Cui already said just now that this Cui is the captain of the first team. Sending you out on a mission is normal. As long as this Cui is alive, no one will investigate you. If this Cui unfortunately falls, then, this Cui also won't be able to protect you. And, if you feel that leaving now is too early and too hurried will arouse the suspicion of others, then you can leave at any time. When you leave, you only need to send a message to this Cui. This Cui can also give an explanation to others and pave the way for your return after the battle." "All right." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Cui Hongshan urged his magic power and immediately flew forward. This Chui has said everything that needs to be said. You decide what to do. He, Xiaohua laughed softly and said, since fellow Taoist Chui is so benevolent and righteous, why shouldn't this Xiao be happy? Farewell. Xiaohua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards a snow-covered foothill on his right. Huff, seeing that Xiaohua really did escape, Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his face relaxed. His figure didn't stop and was about to fly forward. Although Xiaohua flew away, he had already released his Buddhist sense and clearly saw Cui Hongshan's expression. This guy really wants to let this young master go? Xiaohua was astonished. Could it be that he didn't want to set a trap for this young master? At this time, if he called others back, this young master wouldn't be able to escape the crime of fleeing before the battle. Or maybe this guy will wait until this young master is far away and see Zhen Yun to falsely accuse this young master. How can this young master let him have his way? Besides, this guy is nothing more than the nephew of a cultivator family. He can participate in the sword cultivator battle with a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. This young master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't dare to participate in the battle? If this young master leaves now, not only will I lose face as a loose cultivator, I won't be able to raise my head in front of this guy in the future. Even if I'm a golden core or a nascent soul, if this guy mentions this matter, this young master will still owe him a favor. Maybe it will even become a heart demon. From the beginning, everything this young master has done against him will also turn into flowing water. Damn it, isn't it just this old thief Jingyan? Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of a sinister smile, and he thought proudly, I want to see how you'll kill this young master in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and the disciples of the Three Kingdoms' disciples. As long as you can't kill me in front of everyone, I have the confidence to escape from your hands. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's figure paused and he immediately flew back. Oh? What? Do you still have something to say? Cui Hongshan was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xiaohua's tone was still cold. You let this young master leave now, and then you immediately say that this young master fled before the battle. Can this young master's evidence still be cleared? Can this young master still escape the pursuit of the Three Kingdoms' disciples? This young master won't fall for your trick. You. Am I that kind of person? Cui Hongshan angrily scolded, if you want to leave, then leave right now. If I want to kill you, would I still need to be so despicable? I'll just directly smash you to death with a lightning pearl. And, let's do it openly. Xiaohua ignored him and said, using underhanded methods is what you're best at. Isn't this how you obtained the position of captain of the first squad? You. Cui Hongshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed his finger at Xiaohua and said, you, a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. After waiting for a moment, Cui Hongshan seemed to have lost his vitality. His face was somewhat gloomy as he said, Xiaohua, I don't know where you ran off to in this half a year, but this Cui obtained a lot of information about the war. To tell the truth, we foundation establishment cultivators have died more than aura refining cultivators. Moreover, aura refining cultivators can escape from the war as long as they're in the foundation establishment realm. We early foundation establishment disciples are far from that lucky. The cruelty of this war is far from what you can imagine. To tell the truth, it's already not bad if one or two of my first squad can return alive. Alas, whatever should be said, this Cui has already said. This Cui's words have always been valid in the war. You can leave at any time. Finished speaking, Cui Hongshan no longer paid attention to Xiaohua and flew forward. This young master wants to ask you a question. Xiaohua suddenly asked, my Imperial Thunder Sect Master Qian Lazy, or the 8 Great Thunder Palaces Palace Masters, when will they participate in the war? They? Chui Hongshan sneered, "You're still relying on the sect master to take care of you? Don't dream. If he wanted to, would you be sent out?" "Fellow Taoist Chui, you just have to answer this Zhao's question." Xiaohua didn't answer him. "They are nascent soul seniors. They will only appear in the second or even the third phase of the war." Chui Hongshan said coldly, "When they come out, it will already be more than 10 years later. At that time, you will have already turned into flying ashes." "Hee hee. Even if you turn into flying ashes, this daddy will absolutely not." When Xiaohua heard that Taoist Jing Ru would only come to the battlefield 10 years later, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he was given 10 years, he really wouldn't be afraid of nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 2237. You're really a loose cultivator. You don't know the gravity of the situation. If we don't escape now, Sai, when will we? Chui Hongshan sighed when he saw that Xiaohua was still being impulsive. He then shook his head and flew forward. "So what if I'm a loose cultivator?" Xiaohua curled his lips and replied, "Loose cultivators don't have the filthy thoughts of aristocratic family disciples. I've never thought of running away in the face of battle." Although Xiaohua's words weren't particularly unyielding, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose face in front of Chui Hongshan. Why would Chui Hongshan pay attention to him? He flew to the front and said a few words to Dui Qimeng and the others, then sped up and flew forward. He was completely acting like a competent captain. "Humph, let them be." Xiaohua, whose cultivation base was the highest among the 10 people, was actually very relaxed. He opened his mouth and put several azure spirit pills into his mouth, as if he was eating beans. All kinds of cultivation methods were operating at the same time. The medicinal efficacy of the azure spirit pill, which required a late foundation establishment cultivator to refine for several days, was being refined bit by bit from his meridians and body. At the same time, the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was also being refined in an orderly manner. Xiaohua wanted to take advantage of this relaxed moment to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. 10,000 li northeast of where Xiao Mao was ambushed was the border between Lian and Huan countries. It was still covered in ice and snow, and an endless mountain range lay on the ground like a silver dragon. There was no wind or snow at this time, and a pale white round sun hung in the sky. On the quiet ground, 30 or so sword cultivators of both sexes slowly flew over from the south. Each of them wore strange armor and stepped on flying swords. Some of these swordsmen had injuries on their bodies, and some had bloodstains that hadn't been removed. However, they all had smiles on their faces, and more than one storage pouch hung on their waists. It was obvious that this was the side that won the battle with the Dao sect cultivators. They were returning to the Fengmeng mountain range with a full load of rewards. "Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, this move of yours is really good." A petite female swordsman with an admiring smile said to a 4th-grade swordsman, "The other swordsmen are fighting with the Dao sect on the west side of the Fengmeng mountain range. We ambushed them on the east side and killed so many cultivators in an instant. Our harvest is quite bountiful. This kind of method. I have plenty." The tall senior brother Xiang's face was filled with glory as he smiled and said, "This diversion tactic is nothing much. We just need to act quickly and leave before the Dao sect can react." "Humph, dozens of qi refining cultivators and several early foundation establishment cultivators were all killed by our flying swords. We didn't even send out a messaging talisman, so how would they know?" A cold-faced male swordsman was displeased with senior marshal brother Xiang's arrogance. "That's right. This is all thanks to junior brother Lu's amazing methods. He didn't even let a cultivator go." Senior brother Xiang did not seem to mind as he continued in a mysterious manner, "However, don't forget about the Dao sect cultivators on patrol in the Wind Dream Mountain Range." "A patrolling cultivator? Just kill them all." Junior brother Lu replied without hesitation. But what about their messages? Senior brother Xiang asked confidently with a smirk. This. Junior brother Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a divine telekinesis swept over from the side of the swordsman. Upon contact, the swordsman immediately locked onto them. Damn it! Senior martial brother Xiang sensed the divine telekinesis and his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and said, "Quick, let's fly on our swords and see if we can escape from these cultivators." Junior brother Lu, immediately send a message on your flying sword. See which senior brother is closer to this place and immediately come to our rescue. Yes, this little brother understands. Junior brother Lu did not dare to say anything else. He opened his mouth and spat out a small inch-long sword. It circled slightly in the air and flew straight ahead. This group of swordsmen had only flown for half a meal's time before they were surrounded by several patrolling cultivators. Just by looking at their numbers and power, they were similar to the swordsmen. Don't even think about leaving. The first few mid-foundation establishment cultivators to arrive shouted angrily, "You sneak attacked our Dao sect disciples in our country of Lian and you think you can leave so peacefully? We'll leave your heads behind." As they spoke, the few foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands. Their respective Dharma artifacts flew into the air, emitting different colors of light, and smashed towards the swordsman. The Qi refinement cultivators following behind the few foundation establishment cultivators also clapped their hands. All kinds of yellow talismans and Dharma artifacts flew out from their storage bags and attacked the swordsman from all directions. Ha ha ha. Such attack power is really too weak. I'll let you all see what a sword cultivator is. As they spoke, the many sword cultivators did not hesitate. The flying swords under their feet flew out like horses. Sword light flashed as they met the swordsman. Puchi, Puchi. All the yellow talismans were no match for the flying swords. They were all broken. A few low-level Dharma artifacts were also no match for the flying swords. They were either pierced or sent flying by the flying swords. Flying swords were indeed not something that Dharma artifacts could match. Humph. What sword cultivators? You're just using your primordial spirit to control your swords. What's the difference between you and us? The mid-foundation establishment cultivator in the lead had already taken out his pagoda-shaped Dharma artifact. After preparing a spell, he pointed his finger. The pagoda pressed down like a huge boulder while the cultivator spoke coldly. Then I'll let you know what a sword cultivator is. A trace of disdain appeared on senior martial brother Xiang's face. He formed a spell with his hand and the flying sword changed. It turned into a shooting star and shot towards the pagoda with a long tail. The pagoda was clearly an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It trembled rapidly in mid-air. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi madly rushed into it. Rays of light that looked like little xiaohua's buds condensed around the pagoda. Waves of Dharma energy surged out and waves of power slammed towards the swordsman from the pagoda. Although the swordsman saw that his flying sword had broken through the range of the pagoda's Dharma energy and was rushing towards the bottom of the pagoda, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that although sword cultivators were known for their attack power, they only had an advantage against cultivators of the same level. If they were to fight against cultivators of the same level who had powerful Dharma artifacts, or cultivators of a higher level, they really had no advantage. That shooting star was also abnormally powerful. Not only was the tail of the sword flashing with brilliance, but the tip of the sword was also vibrating as if it wanted to pierce through the void. This vibration was also disturbed by the fluctuations of the pagoda. A series of rumbling sounds faintly sounded in the space between the shooting star and the pagoda. The flying sword and the Dharma artifact had yet to come into contact, but they were already fighting. The foundation establishment cultivator's eyes narrowed. He shook his hand and the shadow of a pagoda appeared from the bottom and rapidly fell. "Break," the swordsman sneered. His fingertips moved slightly. Following his fingertips, the tip of the shooting star also moved. A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the shadow of the pagoda. Chapter 2238. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" the white-haired cultivator said coldly. He raised his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. "Break." After the white-haired cultivator finished speaking, he dragged the bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow was born from the bamboo whip. It was like a coquettish golden dragon, flashing with intense light. A sharp hurricane seemed to tear the void apart as it slashed towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao, the Foundation establishment cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes and saw the white-haired cultivator. He was extremely surprised and said, "You. Why are you here?" This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the leeching treasure mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. He activated his mana and waved it. Like waves, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic. Rumble. The whip shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden gas, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. At the same time, his body glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph! Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in midair, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all used their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in the air for a while, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys got lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. This immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. After killing so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators with it, Li Zongbao's Dharma power actually showed signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you, tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to the Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What's the use of the items of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators in our Taoist sect? You guys can take them all. After saying that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. Tsk, tisk. Seeing that Li Zongbao flew away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of Foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of Foundation establishment at any time. Even the Golden Core stage is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of Foundation establishment sighed. Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Heng Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the famous magic weapon of our Utopia faction, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest person below the Golden Core stage. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. It should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded. These equipment cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for senior brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core stage cultivator. If senior brother Li Zongbao is the strongest person below the golden core stage, he definitely deserves it. No one in the three kingdoms of cultivation can compare with him. Chapter 2239. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He waved his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break! With that said, the white-haired cultivator whipped his bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow appeared from the bamboo whip, resembling a demonic little golden dragon. It shone with a bright light and a sharp hurricane that seemed like it could tear the void apart as it streaked towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao. The foundation establishment stage cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes. Seeing the white-haired cultivator, he was extremely surprised and said, "You. Why are you here?" This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the leeching treasured mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. With a wave of his magic power, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic like a wave. Rumble. The whip shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden chi, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. His body also glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph! Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in mid-air, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all took out their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in mid-air, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys are lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. Li Zongbao had used it to kill so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, but the magic power in his body was showing signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you, tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What use do we have for sword cultivators and equipment cultivators? You guys can take them all. After that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of Sky Patrol City. TSK. Looking at Li Zongbao flying away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed and said, Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Heng Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the Utopia faction's famous magic weapon, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest cultivator below the golden core. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. Yes, it should be about the same. The Foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded and said, these weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for Senior Brotherly. This is basically the strength of a golden core cultivator. If Senior Brotherly Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core, he definitely deserves it. In the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid no other Foundation establishment cultivator can match him. But another Qi refining disciple whispered, isn't Martial Uncle Li very young? Why does he have a head full of white hair? A Foundation establishment cultivator hesitated and said, I've heard from my teacher that Senior Brotherly once led a team to the Taiching sect to participate in the feather deity meet. I don't know what happened, but his hair turned white overnight. Since that day, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his previous cultivation speed. No one in the Utopia faction can match him. Martial Uncle Li seems disdainful to be with us. The Qi refining disciple asked again. The Foundation establishment cultivator glared at him and said coldly, what do you know? I've heard that Senior Brotherly Zongbao seems to be practicing the famous parting mirror of the Utopia faction. It has a heart like iron, emotions like steel, and Tao like the heavens. My goodness, it's so powerful. Tao like the heavens? The Qi refining disciple was speechless again. Of course, the Tao of heaven is emotionless. If you want to have a profound cultivation, you naturally have to cut off your emotions in order to be close to the Tao of heaven. The parting mirror of the Utopia faction is said to be the cultivation method closest to the Tao of heaven. Then in the end, won't he lose his emotions? Then, is he still human? Of course not. He's a celestial. A celestial who can destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of his hand. The Foundation establishment cultivator replied snappily, do you think the parting mirror of the Utopia faction is a cultivation method that mortals can practice? Even if that cultivation method is placed in front of you, you may not be able to understand or comprehend it at all. Let's go, several people said as they collected the storage bags, flying swords, and broken magic weapons scattered around them. Then they flew toward the nearest stronghold of the Utopia faction. On the Xiaoyu continent, the Huan Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom, and the Lian Kingdom bordered each other for tens of thousands of miles. In such a vast territory, there were fierce battles every day. Sword cultivators and equipment cultivators suffered many casualties, but there were even more Taoist faction disciples. Especially the Qi refining disciples, when they encountered the strange attacks of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, they were not suitable for them and died one after another. Of course, after nearly a year of fighting, there were also some disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage who broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the Foundation establishment stage. These new Foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent back to their respective sects. However, it was said that people's opportunities were not the same. Among these new Foundation establishment cultivators, there were many who entered the Foundation establishment stage while fighting. They directly faced the fierce sword cultivators and equipment cultivators. Before they could really enter the Foundation establishment stage, the flying swords and magic weapons would reach them. Before they could feel joy in their hearts, they were killed. Even if their senior brothers or uncle masters wanted to save them, it was too late. Under such circumstances, the disciples in charge of many sects in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City naturally had to send more manpower. The second batch of disciples, including the Imperial Thunder sect, and the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families were also urged to send to the battlefront. Meanwhile, Xiaohua and the others had been flying forward for another 10 days. They only saw the boundless snowy wilderness and mountain forests. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary, nor did they see any sword cultivators attacking them. Xiaohua, whose cultivation had been steadily increasing, unconsciously came to a realization. Damn it, actually this relaxed isn't much different from going into seclusion. Now it's only the first stage of the war. The nascent soul cultivators and high-level sword cultivators have not come out. Isn't this war my world? Why should I be afraid of them? I can deal with them at will. Should I also make a name for myself? Chapter 2240. Puff puff, after a series of sounds, the brilliance receded and Xiao Mao's lone whip was revealed in mid-air. Kill, Xiao Mao's voice was stern and he seemed to be terrified. His body swayed slightly as if his magic power was running out. A hint of redness flashed across his face. He waved his hand again and the magic whip landed in his hand. He let out a soft cry and a suction force appeared on the whip, sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy. Many small vortexes appeared on the tip of the whip and lashed out at the swordsman. You're just an early-stage foundation establishment brat. How can you be my match? The swordsman laughed and was very disdainful. He pointed his finger and his flying sword suddenly enlarged. It was like a huge tree and blocked the whip. Pop pop pop, the sound was like tiny firecrackers. Xiao Mao's whip struck the flying sword but it was useless. At this time, senior brother Gong was killed by the yellow-clothed bird cultivator. The group of Xuanyan school disciples fled in panic like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Xiao Mao was naturally no exception. He held the whip in his hand and fled. You want to leave? Aren't we letting you off too easily? Many sword cultivators were delighted when they saw the situation. They traveled swiftly on their flying swords and were not afraid of the Xuanyan school disciples fleeing. Each of them roared and stepped onto their flying swords to give chase. Luckily. Xiao Mao wiped the sweat off his forehead. Seeing that the middle-aged swordsman was the only one chasing after him, he felt lucky. He waved his whip and maintained the same distance from the swordsman. In fact, the distance between him and the swordsman was gradually shortening. The bird cultivator's sharp gaze swept across and paused on Xiao Mao for a moment before turning to the other Xuanyan school disciples. It seemed that he was searching for a cultivator who could escape the swordsman's pursuit. Seeing the distance between him and the bird cultivator shrinking, Xiao Mao's eyes turned slightly as he thought about how to escape. At this time, there was a caw. The bird cultivator seemed to have realized something was wrong. Without transforming, he flew in the direction opposite of Xiao Mao like an arrow. A heaven-sent opportunity. Right now. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He waited a little longer before putting the whip back into his storage bag. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden ring the size of a fist. The golden ring grew with the wind and in an instant, it was several feet long. Go! Xiao Mao used his dermic powers and the universe ring smashed towards the swordsman. Oh! The swordsman was slightly surprised, but immediately his face showed great joy. So there is a magic treasure. This sword is really lucky. As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and the flying sword under his feet charged towards the universe ring. This swordsman didn't believe that an early foundation building cultivator's magic weapon could have any power. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce the heaven and earth ring, Xiao Mao suddenly activated the true essence within his meridians. Like a raging sea, his mana surged into the heaven and earth ring. What? Middle stage foundation establishment? Seeing Xiao Mao's dermic powers surge and the magic treasure's power increase like water, the swordsman suddenly realized that the early foundation establishment cultivator he had estimated had suddenly become a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but be shocked. However, the swordsman was only shocked. He was a second-grade drawing sword swordsman, similar to the peak of early foundation establishment. In terms of attack power, he wasn't much weaker than a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, Xiao Mao still exceeded his expectations. Just as the swordsman activated his sword technique again, the willow-like flying sword flashed with brilliance, as if it was about to entangle the universe ring. Suddenly, the universe ring produced a strong suction force and spun towards the swordsman. A strong confinement force was produced from the universe ring, firmly confining the swordsman's sword origin. This is bad. Just as the swordsman had this thought, the universe ring flew faster than the swordsman and quickly wrapped around the swordsman. 81 tiny blades of yin and yang were produced from the universe ring, cutting the swordsman's body into tiny pieces. Run! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Mao put away the swordsman's storage bag, flying sword, and universe ring. Once again, he activated his dermic powers and flew at the speed of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even faster than that. He quickly fled into the distance. The bird cultivator obviously didn't have the time to care about Xiao Mao. By the time the other sword cultivators noticed the abnormality, Xiao Mao had already escaped without a trace. The bird cultivator was incomparably furious. He raised his head to the sky and cried out several times. He knew that even if he chased after Xiao Mao now, he probably wouldn't be able to find any trace of Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was so cunning, how could he fly in a straight line? Just as the bird cultivator had thought, Xiao Mao changed his direction several times before finally stopping at the edge of a frozen river. His body paused in midair for a moment before he abruptly charged into the frozen river. His cultivation level rapidly dropping to the peak of the early stage of Foundation establishment. Xiao Mao rushed into the glacier. His body flashed with brilliance. The glacier was bone-chilling. Although it was separated by brilliance, Xiao Mao could still feel the coldness within. However, to him, this was a piece of cake. He sighed in his heart and thought to himself, if not for Big Brother Zhao's secret technique that allowed me to activate my meridians and raise my dermic powers by a small realm, I really would have died in the hands of a sword cultivator today. Unfortunately, after activating my dermic powers, my meridians are very uncomfortable. If not for several hours of cultivation, it would be difficult to eliminate the after-effects. However, this technique is really too miraculous. It actually allowed me to advance by leaps and bounds all the way to the peak of early Foundation establishment. It's only a matter of time before I reach the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. I wonder what Big Brother Zhao's cultivation level is now. Will he return for this sword cultivator battle? Xiao Mao thought for a moment and closed his eyes again. He activated a simple dragonization art to eliminate the discomfort in his meridians. And what about Xiao Hua? Although he wasn't on the battlefield of sword cultivators, he was still on his way there. On the Thunder ship, Xiao Hua was still quite carefree. Right now, he was lacking time. If there wasn't this battle between sword cultivators and Daoist sects, he would rather go into seclusion. He was clear in his heart that his primordial spirit was now very strong. If he went into seclusion for 100 years, he should definitely be able to lower himself compared to others who went into seclusion for 1,000 years. Daoist sects, Buddhist sects, soul cultivation, and other techniques could all improve one by one. His future was definitely limitless. Unfortunately, he didn't have a life of leisure to cultivate. Apart from the time when he was in the early Qi refinement realm at Songhua Ming, he could still be considered to have cultivated in peace. The rest of his time was spent roaming around, gaining experience everywhere. He simply didn't have a chance to take a breather. After this battle, I must go into seclusion. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the techniques one by one. All kinds of comprehensions were unceasing, causing him to scratch his ears and cheeks in joy. When he reached the peak of his cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why don't I use corpse escape? Immediately play dead when I reach the front? Hide in a place to cultivate in seclusion? Wait until after the battle to appear? Xiao Hua immediately felt that something was wrong. He raised his eyes and looked at the 4 Qi refinement disciples in the quiet room. Although they were barely cultivating with their eyes closed, Xiaofan could tell with a slight sweep of his divine sense that these four people's thoughts were fluctuating. The flow of their true qi was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was far from its usual smoothness. Naturally, he also knew that there were many distracting thoughts in their minds. They were very worried about their own prospects. Chapter 2241. Forget it. Xiaofan killed the idea of escaping. Since I'm a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I have to do my best and let nature take its course. Moreover, I can improve my cultivation by fighting. Although I only cultivate on the Thunder Boat, I can still improve, right? In just a few months, all kinds of cultivation have improved. It's just not as obvious as in the myriad Thunder Valley. Counting with my fingers, I should reach the northernmost part of the country of Xi in 10 days. Just as Xiaofan was having some free time to think, the Thunder Boat shook violently and came to a stop. Oh? Could it be that we've arrived? Xiaofan was slightly surprised. Inside the quiet room of the Thunder Boat, there was a restriction that blocked divine sense. Xiaofan didn't know what was happening outside, so he only opened his eyes slightly. We've arrived. An aura-refining disciple opposite him couldn't help but blurt out. As he said this, the disciple's face turned slightly pale, but then there was a kind of blush in the whiteness, as if a kind of relief, a kind of heart that had been hanging for a long time finally settled down. However, the Thunder Boat was still for a long time, and no disciple came to greet them, nor did they hear the voice of a golden core cultivator. Could it be that there's something else? Xiaohua's mind turned slightly, and he closed his eyes to cultivate. His time was extremely precious, and since this matter had nothing to do with him, of course he had to cultivate. Just as he closed his eyes, a burst of hurried footsteps came. When they arrived outside their quiet room, they stopped again. Cui Hongshan poked his head in and shouted, "Xiaohua, come out." What? Xiaohua glanced at him unhappily. Have we arrived? Why didn't the sword cultivator attack? We haven't arrived yet. Cui Hongshan said unhappily. Do you want to die like this? We haven't arrived yet, why are you calling me? Xiaohua ignored him. This is the captain's token of my Imperial Thunder sect. Cui Hongshan said nothing, clapped his hand, and took out a token. He held it in front of his eyes and said seriously, I've been ordered to mobilize people. Xiaohua, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so you must obey this order. Quickly come out with me. Yes. Xiaohua glanced at the token. In addition to the word 1, there was also a lightning, which was exactly the same as the symbol on his Taoist robe. Although he did not know whether the token was real or fake, since it was announced on the lightning boat, it could not be fake. He could only reply lazily and stand up. Seeing Xiaohua in such a state, Cui Hongshan almost wanted to kick Xiaohua. During these few months, other than cultivating, he was still thinking about how to protect himself, Xiaohua, and Dui Qimeng. He didn't expect that Jin Yun would actually come looking for him when the Thunder Boat stopped. It was said that an order came from the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City, asking the Imperial Thunder sect to send out 10 people. These 10 people were to fly at an extremely fast speed to the Foul Crow Mountain to await orders. The first thing that came to Jin Yun's mind was Cui Hongshan. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill Cui Hongshan's wish. Cui Hongshan looked at the captain's token given by Jin Yun in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't give Jin Yun a single spirit stone, so how could Jin Yun give such a good thing to him? However, he only hesitated for a moment and immediately took the captain's token. Under Jin Yun's lead, he went to the Thunder Boat of the Dui Thunder Palace and brought Dui Qimeng, and a few other junior sisters over. Then, under Jin Yun's guidance, he casually picked a few foundation establishment and qi refinement disciples. The last one was Xiaohua. Xiaofan lazily came to the quiet room with a puzzled expression. When he saw Dui Qimeng and a few other female cultivators, as well as a few other disciples of the Thunderous Palace, he couldn't help but frown. Well, you are the first team sent by my Imperial Thunder Sect. According to the order of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the serial number of this team is controlled by my Imperial Thunder Sect. There is no doubt that you are the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. When Zhen Yun saw that the 10 people were here, he said with a smile, "This old man appointed Cui Hongshan from the Myriad Thunder Valley as your captain. This time, you are going to Chicken Crow Mountain. According to the message from the Imperial Thunder Palace, it seems that you need to fly very fast. The requirement for cultivation is not very high. Presumably, you are going to do some communication work, so it won't be too dangerous. So, listen to Cui Hongshan's arrangement and come back quickly." Yes, this disciple understands. Except for Xiaofan, everyone else said in unison. They were very energetic. Seeing that Xiaofan didn't speak, Zhen Yun felt a little strange. He turned his head and said, "Xiaofan, your senior brother Cui, has put in a lot of effort. Listen to Captain Cui's arrangement along the way. In addition, do you have any questions?" "That. Senior brother Zhen, the requirement is fast. Can we escape if we see any danger?" Xiaofan blinked his eyes and asked in a low voice. When Cui Hongshan heard this, he almost stomped his feet. His cultivation was not the highest among the 10 disciples. He still wanted to rely on Xiaofan to help him. He didn't expect that Xiaofan would say such depressing words as soon as he opened his mouth, and even said it in front of Zhen Yun. It really made him feel embarrassed. Sure enough, 2 of the early-stage Foundation establishment disciples from the Thunder Palace showed a trace of disdain on their faces. Cough cough, Zhen Yun was even more surprised and almost coughed. He looked around and saw that there was no one else beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "The Battle of the Sword Dao has always been tragic. People can't help themselves. Sometimes, even if you want to escape, you may not be able to. Sometimes, if you want to escape, you will lose your life early. Whether you escape or not is not a problem. The problem is, you must protect your own life. Only by protecting your own life can you complete the mission of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Of course, if you can't complete the mission, and the assembly hall learns that you were treated unfairly, there will definitely be punishment. A light punishment is to cripple your magic power. A heavy punishment is to directly take your life. I'm afraid there is no need for this old man to say which is more important, right?" Seeing Zhen Yun speak so straightforwardly, Xiaofan nodded slightly in his heart and bowed. This disciple understands. And, do the other disciples have anything else to say? Zhen Yun asked again. This disciple has a question?" Xiaofan asked in a low voice again. Cui Hongshan's face was red. He really wanted to rush up and kick Xiaofan off the thunder boat and drop him to his death. "Can't you shut up first? Wait until Zhen Yun finished speaking and ask me in private." Zhen Yun was naturally also surprised, but his attitude changed slightly. He asked with a smile, "Xiaofan, do you have any other questions? This disciple has some old grudges with cultivators from other sects. This time, being sent to Han country, it's inevitable that I will meet other people. If they are ruthless to this disciple, what should this disciple do?" Xiaofan said word by word. "Oh, that's right." Hearing this, Cui Hongshan was also shocked. Xiaohua's words were correct. Between sects, between cultivators, there were definitely conflicts. Wasn't Xiaohua imprisoned by the Changbai sect's Daoist Jing Ru for several years? If he met cultivators from the Changbai sect, what should Xiaohua do? Thinking of this, Cui Hongshan's resentment towards Xiaohua lessened a bit. "Oh? Xiaohua, do your enemies have higher cultivation than you?" Zhen Yun smiled and asked with interest. Hee, naturally there are low and high cultivators. Xiaohua laughed mischievously and said, this junior is just looking to see if there is any problem. And, naturally there is. Zhen Yun nodded and said, the battle between sword cultivators and my Dao sect is a battle between sword cultivators and my cultivators. It is a battle that concerns the face and stability of my Dao sect. All the grudges between cultivators cannot be mentioned in the battle. If any cultivator rashly uses their weapons because of their own thoughts and delays the battle, regardless of their cultivation, they will be killed. What if it doesn't delay the battle? Xiaohua asked. Zhen Yun was somewhat impatient and waved his hand, saying, that will depend on you. As long as you meet an enemy on Chicken Crow Mountain and he dares to attack, you can send a message to this old man. This old man will definitely report this matter to the discussion hall and will definitely kill him. And, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and replied. Alright, do you have any other questions? Zhen Yun asked again. Seeing that no one answered, Zhen Yun said coldly, this time, this old man appointed Cui Hongshan as the captain of the first team. This was not done casually because this old man has some understanding of Cui Hongshan. Although he is not the one with the highest cultivation among you, this old man knows that he is a person who prioritizes the overall situation. He is also a person who can place the affection of fellow apprentices in his heart. Since he led you out, he will definitely do his best to bring you back. Actually, you may not be able to complete the mission well. But your life is the most important. My Imperial Thunder Sect's face is also important. If any of you do not listen to Cui Hongshan's arrangements and make decisions on your own, causing the mission to fail, this old man will only need to listen to Cui Hongshan's report. Don't blame this old man for being merciless. Yes, this disciple understands. Seeing Zhen Yun's warning, the other two Thunderclap Palace disciples felt apprehensive in their hearts, and then everyone else bowed and replied. They naturally understood the killing intent in Zhen Yun's words. Of course, if you complete the mission and return, this old man will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. Zhen Yun smiled and said, all of you are the first team of my Imperial Lightning Sect. You're the first team of my Imperial Lightning Sect to be sent out on a mission. Don't disappoint me, Thunderclap Palace, and all the disciples of the Imperial Lightning Sect. If you can return to the Imperial Thunder Sect alive, you will definitely have a place in my Imperial Thunder Sect's records. Hearing up to here, everyone suddenly understood the significance of this first team. Of course, the first team, and also the first mission of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. As long as they completed it, this great battle would be recorded in the Imperial Thunder Sect's records. Perhaps the other missions would not be recorded, but this first mission must be recorded. Didn't the names of all the disciples in the first team have to be recorded? Moreover, even if they could not complete the mission, as long as they could return alive from the great battle, the first team could even meet the Imperial Thunder Sect Master Qian Lazy. Cui Hongshan was so excited that his face was flushed red, and he said anxiously, Senior Brother Zhen, our first team, will be reserved throughout the entire battle? This token of mine. Chapter 2242. That's right. As long as you're alive, you'll be able to keep this token. Unless no one from your first squad is left alive, you'll be in charge of it. Zhen Yun said with a smile. This is your luck, and it's also my luck. I was resting on the thunder ship of the Heavenly Thunder Palace when I received a message from the conference hall. I didn't hesitate to snatch this task from Marshal Uncle Qian. This first team belongs to none other than my Thunderous Thunder Palace disciples. Yes, I understand. Cui Hongshan nodded. I'll do my best to complete the task given by Senior Brother Zhen. I won't embarrass my Thunderous Thunder Palace or damage the name of the first team. Yes, I believe in you. Zhen Yun nodded and looked at the three female cultivators. The three female cultivators of Thunderous Thunder Palace were also selected by me. You must also protect their safety. Yes, I understand. Cui Hongshan didn't know how many times he said, I understand. He was almost dizzy. That day, he only wanted to protect Xiaohua and Dui Qimeng. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. The captain of the first team of the Thunderous Thunder sect. This was definitely something he could show off in the future. Zhen Yun looked around again and instructed, it's getting late. Hurry up and get on your way. The task of Chicken Crow Mountain is rather confidential. Other than a limited number of people, no one else knows about it. After you complete the task, go directly to Sky Patrol City to find us. Yes. Everyone responded and bowed to bid farewell to Zhen Yun before flying out of the Thunder Ship's light shield. Once they were out of the light shield, a gust of cold air immediately hit them in the face. Everyone looked around and saw a vast expanse of white mountains, boundless and endless. Buzz, with a thunderous roar, dozens of thunder ships glowed at the same time and flew into the distance, leaving behind 10 men and women in the air. Captain Cui, are we flying straight to Chicken Crow Mountain now? A short Thunderous Thunder Palace disciple with a higher cultivation than Cui Hongshan released his divine perception and asked softly. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qimeng, who was not far from him, and saw the concern in her eyes. He smiled faintly and said, Senior Martial Brother, don't be anxious. Although we are all disciples of Thunderquake Palace, we are not familiar with each other. Let's find a quiet place to introduce ourselves and get to know each other better. In the future, the 10 of us will be a team. It won't be good if we don't know each other well. Yes, I'll listen to your orders, Captain. The disciple nodded slightly and pointed. There seems to be a dry cave over there. Why don't we rest there first? All right, please lead the way. Cui Hongshan said politely. The disciple said that it was nearby, but after flying for 2 miles, they saw the dry cave he was talking about. It was at the edge of a cliff, blocked by a protruding mountain rock. There was no snow inside, and it looked very dry. Everyone landed and slowly walked into the cave. The disciple clapped his hands again and took out a few array discs. He said in a low voice, from today onwards, our whereabouts must be concealed. Even if we are resting, we must use arrays to conceal ourselves. This is a set of arrays that I got during my previous training. It can conceal our whereabouts. I wonder if Captain Cui wants to use it. Yes, please set up the array, Senior Brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan's expression was normal, but he was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. What Senior Brother Zhen said was right. He also thought of it, but he didn't have the array discs and array flags to set up the array. He couldn't take them out at all. However, if Senior Brother Zhen was the one who set it up, it would be embarrassing for him. When Senior Brother Zhen set up the array and waved the array flag, a layer of faint cloud appeared at the entrance of the cave, covering the entire cave. All right, it's done. Senior Brother Zhen rolled up the array flag and handed it to Cui Hongshan. He said with a smile, this cloud array is the best for concealing our whereabouts. Captain Cui, as the leader of the team, please take this array flag. It's not necessary. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, Senior Brother Zhen, didn't you say it was good? The 10 of us are a team. What's the difference if you take it or I take it? All right. I'll take it first. I'll follow Captain's instructions. Senior Brother Zhen didn't stand on ceremony. He withdrew his hand and put the array flag into his sleeve. Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone and cupped his hands. I'll introduce myself first. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley. My name is Cui Hongshan. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for nearly 20 years. I'll have to trouble all of you to support me in the future. Then, the short Senior Brother Zhen also introduced himself. My name is Zhen Minghui. I'm a disciple of Chiu Moling. To tell you the truth, I've been in the foundation establishment stage for 30 years and haven't broken through. I was only sent out for the sword cultivator battle this time. A fair-skinned, tall, and rather handsome disciple also introduced himself. I'm Su Qing. I'm a disciple of the Lightning Thunder Hall. I've been in the foundation establishment stage for almost 30 years. I'm the same as senior brother Zhen. Alas, I had no choice but to face the tribulation this time. I'm Qiu Su. A low, muffled voice sounded. It was the cultivator with the dark skin of a farmer. I'm a disciple of the technique imparting pavilion. I've been in the foundation establishment stage for less than 10 years. I was unlucky this time. When the technique imparting pavilion drew lots, I was unfortunately drawn and had no choice but to participate in the battle. It's my honor to be assigned to the first team with all of you. Next was naturally Xiao Hua's turn. Xiao Hua's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, I'm Xiao Hua. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley. I've been in the foundation establishment stage for 30 years. Oh, the Myriad Thunder Valley? You're Captain Shui's fellow disciple? Zhen Minghui nodded and smiled. Junior brother Xiao should learn from your senior brother Chui. After this battle, you'll definitely be able to catch up to him. If it was any other day, Xiao Hua would have sneered and directly said that he had nothing to do with Chui Hongshan. But thinking about what Zhen Yun said earlier, Xiao Hua restrained himself and didn't say a word in the end. On the other hand, the three female cultivators from Converging Thunder Palace were whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. I'm Zhenhua, a disciple of the 100 Refinements Hall. I've been in the 12th layer of Qi refinement for 6 years. I've been unable to reach the foundation establishment stage for a long time, so I was sent to participate in the battle. I hope I can take a peek at the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible and be on the same level as all of you martial uncles. A thin and weak disciple introduced himself in a soft voice. I'm Baisu Gu, also a disciple of the 100 Refinements Hall. Like senior brother Zhen, I've been in the 12th layer of Qi refinement for 5 years. The last Qi refinement male disciple introduced himself. Alright, senior brothers have finished introducing themselves. It's my Converging Thunder Palace's turn. Dui Qimeng whispered a few words and smiled. I'm Dui Qimeng, I've been in the foundation establishment stage for more than 20 years. This time, I was also drawn and had no choice but to participate in the battle. I hope all of you will support me. Chapter 2243. My name is Bright Eyes. Behind Dui Qimeng, a female cultivator with big eyes and incomparably fair skin said arrogantly, this concubine has also just reached foundation establishment less than 10 years ago. Just like senior sister Dui, they were unlucky and had no choice but to participate in the battle. That disciple is Dui Ling. I've cultivated to the 12th level of the aura refining realm for quite a few years, but I've never built my foundation. Therefore, I also came here to participate in the battle. The female cultivator was actually a bit shy. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Xiao Hua. Oh my, this female cultivator is actually Dui Ling. Xiao Hua saw Dui Ling's gaze. Previously, he did not understand, but now that he heard Dui Ling's explanation, he suddenly understood. Xiao Hua had seen Dui Ling twice. The first time was when he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. Dui Ling was only a few years old then. The second time they met was when Xiao Hua returned from the Feather Immortal Conference. Dui Ling was already 18 or 19 years old and was already different from when he was a child. Xiao Hua only felt that he looked vaguely familiar, but couldn't recognize him. This was the third time, and Dui Ling was even more different from his 18 or 19-year-old immature self. He was even more mellow, and there was even a hint of shyness in his expression. It was unlike the vigor he had when he competed with Fairy Wuxia the second time. It was no wonder that Xiaohua couldn't recall it. Seeing Xiaohua's enlightened gaze, Dui Ling's face actually flushed red. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the ground. All right. Since all the senior brothers and junior brothers have finished their introductions, we can rest for a while and get to know each other. I'll take a look at the mission jade slip given by senior brother Zhen and think about how to go to Chicken Crow Mountain. Cui Hongshan nodded with a smile, and then said to Zhen Minghui, Senior brother Zhen, please come over here. Can you look at the jade slip with me? I might have some questions to discuss with you. Oh. Zhen Minghui was obviously a little surprised, but then a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Captain Cui, I'm happy to help you. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui sat down cross-legged. They took out a jade slip and discussed in a low voice. Xiaohua was bored and saw Dui Qimeng waving at him, so he could only walk over and bow. Little brother greets senior sister Dui. Hee, you're not calling me senior Dui anymore? Dui Qimeng covered her mouth and giggled. Of course, little brother is also a foundation establishment cultivator now, so of course I have to call you senior sister. Xiaohua answered without the slightest hesitation. Hee, this is that Xiaohua who doesn't call senior brother Cui but calls him senior brother? Ming Mao blinked her big eyes, looking Xiaohua up and down, and said, he looks very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. He's only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Martial Ant Bright Eyes. Dui Ling said softly, Martial Ant Xiao was the champion of the Feather Immortal Assembly back then. Not only did he steal the treasures of the Great Assembly, he even stole the hearts of the female cultivators of the Huanhua sect. There was such a thing? Tell me quickly. Ming Mao's interest was piqued. She tugged on Xiaohua's Daoist robe and said, didn't I say that such an impudent person must have a story? The champion of the Feather Immortal Gathering. My goodness, I haven't seen him before. I didn't expect to see him standing in front of me today. Also, your looks are really ordinary. How did you steal the hearts of the female cultivators of the Huanhua sect? Is that female cultivator very ugly? Huanhua sect's Hongxia fairy. Senior brother Bright Eyes, you haven't heard of her? Dui Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy as he reminded her in a low voice. Hongxia fairy? The one who is equally famous as Huanhua sect's Yunjichong? Oh, they can't be considered equally famous. Hongxia fairy is already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. It seems like, she should have already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. She's as beautiful as a fairy, and her age seems to be about the same as mine. Ming Mao was really shocked this time. However, besides being shocked, the curiosity in her eyes grew even stronger. She didn't let go of Xiaohua's sleeve at all and shouted, Quick, junior brother Xiao, how did you hook up with Hongxia fairy? Quickly tell senior sister. What do you mean by hook up? Xiaohua said coldly, besides, am I very familiar with you? Why should I tell you? You. Ming Mao didn't expect Xiaohua to give her the cold shoulder. Her face was very awkward. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to reply. Dui Qimeng covered her mouth and pulled Ming Mao's arm, taking her hand from Xiaohua's Daoist robe without a trace. She smiled and said, Ming Mao, didn't senior sister tell you before? Xiaohua has a very bad temper. If you don't agree with him, he'll turn hostile. Not to mention that you're a female cultivator from converted Thunder Palace, even if you were a disciple of Earth Thunder Palace, he wouldn't spare you a glance. If he wasn't this cold and arrogant, how could he have obtained Hongxia fairy's heart? You don't need to ask to know this reason, right? And, that's right. Junior sister has really learned. Ming Mao smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly. However, she still snuck a glance at Xiao Hua somewhat unwillingly. Some women seem to be like this. The more you gave them face, the more they felt you didn't have any backbone. However, if you gave them face, the more they felt you had character. Especially someone like Xiao Hua who could actually fight with their own senior brother. In their eyes, he was all the more unyielding. A rarely seen unyielding character. How could Xiao Hua have the time to talk to them about this? Xiao Hua had already learned from Zhen Yun that the grudges between the various sects were forbidden during the war. However, the problem was that his enemy wasn't just anyone, but a nascent soul cultivator. Yes, just as Zhen Yun said, if Daoist Jing Ru attacked him, he could send a message to Zhen Yun and have Zhen Yun report it to Sky Patrol City's discussion hall to be dealt with. The whole process seemed to be very reasonable, but would Daoist Jing Ru allow him to send a message? Even if Xiao Hua sent a message, would Zhen Yun or the discussion hall dare to interfere? To offend a nascent soul cultivator for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even Master Qian Lei of the Imperial Thunder sect would have to think twice before acting. Not to mention the discussion hall. Since the discussion hall couldn't protect him, then Xiao Hua would have to think of a way himself. In fact, the best way was for Xiao Hua to play dead. Just walk away. Next was to change his appearance. With the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique in addition to the appearance-changing technique that he had already memorized, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Xiao Hua had absolute confidence in hiding from Daoist Jing Ru's gaze. Should I leave? How should I leave? This was a question that Xiao Hua was constantly thinking about. Junior brothers. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, Cui Hongshan smiled and clapped his hands. How's everyone getting to know each other? In the next several years, or even more than 10 years, the 10 of us will be together day and night. Everyone must share weal and woe and support each other. This way, our first team will be able to endure the baptism of war and return to the Imperial Thunder sect with a brand new appearance. TSK only a ghost would believe that. Xiao Hua snorted disdainfully and coldly thought, this young master will find a chance to run. Don't die in the hands of our own people instead of being killed by the sword cultivators. We've already chatted for a while and are somewhat familiar with each other, but it's still too early to share weal and woe like Captain said. The war has just begun, so there's plenty of time for us to familiarize ourselves with each other. Dui Chimeng hastily nodded and said, right now, we'd better hurry to Chicken Crow Mountain. It's better to finish this first mission as soon as possible. And Cui Hongshan was very happy. He glanced at Jin Minghui and said, just now, this Cui discussed with senior brother Minghui and felt that since Chicken Crow Mountain sent out the message, although it didn't mention whether or not they were attacked by sword cultivators, there's a chance that they might be attacked. Therefore, we can't directly go over. It's best if we reach the vicinity of Chicken Crow Mountain and gradually approach it. Don't rush in all of a sudden, or we might fall into a sword cultivator's ambush. That's right, Captain Cui is right. Ming Mao clapped and smiled. With Captain Cui's command, we can sit back and relax. As she spoke, she glanced at Dui Chimeng teasingly. Dui Chimeng rolled her eyes at her, some shyness in her eyes. What are you waiting for? Cui Hongshan was still worried and asked Su Qing and the others. We'll listen to Captain Cui's instructions. Everyone nodded without any doubt, but at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Do as you wish. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked up. Wasn't that Xiao Hua who had an indifferent expression? In any case, he would find an opportunity to slip away, so he did as he wished. You. Cui Hongshan regretted asking such an indifferent question. Dui Chimeng hurriedly asked, since Captain Cui has already made a decision, we should hurry and leave. Even if we're late, it won't be good. All right. Chui Hongshan gritted his teeth and nodded. Before I leave, this Chui still has something to say. Then, he pointed at Jin Minghui and said, Senior brother Minghui's cultivation and experience are much higher than this Chui's. Unfortunately, this Chui received senior brother Jin Yun's request and took the captain's token. In the future, this Chui still has many things to consult senior brother Minghui. Therefore, this Chui would like to invite senior brother Minghui to be the vice captain of small team 1. What do you all think? When Zhen Minghui heard this, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He immediately waved his hand and said, Captain Chui, this is inappropriate. Since this Zhen is a member of small team 1, I naturally have to contribute to small team 1. Even if there are any dangerous missions, this Zhen will definitely go. This vice captain position should be left to someone more knowledgeable. He, senior brother Minghui, since Captain Chui has said so, this concubine has no objections. If senior brother Minghui can't find a better candidate, then Vice Captain Zhen should reluctantly accept this position. Dui Qimeng hurriedly gave Ming Mao and Dui Ling a look and said hurriedly. That's right, that's right. We have no objections. How could Ming Mao and the others not know? They hurriedly clapped their hands and said, if you don't believe me, ask them. Zhen Minghui's cultivation was the highest in Thunder-Shaking Palace, so how could the others have any objections? Words such as, very good, were not spared. Only Xiao Hua's, as you wish, was a bit abrupt. Will you die if you don't speak? Chui Hongshan gritted his teeth again. Sure enough, Zhen Minghui pointed at Xiao Hua and said, although junior brother Xiao has just entered Foundation establishment, he still has some fame. Moreover, he and Captain Chui are fellow disciples of the same sect. No matter what, he can cooperate with Captain Chui in all aspects. This Zhen feels that it is better for junior brother Xiao to be the vice captain. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2244. Tisk, Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said with disdain, why are you pulling me over for no reason? You can be my captain if you want, I'm not interested. Xiao Hua, the vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, was disdainful, so why would he care about this vice-captain? However, his words were not very sensible at this time. Do you see? Senior brother Minghui, I have a headache. At this time, Chui Hongshan actually let go and pointed at Xiao Hua and said, he doesn't treat little brother as a senior brother at all. Do you think he can cooperate with little brother? For the sake of our team's 10 lives, senior brother Minghui should agree. All right. Zhen Minghui's eyes flashed with a smile and said with some difficulty, since that's the case, I can only reluctantly agree. Good. Junior brothers, since senior brother Minghui has agreed to be my first team's vice captain, then his words are my words. When I'm not here, we must follow senior brother Minghui's lead. Chui Hongshan said while clapping his hands. We understand. Dui Qimeng and the others all agreed. Only Xiao Hua looked unhappily at the cave entrance covered by the light fog without any expression on his face. However, Xiao Hua's heart was somewhat bewildered. What is Chui Hongshan doing? He made Zhen Minghui the vice captain, isn't that a threat to him? If this guy suddenly attacks Chui Hongshan, then only Zhen Minghui can be the captain. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I really don't know what this cultivator family's pig head is thinking. Xiao Hua was still thinking too much. Perhaps he didn't know that the captain's token in Chui Hongshan's hand was like a magic tool that needed blood to recognize its master. Without Chui Hongshan's activation, even if he died, others wouldn't be able to open it. Chui Hongshan could casually record things inside without others knowing. After the battle, the Imperial Thunder sect could only use a secret technique to take back the token. If Zhen Minghui really did the evil thing that Xiao Hua thought of, how could the Imperial Thunder sect not know? After Zhen Minghui removed the formation flag and put away the formation plate, everyone flew out of the cave. Cui Hongshan instructed, "Senior Marshal Brother Minghui, let's do as we discussed just now. The range of your divine sense is large, so you'll lead the way. Later on, you'll follow Su Qing and Qiu Su in turn. The distance between the three of you will be maintained at least 1,000 feet. The two aura refining disciples and the female cultivator from the Thunder Conversion Palace will be in the middle, and Xiao Hua will bring up the rear. This Cui has some matters to discuss with Xiao Hua, so I will accompany him for the time being." "Yes, Captain Cui." Everyone nodded. Without hesitation, Zhen Minghui took the lead and flew up, releasing his spiritual will. Su Qing and Qiu Su followed closely behind, following Cui Hongshan's instructions. Once Dui Qimeng and the rest were more than 300 meters away, Cui Hongshan looked up and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, come with me. I have something to tell you." "Oh? What's there to say?" Xiao Hua urged his magic power and slowly flew away. His speed was even slower than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Cui Hongshan's eyes flickered a few times, and he clenched his teeth, but he still endured it. After flying straight for an hour, he said, "Xiao Hua, this Cui knows you have a problem with this Cui. You don't see this Cui as a senior martial brother. To tell you the truth, this Cui is the same as you. I don't see you as a junior martial brother. If that's the case, what else is there to say?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Cui doesn't see you as a junior martial brother, but eldest senior martial brother sees you as a treasure. Moreover, Master and Master's wife also told this Cui to protect you." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "If it weren't for them, this Cui would definitely pretend not to know you. But since they said so, and this Cui also made a guarantee in front of them, this Cui can't not rely on my own strength to protect you." "You? What ability do you have to protect this Xiao?" Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. "This Cui doesn't have any ability, so ever since I boarded the Thunder Boat, I have been looking for an opportunity." Cui Hongshan suppressed his anger and said, "Do you think this position of captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was obtained by this Cui out of thin air? Do you think Shen Yun will give this opportunity to this Cui out of thin air? This Cui used spirit stones and medicinal pills to exchange for this. Humph, that's what you want. It seems to have nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiao Hua didn't accept his kindness. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow Daoist Cui seems to want to protect the female cultivators of the converted Thunder Palace, right?" "Whatever you say." Cui Hongshan said indifferently, "This Cui doesn't care what you think. In any case, this Cui will make it clear to you now. This Cui has the captain's token, so this Cui can take the position of captain. Before we reach Chicken Crow Mountain, you should find a chance to fly away early. This Cui will tell the others that this Cui received a message from the Imperial Thunder Sect to send you elsewhere. You should find a safe place and hide well. After the battle is over, contact this Cui again. If this Cui still has a breath of life, you can return to my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team." "Huh? If this Xiao leaves like this, the other disciples of the converted Thunder Palace won't know? In the Cultivation Three Kingdoms, there isn't any punishment?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "The punishment for escaping the battle in the Cultivation Three Kingdoms is one word, death. There is no other choice." Cui Hongshan said coldly, "However, this Cui already said just now that this Cui is the captain of the first team. Sending you out on a mission is normal. As long as this Cui is alive, no one will investigate you. If this Cui unfortunately falls, then, this Cui also won't be able to protect you. And, if you feel that leaving now is too early and too hurried will arouse the suspicion of others, then you can leave at any time. When you leave, you only need to send a message to this Cui. This Chui can also give an explanation to others and pave the way for your return after the battle. Alright. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Chui Hongshan urged his magic power and immediately flew forward. This Chui has said everything that needs to be said. You decide what to do. He, Xiao Hua laughed softly and said, since fellow Daoist Chui is so benevolent and righteous, why wouldn't this Xiao be happy? Farewell. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards a snow-covered foothill on his right. Huff, seeing that Xiao Hua really did escape, Chui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his face relaxed. His figure didn't stop and was about to fly forward. Although Xiao Hua flew away, he had already released his Buddhist sense and clearly saw Chui Hongshan's expression. This guy really wants to let this young master go? Xiao Hua was astonished. Could it be that he didn't want to set a trap for this young master? At this time, if he called someone else back, this young master can't escape the crime of desertion. Or maybe this guy will wait until this young master is far away and see Zhen Yun to falsely accuse this young master. How can this young master let him have his way? Besides, this guy is nothing more than the nephew of a cultivator family. He can participate in the sword cultivator battle with a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. This young master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't dare to participate in the battle? If this young master leaves now, not only will I lose face as a loose cultivator, I won't be able to raise my head in front of this guy in the future. Even if I'm a golden core or nascent soul cultivator, if this guy mentions this matter, this young master will still owe him a favor. Maybe it will even become a heart demon. From the beginning, everything this young master has done against him will also turn into flowing water. Damn it, isn't it just this old thief Jingyan? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of a sinister smile, and he thought proudly, I want to see how you will kill this young master in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and the disciples of the Three Kingdoms' disciples. As long as you can't kill me in front of everyone, I have the confidence to escape from your hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure paused, and he immediately flew back. Oh? What? Do you still have something to say? Chui Hongshan was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xiao Hua's tone was still cold. You let this young master leave now, and then you immediately tell everyone about this young master's desertion. Can this young master's evidence still be cleared? Can this young master still escape the pursuit of the Three Kingdoms' disciples? This young master won't fall for your trick. You. Am I that kind of person? Chui Hongshan angrily scolded, if you want to leave, then leave right now. If I want to kill you, would I still need to be so despicable? I'll just directly smash you to death with a lightning pearl. And, let's do it openly. Xiao Hua ignored him and said, using underhanded methods is what you're best at. Isn't this how you obtained the position of captain of the first squad? You. Chui Hongshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, you, a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. After waiting for a moment, Chui Hongshan seemed to have lost his vitality. His face was somewhat gloomy as he said, Xiao Hua, I don't know where you ran off to in this half a year, but this Chui obtained a lot of information about the war. To be honest, we foundation establishment cultivators have died more than aura refining cultivators. Moreover, aura refining cultivators only need to build their foundation to be able to escape from the war. We foundation establishment early stage disciples are far from that lucky. The cruelty of this war is far from what you can imagine. To be honest, it's already not bad if one or two of my first squad can return alive. Alas, whatever should be said, this Chui has already said. This Chui's words have always been valid in the war. You can leave at any time. Finished speaking, Chui Hongshan no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua and flew forward. This young master wants to ask you something. Xiaohua suddenly asked, my Imperial Thunder Sect Master Qian Lazy, or the 8 Great Thunder Palaces Palace Masters, when will they participate in the war? They? Cui Hongshan sneered, you're still relying on the sect master to take care of you? Don't dream. If he wanted to, would you be sent out? Fellow Daoist Cui, you just need to answer this Zhao's question. Xiaohua didn't answer him. They are nascent soul seniors. They will only appear in the second or even third phase of the war. Cui Hongshan said coldly, when they come out, it will already be more than 10 years later. At that time, you will have already turned into flying ash. Hee hee. Even if you turn into flying ash, I absolutely won't. When Xiaohua heard that Daoist calm consideration would only come to the battlefield 10 years later, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he was given 10 years, he really wouldn't be afraid of a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 2245. You're really a loose cultivator. You don't know the gravity of the situation. If we don't escape now, Sai, when will we? Cui Hongshan sighed when he saw that Xiaohua was still being impulsive. He then shook his head and flew forward. What's wrong with loose cultivators? Xiaohua curled his lips and replied, loose cultivators don't have the filthy thoughts of aristocratic family disciples. Running away in the face of battle, I've never thought of that. Although Xiaohua's words weren't particularly unyielding, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose face in front of Cui Hongshan. Why would Cui Hongshan care about him? He flew to the front and said a few words to Dui Qimeng and the others, then sped up and flew forward. He was completely acting like a competent captain. Humph, let them be. Xiaohua, whose cultivation base was the highest among the 10 people, was surprisingly relaxed. He opened his mouth and put several azure spirit pills into his mouth, as if he was eating beans. All kinds of cultivation methods were operating at the same time. The medicinal efficacy of the azure spirit pill, which required a late foundation establishment cultivator to refine for several days, was being refined bit by bit from his meridians and body. At the same time, the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was also being refined in an orderly manner. Xiaohua wanted to take advantage of this relaxed moment to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. 10,000 li northeast of where Xiao Mao was ambushed was the border between Lian country and Huan country. It was still covered in ice and snow, and an endless mountain range lay on the ground like a silver dragon. At this time, there was no wind or snow, and a pale white round sun hung in the sky. On the quiet ground, 30 or so sword cultivators of both sexes slowly flew over from the south. Each of them wore strange armor and stepped on flying swords. Some of these swordsmen had injuries on their bodies, and some had bloodstains that hadn't been removed. However, they all had smiles on their faces, and more than one storage pouch hung on their waists. It was obvious that this was the side that won the battle with the Dao sect cultivators. They were returning to the Fengmeng mountain range with a full load of rewards. Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, this move of yours is really good. A petite female swordsman with an admiring smile said to a 4th-grade swordsman, the other swordsmen are entangled with the Dao sect on the west side of the Fengmeng mountain range. We ambushed them on the east side and killed so many cultivators in an instant. Our harvest is quite bountiful. This kind of method. I have a lot of it. The tall senior marshal Brother Xiang's face was full of glory. He smiled and said, this diversion tactic isn't much. We just need to move quickly and leave before the Dao sect react. Humph, dozens of Qi refinement cultivators and several early-stage foundation establishment cultivators were killed by our flying swords. We didn't even send a message, how could they know? A cold-faced male swordsman was unhappy with Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's arrogance was displeased Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's SSS Junior Marshal Brother Xiang, Juniors Senior, S half test Senior TT, TST half TS the Dao sect S, Ts, Estes T, Ts halves. Marshal Senior. But what about their messages? Senior brother Xiang asked confidently with a smirk. This. Junior brother Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a divine telekinesis swept over from the side of the swordsman. Upon contact, the swordsman immediately locked onto them. Damn it! Senior martial brother Xiang sensed the qi and his expression changed. He waved his hand and said, "Quick, let's fly on our swords and see if we can escape from these cultivators." Junior martial brother Lu, send a message on your flying sword as well. See which senior martial brother is closer and come to help. Yes, junior martial brother understands. Junior martial brother Lu didn't dare to say anything else. He opened his mouth and spat out an inch-long sword. It circled in the air and flew straight ahead. The swordsmen had only flown for half a meal's time before they were surrounded by several groups of patrolling cultivators. Based on their numbers and power, they were similar to the sword cultivators. Don't think of leaving. The first few mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to arrive shouted angrily, "You ambushed our Dao sect's disciples in our country of Lian, and you think you can leave so peacefully? We'll leave your heads behind." With that, the Foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands. Their respective Dharma artifacts flew into the air, emitting different colors of light, and smashed towards the swordsman. The Qi refinement cultivators who followed the Foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands as well. All kinds of yellow talismans and Dharma artifacts flew out from their storage bags and attacked the swordsman from all directions. Ha ha ha. Such attack power is really too weak. I'll show you what a sword cultivator is. With that, the sword cultivators didn't hesitate. The flying swords under their feet flew out like horses. Sword light flashed as they met the swordsman. Puchi, Puchi. All the yellow talismans were no match for the flying swords. They were all broken. A few low-level Dharma artifacts were also no match for the flying swords. They were either pierced or sent flying. Flying swords were indeed not something that Dharma artifacts could match. Humph. What sword cultivator? You're just using your primordial spirit to control your sword. What's the difference between you and us? The mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead had already taken out his pagoda-shaped Dharma artifact. After preparing a spell, he pointed his finger and the pagoda pressed down like a huge rock. Then I'll let you know what a sword cultivator is. A trace of disdain appeared on senior martial brother Xiang's face. He formed a spell with his hand and the flying sword transformed into a shooting star. With a long tail, it rushed towards the pagoda. The pagoda was clearly an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It trembled rapidly in mid-air. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi madly rushed into it. Rays of light that looked like little xiaohua's buds condensed around the pagoda. Waves of Dharma energy surged, and wave after wave of Dharma energy rushed towards the swordsman from the pagoda. Although the swordsman saw that his flying sword had broken through the range of the pagoda's Dharma energy and rushed to the bottom of the pagoda, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that although sword cultivators were known for their attack power, they only had an advantage against cultivators of the same level. If they were to fight against cultivators of the same level who had powerful Dharma artifacts, or cultivators of a higher level, they really wouldn't have any advantage. The shooting star was also abnormally powerful. Not only was the tail of the sword flashing with light, but the tip of the sword was also vibrating as if it wanted to pierce through the void. This vibration was also disturbed by the fluctuations of the pagoda. A series of rumbling sounds faintly sounded in the space between the shooting star and the pagoda. The flying sword and the Dharma artifact hadn't even come into contact, but they were already fighting. The Foundation establishment cultivator narrowed his eyes and shook his hand. The shadow of a pagoda appeared from the bottom and fell rapidly. Break, the swordsman sneered. His fingertips moved slightly, and the tip of the shooting star also moved. A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the shadow of the pagoda. Chapter 2246. It was as if the treasured sword had pierced the pagoda. The pagoda's shadow rippled a few times before disappearing. The sword's light also flickered continuously before disappearing. Hee, fall. 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 The cultivator regained his confidence and chanted an incantation. A string of pagoda shadows instantly fell, and the sharp sound of the wind could be heard incessantly. Break, the swordsman's expression changed slightly. This time, his fingertips did not move, but the entire sword art was raised. The flying sword itself rushed towards the pagoda's shadow. Puff puff. A series of sounds rang out. All the shadows were pierced by the flying sword, but the meteor flying sword's tail was gradually disappearing. Rumble, a cool sound rang out, and the pagoda finally landed on the flying sword. The flying sword, which seemed to have exhausted all its strength, was suddenly suppressed, like a poisonous snake's weak point being stuck. Woo, with a mournful cry, the flying sword fell from midair. Puff, a small mouthful of blood was spat out from the swordsman's mouth. This swordsman's mind was also damaged. Withdraw, the Foundation Establishment cultivator laughed maliciously. The magic power in his body surged. Under his control, the pagoda created a huge whirlpool, sucking in the falling flying sword and the swordsman himself. Both of them were forcefully pulled in several feet. Senior brother Xiang's face was pale. He knew that he had met a powerful enemy. He suddenly opened his mouth, and an inch-long golden sword flew out, rushing into the damaged flying sword just now. The flying sword faintly emitted a faint golden light. At the same time, senior brother Xiang's figure also flew up. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword fell into his hand. Kill! Senior brother Xiang shouted. His entire body transformed into a sword's light, and he became one with the sword, piercing towards the pagoda. Clang, a loud sound rang out. This sword precisely pierced the edge of the pagoda. The tip of senior brother Xiang's flying sword broke, and the swordsman's figure also trembled violently. However, a crack also appeared on the pagoda. Hiss, the Foundation Establishment cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind also felt a slight pain. He thought to himself, sword cultivators are indeed impressive. But that was not all. Senior brother Xiang's figure flashed in the air and paused for a moment. Then, he turned into a sword and flew into the distance like a meteor. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was enraged. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that apart from a dozen or so sword-nurturing swordsmen who had been killed, almost all the other sword-nurturing swordsmen had managed to escape from the cultivator's hands and were flying towards the Wind Dream Mountain range. Chase! Without waiting for the foundation-building cultivator to give the order, all the cultivators channeled their transcendence energy and used their flying techniques to chase after the swordsmen. However, before they could chase for more than 10 li, the distance between them widened. A cultivator's flying technique still couldn't compare to a swordsman's flying sword. Apart from a few middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators with higher cultivation, the rest of the cultivators had already fallen far behind. Damn it, the leading Foundation Establishment cultivator cursed under his breath. His body slightly stopped, and he was just about to give the order to stop. But at this moment, he saw the swordsman who was flying desperately in front of him suddenly stop. With a cheer, he flew back. This is bad. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. When he understood what was going on, he turned pale with fright. This is, a giant? On the flying swords of the many sword cultivators, apart from the swordsman, there was also a burly man who was twice as tall as the swordsman. These burly men were almost naked. On top of their heads, there was a large black braid that extended from their heads to their waists. These burly men's bodies were shiny and glossy. Under the sunlight, they actually gave off a strange glow. Run! Although the Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't be sure if these giants were powerful, when he saw the swordsman turn around to face them, he naturally knew that the swordsman had a card up his sleeve. Why would he still fight them head-on? With a low roar, he hurriedly ordered the cultivators to retreat. However, it was easy to chase after them, but difficult to escape. Although the swordsman had the giant with him, his speed was only slightly slower than before. In just half a meal's worth of time, he had caught up with the cultivators. Kill! The giant behind senior brother Xiang roared and also flew up. Moreover, its speed wasn't very slow as it flew towards the leading Foundation establishment cultivator. Go! Although the Foundation establishment cultivator saw the giant swinging its fist towards him, he didn't dare to be careless. With a point of his finger, the pagoda flew out again and smashed towards the giant. Facing the might of the pagoda and the force and suction of the pagoda, the giant wasn't afraid at all. With a loud bang, the giant's fist smashed onto the pagoda. Moreover, it was at the spot that the swordsman had damaged earlier. With a crack, the crack widened. On the giant's fist, a white mark flashed. Then, with a flash of light, the mark gradually disappeared. The giant wasn't injured at all. No, you're not a giant. Gradually, the cultivator came to a realization. You're a weapon cultivator. Ha ha ha. I am a weapon cultivator. All of you should quickly hand over your lives. The giant laughed loudly, as if his trick had succeeded. His entire body suddenly shrank. When he was the size of a cultivator, he began to chant an inexplicable incantation. The weapon cultivator's body began to emit a bronze light. As the light spread out, the weapon cultivator's body began to change. A weapon that looked like a dagger axe appeared in midair. However, this dagger axe had the shape of a human. At the tip of the dagger axe, a pair of eyes could be faintly seen. Whoosh! The weapon cultivator that had turned into a weapon swayed. Like a fish swimming in water, it quickly pierced towards the Foundation establishment cultivator. On the dagger axe, an endless murderous intent was emitted. It was as if the Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't escape even if he flew into the sky. What a pain! The Foundation establishment cultivator cried out in his heart. He understood that the weapon cultivators of the Huan country were the strangest. They used their own flesh and blood to nourish the weapon. Not only did they have the toughness of a weapon, they also had the alertness and divine sense of a person. Their cultivation was so profound that they almost had the power of a spiritual weapon. It wouldn't be easy for him to win with this pagoda. However, the Foundation establishment cultivator scanned with his divine sense. The sword cultivator that he had just defeated was already guarding behind him. Even if he wanted to escape, he had no way out. Let's fight. The Foundation establishment cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the pagoda. Wang, wang! With a sorrowful cry, the bronze color of the pagoda was smeared with a layer of bleak blood. An extremely strong suction force was generated. With the Foundation establishment cultivator's control, the pagoda spiraled towards the dagger axe. The dagger axe was even stranger. It actually let out a hearty laugh. As the whirlpool of suction force spun rapidly, it counteracted the suction force of the pagoda while also growing sharp barbs at the end of the dagger axe. With a ringing sound, the dagger axe and the pagoda collided. The seemingly huge pagoda was actually sent flying by the long and thin dagger axe. Moreover, the cracks that were already there just now widened, almost piercing through half of the pagoda. If there were no accidents, the pagoda would definitely be split into two after another collision. Give me your life. The dagger axe didn't give the Foundation establishment cultivator a second chance. The dagger axe followed the direction of the pagoda and suddenly extended again. Its sharp head was like a long sword, piercing towards the Foundation Establishment Cultivator whose primordial spirit had been greatly damaged. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator naturally had to defend. He formed a spell, and a semicircular shield appeared in midair, blocking the dagger axe. But it was only for an instant. With a cracking sound, the shield was shattered by the dagger axe, and the dagger axe approached again. Just as the Foundation Establishment Cultivator was about to take out his weapon again, he heard the sound of a flying sword piercing through the air behind him. He didn't need to release his spiritual will to know that Senior Xian was about to kill him. Thus, he channeled his mana and his body suddenly descended, trying to avoid the attack of the dagger axe and the flying sword. However, the flying sword was fast and accurate, and the dagger axe was the weapon cultivator's body. How could he block its flying speed? Just as he descended a few feet, the flying sword and dagger axe had already changed direction. One from the front and one from the back, they were about to pierce his body. My life is over. Only now did the Foundation Establishment Cultivator realize the true power of a sword cultivator and a weapon cultivator. He sighed in his heart and closed his eyes, waiting for death. Don't you dare hurt the disciples of the Utopia faction. With a roar, a human figure descended from the sky. This cultivator had snow-white hair, a blood-red robe, and cold eyes without a trace of emotion. The only thing that came out of his mouth was to follow his heart. Following the roar, 2 3-foot-long, yellow whips split into two and attacked the dagger axe and the swordsman respectively. Humph, pointless Dao sect, how long can you bluff like this? The weapon cultivator didn't care at all and sneered disdainfully. He opened his mouth and spat out a faint golden light, blocking the whip shadows. This weapon cultivator could actually spit out golden chi. The golden chi turned into a disc and floated in the air. However, when the whip shadow, which looked no different from a real magic treasure, hit the gold chi, there was a pang sound similar to that of a gong, and the gold chi was immediately shattered. The whip shadows didn't stop and directly hit the weapon cultivator's shoulder. With a loud bang, a cluster of sparks splashed out from the equipment cultivator's shoulder. Then, a burst of golden brilliance flourished. That golden brilliance quickly spread all over the dagger axe's body, and a layer of cracks as thin as spider silk spread out along with the brilliance at the same time. The brilliance gradually disappeared. The weapon cultivator could no longer maintain the dagger axe's form and gradually reverted to his human form. At this time, there was clearly some fear in the weapon cultivator's eyes. The arrogance from before had long disappeared. The weapon cultivator was beaten back to his original form by the whip, but the sword cultivator didn't have it easy either. The sword cultivator saw that the whip shadows hadn't reached him yet, but the fierce spiritual power on the whip shadows, as well as the strong force contained in the wind, attacked first. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He didn't have the tyrannical defensive power of a weapon cultivator and didn't dare to take it head-on. He formed a sword seal in his hand and the flying sword stabbed horizontally at the whip shadows. Almost at the same time as the weapon cultivator was hit, there was a whoosh sound. The flying sword was hit by the whip shadows. Broken light flashed on the flying sword, and fine cracks suddenly appeared. Pooh! The sword cultivator's flying sword was damaged, and his primordial spirit was also seriously injured. This guy was already injured before, but this time it was even more serious. He spat out a mouthful of blood and waved his hand. The flying sword fell into his hand. He looked at it with heartache, but he saw that the incomparably hard flying sword was now full of cracks. If it was hit again, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Chapter 2247. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He raised his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break. After the white-haired cultivator finished speaking, he dragged the bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow was born from the bamboo whip. It was like a coquettish golden dragon, flashing with intense light. A sharp hurricane seemed to tear the void apart as it slashed towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao? The Foundation establishment cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes and saw the white-haired cultivator. He was extremely surprised and said, "You. Why are you here?" This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the Leeching Treasure Mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. He activated his mana and waved it. Like waves, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic. Rumble. The whip shadow fell, and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden gas, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. At the same time, his body glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound, the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom! The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Humph! Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all, they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in midair, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all used their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in the air for a while, and with a faint flash of light on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys got lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he kept the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. With a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. Li Zongbao had used it to kill so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, but the magic power in his body was showing signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at these disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by this place. I received your message charm and rushed over. All of you, clean up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look? I am under orders to go to the Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What use do we have for these sword cultivators and equipment cultivators? You can take them all. After that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. TSK. Looking at Li Zongbao flying away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How many years has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed. Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Heng Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the Utopia faction's famous magic weapon, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. I'm afraid Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. Yes, it should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded. These weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for Senior Brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core cultivator. If Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core, he definitely deserves it. I'm afraid no other foundation establishment cultivator in the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation can match him. But another Qi refining disciple whispered, isn't Martial Uncle Li very young? Why does he have a head full of white hair? This A Foundation Establishment cultivator hesitated and said, I've heard from my teacher that Senior Brotherly once led a team to the Taiching sect to participate in the feather deity meet. I don't know what happened, but his hair turned white overnight. Since that day, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his previous cultivation speed. No one in the Utopia faction can match him. Martial Uncle Lee seems disdainful to be with us. The Qi refining disciple asked again. The Foundation Establishment cultivator glared at him and said coldly, What do you know? I've heard that Senior Brotherly Zongbao seems to be practicing the famous parting mirror of the Utopia faction. It has a heart like iron, emotions like steel, and Tao like the heavens. My goodness, it's so powerful. Tao like the heavens? The Qi refining disciple was speechless again. Of course, the heavenly Tao is ruthless. If you want to have a profound cultivation, you naturally have to cut off your emotions in order to be close to the heavenly Tao. The parting mirror of the Utopia faction is known to be the cultivation method closest to the heavenly Tao. Then in the end, won't he lose his emotions? Then, is he still human? Of course not. He's a celestial. A celestial who can destroy the heavens and earth with a wave of his hand. The Foundation Establishment cultivator replied snappily, Do you think the parting mirror of the Utopia faction is a cultivation method that mortals can practice? Even if that cultivation method is placed in front of you, you may not be able to understand or comprehend it at all. Let's go, several people said as they collected the storage bags, flying swords, and broken magic weapons scattered around them. Then they flew toward the nearest stronghold of the Utopia faction. On the Xiaoyu continent, the Huan Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom, and the Lian Kingdom bordered each other for tens of thousands of miles. In such a vast territory, there were fierce battles every day. Although there were many casualties among sword cultivators and weapon cultivators, there were even more Taoist faction disciples. Especially those Qi refining disciples, when they encountered the strange attacks of sword cultivators and weapon cultivators, they were not suitable for them and died one after another. Of course, after nearly a year of fighting, there were also some disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage who broke through the bottleneck and set foot on the Foundation Establishment stage. These new Foundation Establishment cultivators were naturally sent back to their respective sects. However, it was said that people's opportunities were not the same. Among these new Foundation Establishment cultivators, many of them had reached the Foundation Establishment stage while fighting. They were directly faced with fierce sword cultivators and weapon cultivators. Before they could really reach the Foundation Establishment stage, the flying swords and magic weapons would reach them. Before they could feel joy in their hearts, they were killed. Even if their senior brothers or uncle masters wanted to save them, it was too late. Under such circumstances, the disciples in charge of many sects in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City naturally had to send more manpower. The second batch of disciples, including the Imperial Thunder sect, and the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families were also urged to send to the battlefront. Moreover, Xiaohua and the others flew forward for more than 10 days. They only saw the vast snowy wilderness and mountains everywhere. They did not see any abnormalities, nor did they see any sword cultivators attacking them. Xiaohua, whose cultivation had been steadily improving, unconsciously came to a realization. Damn it, actually this easy is not much different from cultivating in seclusion. Now it's only the first stage of the war. The nascent soul stage cultivators and high-level sword cultivators have not come out. Isn't this war my world? Why should I be afraid of them? I can deal with them at will. Should I also make a name for myself? Chapter 2248. At this moment, a divine sense swept over from behind Xiaohua. Once discovered, the divine sense immediately locked onto them. This sword cultivator actually attacked from behind me? Xiaohua was astonished and hurriedly released his Buddhist perception. When he saw clearly, a pensive expression flashed across his face. Quick, Xiao Hua, quickly fly to the foothills in front. Xiao Hua heard Dui Qimeng's call. We'll meet the enemy there. Yes. Xiao Hua replied, but he wasn't in a hurry to fly forward. I heard eldest senior brother say that your flying speed is very fast. Why are you so slow? Seeing that Xiao Hua wasn't flying fast, Cui Hongshan couldn't help but feel anxious. However, before Xiao Hua could fly to the foothills, a small brown dot faintly appeared in the distant sky. When it flew into the range of everyone's divine sense, everyone's faces unconsciously relaxed. As it turned out, it was actually a small flowing cloud flying ship. It was precisely the 7 Skills sect's disciples. Since it was a Dao sect disciple, no matter which sect he was from, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples didn't need to be afraid. Thus, Cui Hongshan waved his hand, and Xiao Hua and the other disciples stayed where they were. He and Zhen Minghui flew into the air to meet them. The flying magic tool was indeed fast. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived in front of them. When the flowing cloud flying ship stopped, a mid-foundation establishment old man led 2 early foundation establishment middle-aged men down from the flying ship. His gaze swept across Cui Hongshan, then looked at the people hiding at the foothills. He cupped his hands and said, this old man was wondering who it was. So it's fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect. Nice to meet you. Although this old man came, he didn't take the initiative to announce his name. It was obvious that he disdained Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui's cultivation. Cui Hongshan didn't get angry and cupped his hands in greeting. This one is Cui Hongshan, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Palace. I'm the captain of the Imperial Thunder sect's first team. This is my first team's vice-captain, Zhen Minghui. May I know what fellow Taoists from the 7 Skills sect are here for? Oh, the Imperial Thunder sect's first team? The old man's face unconsciously revealed a trace of surprise. Ha ha ha, an early foundation establishment disciple actually dares to lead the Imperial Thunder sect's first team. A dark-skinned middle-aged man didn't even try to hide his ridicule and actually shouted out. Now that I've received the heavy responsibility of being a teacher, I dare not refuse this heavy responsibility just because my cultivation is low. I will do my best to complete the task entrusted to me by my teacher. Cui Hongshan replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Junior brother Ho, how can you be so rude? The old man glanced sideways at the young cultivator and whispered, every sect has their own difficulties. How can the Imperial Thunder sect compare to our 7 Skills sect? Without a high-level cultivator, it's normal for an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator to be the captain of the first squad. Damn it! Hidden at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was displeased. He could belittle Cui Hongshan at will, but Cui Hongshan was, after all, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect's myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua didn't want others to look down on him. Although this middle foundation establishment old man didn't directly say anything about Cui Hongshan, he actually belittled the entire Imperial Thunder sect. His tone was even more unbearable than that middle-aged cultivator's. Yes, I understand. The middle-aged cultivator hastily lowered his head and took half a step back. I was only thinking about the 7 Possibilities sect. I didn't think about the Imperial Thunder sect. The old man waved his hand, then turned to Cui Hongshan and said, I'm Han Bing from the 7 Possibilities sect. I'm the captain of the 132nd squad of the 7 Possibilities sect. I'm very happy to see Captain Cui. May I know why Captain Cui is here? Cui Hongshan's thoughts were different from Xiao Hua's. After all, the other party was a middle foundation establishment cultivator. He was a small realm lower than the other party, so there was nothing much to say. After thinking for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, I've received orders from my master to head to Foul Crow Mountain for some business. May I know why Captain Han is here? Oh, you're going to Foul Crow Mountain? Han Bing was stunned, then asked, "You've been waiting for a message from Foul Crow Mountain?" Chui Hongshan was even more stunned, then nodded and said, "That's right. Our Imperial Thunder sect was heading to Sky Patrol City, but we received a message halfway. That's why our master hurriedly dispatched our first squad." "Oh, so that's how the first squad came to be." Han Bing came to a realization and said with a smile, "You don't have to go to Foul Crow Mountain. The cultivators of your Imperial Thunder sect's first squad are too weak. They won't be of any use. Furthermore, Foul Crow Mountain isn't a big deal. We're heading there anyway." Chui Hongshan was stunned. He didn't expect Han Bing to say that. "Besides, we're taking the flowing cloud flying ship, which is several times faster than you. By the time your Imperial Thunder sect's first squad reaches Foul Crow Mountain, the cucumber will be cold. What are you waiting for?" The middle-aged cultivator who had been silent all this while said with a smile. He was also belittling the Imperial Thunder sect. Furthermore, this cultivator looked at the flowing cloud flying ship behind him and seemed to be talking to himself. "Besides, our 7 skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship isn't refined well. It can only seat 10 people, no more. When I return, I'll inform the sect of this shortcoming. We must improve it." Chui Hongshan's face turned a little pale. The Imperial Thunder sect's thunder ship was famous in the Dawn Rain continent, but the problem was that they didn't have a small thunder ship. Even if there was a thunder ship, early Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't control it. Besides, 7 Skills sect was a refining sect. The Imperial Thunder sect couldn't compare. Seeing that Chui Hongshan's expression wasn't right, Han Bing was in an extremely good mood. He cupped his hands and said, "Captain Chui, this old man will leave first. After all, there's a reason for Foul Crow Mountain to send a message. You'd better return home and hurry to Sky Patrol City. There are more important matters there. Farewell." After saying that, he turned and flew onto the flowing cloud flying ship without waiting for Chui Hongshan's reply. The other 2 middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivators didn't even report their names to the Imperial Thunder sect and left just like that. Captain Chui. After the 7 Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship flew away, Zhen Minghui looked hesitant. He frowned and stared at the distant horizon. The flowing cloud flying ship had already disappeared into the vast snowfield. He asked, "Are we still going to Foul Crow Mountain?" "Why not?" Chui Hongshan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he asked. "The 7 Skills sect's disciples have a higher cultivation than us. Besides, they have flying Dharma artifacts, so they can leave quickly. By the time we get there, the matter will be over. Why should we go?" Zhen Minghui stammered. "Didn't senior brother Zhen Yun say that there's no big deal in Foul Crow Mountain? They just felt that our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples' flying speed is fast, so they let us go." "Hee, Vice Captain Zhen." Chui Hongshan laughed. "You're the vice captain of the Imperial Thunder sect's first team and a disciple of the sect. How can a 7 Skills sect's mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator decide where our first team goes? Even if we're late, we'll still have to go. Besides, isn't it better for the 7 Skills sect's disciples to lead the way for us?" "Yes, I understand." Zhen Minghui looked ashamed. It was easy for him to submit to someone with a higher cultivation to follow Han Bing's orders without hesitation. It was only when Chui Hongshan spoke that he understood. It was also at this moment that he finally called himself a subordinate for the first time. "Then I'll lead the way," Zhen Minghui said respectfully to Chui Hongshan and was about to fly in front like before. However, Chui Hongshan laughed and said, "No need. Since the 7 Skills sect's disciples are in front of us, why should we be afraid of sword cultivators? We can just go straight ahead." "Yes, I understand." Zhen Minghui nodded and called out Xiaofan and the rest. The 10 of them continued forward. Of course, for safety's sake, Zhen Minghui continued to fly in front. After flying for another 10 days, a hint of green could be seen in the vast snowy plains. From time to time, some tender green could be seen in the pure white veins. It was actually some spiritual trees. There were even some sprouts that were like new shoots emerging from the snow. Chicken Crow Mountain is in front. On this day, when they flew to a glacier, Cui Hongshan pointed to a strange mountain peak in the distance and said, "We'll reach it in half a day. Let's rest for a while." Yes. Zhen Minghui was the first to respond. After 10 days, they had already formed a tacit understanding. Zhen Minghui stopped and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. His gaze landed on a depression in the glacier. He saw that the glacier was very wide. It was probably several hundred feet wide. The sparkling and translucent ice layer covered the entire glacier. Just a few li in front of them, the water flowing down the slope also froze into ice. The rhythm of the river water jumping and splashing was vividly frozen. It really had a kind of beauty that combined movement and stillness. Even if one used the naked eye to see through the layer of ice, one could still faintly see the rapidly flowing waves. One could even hear the hua hua sound in one's ears. Stepping on the solid layer of ice, who would have thought that there was a roaring world below? "Captain Shui, can you take out the cold wind? We'll go over and rest for a while. We'll take some medicinal pills and adjust our breathing for a while." Zhen Minghui asked softly. "Okay, please lead the way, Senior Marshal Brother Minghui." Cui Hongshan never refuted Zhen Minghui's opinions and nodded very gently. After Dui Qimeng and the rest flew over the glacier with Su Qing, Dui Ling landed on the ice layer of the glacier. She looked down curiously at the solid ice under her feet and shouted happily, "Xiao Hua, quickly come and take a look. Have you seen such thick ice before? There's water under the ice. And the water flow is very rapid." During these dozens of days, Dui Ling and Xiao Hua flew at the back. Dui Ling would nag at Xiao Hua whenever she had nothing to do. He even treated Xiao Hua's entry into the Imperial Thunder sect as if he had single-handedly arranged it. It was as if he hadn't discovered Xiao Hua that day, Xiao Hua would have been buried. Moreover, this was Dui Ling's first time coming to this world of ice and snow. Naturally, she was very happy and couldn't help but call out to Xiao Hua. "Little girl." Xiao Hua's figure was still on the other side of the glacier. She lazily replied, "What's the difference between looking and not looking? If you look, it's still flowing. If you don't look, it's still flowing. What's the difference between this and the flowing water of the Imperial Thunder sect? Why are you so boring?" How could Dui Ling understand the profoundness in her words? She pouted, stomped her feet, and bent her body down. Her eyes were almost touching the ice layer. "Io, there's a big fish inside. And a crab? No, this." As she spoke, Dui Ling actually looked a little flustered and almost screamed. Following Dui Ling's scream, her figure immediately flew into the air, trying to escape. Just as her figure left the ice layer, there was a loud pang sound. The thick layer of ice that was as solid as a boulder suddenly burst open. Large chunks of ice were overturned, and ice fragments rushed into the air. A disc-shaped figure emitting a green brilliance rushed out from the ice layer. 2 balls of light whizzed towards Dui Ling's body. "Io!" Long before Dui Ling screamed, Xiao Hua had already released her spiritual sense. She saw a crab with green light waving its large pincers rushing out from the ice layer. Dui Ling was probably the one who cried out in surprise. Seeing that the crab's strength was only around the Qi refinement realm, Xiao Hua didn't care. She didn't move and only watched indifferently with her arms crossed. Chapter 2249. Junior Sister Dui, don't panic. Xiaohua didn't care, but someone else did. Bai Su Gu, who had just flown over the ice layer, let out a low shout. He slapped his storage pouch, and a foot-long fiery red stick flew out. Go! Bai Su Gu urged his transcendence energy, and a circle of flames quickly lingered around the stick. It was Bai Su Gu's fire-congealing pillar. Although Bai Su Gu's fire-congealing pillar was fast, it still couldn't compare to the green crab. Dui Ling had just flown a few feet when the green crab's claws had already caught up to her figure. With a "kacha" sound, the claws cut towards Dui Ling's waist like lightning. Although Dui Ling was in the qi refinement realm and didn't have much experience, he still had a natural reaction. With a wave of his hand, many fireball talismans, lightning talismans, and other talismans were scattered. With a rumble and kacha sound, they all hit the crab's body. However, these fireballs and lightning only blocked the crab's claws, slightly delaying the attack. The green brilliance on the crab's hard shell flashed, and all the attacks were ineffective. Not a single hair on the crab was harmed. Seeing the crab's claws only slightly delayed and were about to cut at her slender waist, Dui Ling panicked and shouted, "Xiaohua, quickly come and save me." Xiaohua stood in the distance, blinking his eyes. A strange smile appeared on his face, but his figure didn't move at all. He only stood quietly in mid-air, without the slightest intention of stepping forward to help. Dui Ling was helpless. He fiercely urged his transcendence energy, and his originally fast dodging figure sped up again. With a "kacha" sound, the green crab's claws cut at Dui Ling's waist. Dui Ling's body emitted a thunderous sound, and a resplendent brilliance appeared at his waist, blocking the green crab's claws. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with an expression as expected. He had long seen that Dui Ling was wearing a defensive transcendent artifact. Although this transcendent artifact couldn't compare to Qian Diheng's, it was more than enough to deal with a first-grade spirit beast like the green crab. However, just as the brilliance blocked the green crab, a green light suddenly flashed on the green crab's claws. With a "chi" sound, that defensive brilliance was actually cut through by the green crab's claws. Ouch! Xiaohua was stunned. At the same time, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This green light is very familiar. Isn't this the Tai green light in my dream executioner? Although the light was faint, the sharpness of the innate gold qi was unmistakable. He was actually able to break through the brilliance of the defensive magic treasure. Of course, the green crab had only managed to break through a tiny flaw in Dui Ling's defensive magic treasure. At this moment, Baisu Valley's fire-congealing pillar had already flown over. Several feet of flames raged as it pounced towards the green crab. Hiss! No one knew where the sound came from, but a cluster of misty green light flew out of the green crab's stomach and covered the fiery condensing pillar, knocking down the several feet of fire. Only half a foot of fire was left on the fiery condensing pillar like a bandage. Die! At this time, Dui Ling had already recovered from his panic. He clapped his hands, and a palm-sized seal flew out from his storage bag. With the activation of Dui Ling's magic power, it flashed with tiny lightning bolts and smashed towards the green crab. Wu green light flew out of the green crab's stomach again, wanting to extinguish the lightning bolts. Die la la la, a burst of lightning bolts lingered. The sharp Tai green light was indeed powerful. Half of the lightning bolts on Dui Ling's magic treasure, the Thunder Seal, were instantly destroyed by the green light. However, the green crab extinguished the lightning bolts, and the Thunder Seal's momentum did not change at all. It still smashed towards the back of the green crab. Seeing that the Thunder Seal was about to hit the green crab, Dui Ling's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Quickly withdraw the Thunder Seal. At this time, Dui Qimeng's voice rang in Dui Ling's ears. Why? Dui Ling was slightly dazed, but he knew that Dui Chimeng's warning must be strange. He hurriedly activated his magic power and formed hand seals to withdraw the thunder seal. However, he was still half a step too late. The green light on the green crab's body spread out, and the crab claws slashed towards the sky, actually cutting towards the thunder seal. Ka, a faint sound rang out. The green light cut through the thunder seal, and a shallow imprint flashed on the thunder seal. The thunder seal's lightning bolts were extinguished a little more. Dui Ling was extremely distressed and shocked. He did not expect the green crab's crab claws to actually cut through the thunder seal. Boom! Baisu Gu's fire congealing pillar flourished with flames again, and several fire dragons pounced towards the green crab. The green crab had no choice but to abandon Dui Ling. The green light under its abdomen reappeared, and it pounced towards the fire dragons. At this time, everyone had already flown back and stopped around Dui Ling and Baisu Gu. Like Xiaofan, they were shocked when they saw the green crab, but they immediately relaxed. They only released their divine senses to check the green crab's movements and instructed Baisu Gu and Dui Ling to join forces to fight the green crab. It was as if they were training the two of them. After a while, Zhenhua also could not hold back. He slapped his hand, and the magic treasure, thunder confining bead, also flew into the air. The sparkling blue lightning bolts flickered and struck towards the back of the green crab. With a loud pang, the thunder confining bead avoided the crab claws and hit the back of the green crab. The green crab's shell still flashed with green light, and there was not the slightest mark left on it. However, faint streaks of lightning remained on the green crab's body, causing it to tremble for a while. Taking advantage of this, the green crab's crab claws turned and cut towards the thunder confining bead. Dui Ling pointed his finger, and the thunder seal also struck down, hitting the front half of the green crab in an instant. A burst of green light flashed, and there were actually some sparks splashing out. The green crab's body swayed twice in midair, and it almost lost its balance. Seeing that it could not gain any advantage, the green crab, who was already surrounded by everyone, finally put away its fearless in the face of danger calmness. Its body swayed slightly, and it was about to fall into the ice layer. Don't let it escape. Zhen Minghui shouted, "This is the advantage of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. Kill this bastard to get the first prize." Okay. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan was also very interested. He clapped his hands, and two thunder beads, one big and one small, flew out. Like meteors catching up with the moon, they fell below the green crab and suddenly rushed towards the green crab's abdomen. Woo! With a burst of ear-piercing sound, the two thunder beads actually made an ear-piercing sound. Pooh! The green crab's abdomen spat out a large cluster of Tai green light, wanting to extinguish the two thunder beads. But the moment the Tai green light fell, the two thunder beads slightly collided. With a ka sound, a bolt of lightning was born from the thunder beads' contact, piercing the green light like a sharp sword, and the two thunder beads took advantage of the collision to fly in opposite directions. This bastard's technique of controlling a celestial artifact is not bad. Only Xiaofan was still standing in the distance, calmly watching with his Buddhist awareness. Seeing Cui Hongshan's method, he could not help but sneer, "Master and Master's wife only gave me a spirit crow fire net, but this bastard gave me two thunder beads at once. Master is a little biased." While Xiaofan was surprised, Cui Hongshan was also surprised. The lightning was like a sword piercing the green light. According to his thinking, it should have pierced through the green light, and even pierced the green crab's abdomen. Who would have thought that the lightning would actually flicker in the green light and be annihilated? How could he not be surprised? This green crab is a little strange. Zhen Minghui also took out his magic tool at this time. It was not much different from Dui Ling's thunder seal, a square brick. However, in Zhen Minghui's hands, the lightning brick seemed to possess a different kind of power. As Zhen Minghui spoke, the lightning brick suddenly grew in size. It was several feet in size and smashed down like a giant boulder. The poor green crab had just dealt with Cui Hongshan's small ball, and now it had to face Zhen Minghui's brick. Its crab claws streaked through the air, leaving a trace of mark. Before the green crab could be happy, the brick smashed down with a boom, hitting its back. Although the green light of the green crab flashed and blocked the thunder brick, it still fell several feet. The green light protecting the green crab was also somewhat dim. Only a thin layer of protection was left. The poor green crab was only a first-rank spirit beast. How could it withstand the torment of so many Foundation establishment cultivators? The corner of Cui Hongshan's mouth curved into a slight smile. He glanced at Dui Qimeng and scolded softly. His hand seals changed slightly, and the two thunder beads that had just separated drew two beautiful arcs under the green crab's abdomen and converged close to the green crab. With a "kacha" sound, another thunder light was born. This thunder light was 10% larger than the previous one, and it was incomparably fast. Before the green light of the green crab could be released, the thunder light had already hit the green light protecting the green crab. Rip, like piercing through a layer of silk, the thunder light tore the green light apart and hit the green crab's abdomen. The green crab's abdomen should be its weak point. The green crab's two crab claws violently waved, and an inch-sized black hole appeared with green smoke. The green crab was injured, and its sinking speed was even faster. Still want to escape? Zhen Minghui was somewhat regretful. He secretly blamed himself for not thinking of attacking the green crab's abdomen earlier. He pointed his finger, and the thunder brick also flew down and hit the green crab. However, just as the thunder brick flew down, the green crab had already landed on the layer of ice. It was about to sink into the big hole that it had just charged out of. Quick, Chiao Su, who had been motionless all this time, pointed his finger. The Dharma artifact that he had set up above the ice hole long ago flew up. It was a thunder net. Seeing the flickering thunder net completely wrap around the green crab, everyone was a little embarrassed. It took a few Foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators to capture the green crab with so much effort. Just as Chiao Su was about to form a seal to capture the green crab, two rays of green light flashed out from the green crab's crab claws and cut a part of the thunder net at the same time. The green light was so sharp that it flashed and cut a big hole in the thunder net. The green crab was about to fall into the ice hole very easily. "Ouch!" Chiao Su exclaimed. He knew that he had underestimated the green light. Fortunately, Zhen Minghui's thunder brick flew over in time and smashed at the spot where Cui Hongshan's thunder pearl had hit. With a "pu" sound, the thunder brick actually sank into it. The green crab's crab claws trembled a few times, and the green light around its body gradually disappeared. Congratulations, senior brother Minghui, for killing it with one strike. Cui Hongshan's thunder pearl flew over at the same time. Seeing that the green crab had been killed by Zhen Minghui, he waved his hand and the thunder pearl flew back to him. Chapter 2250. No, it's all thanks to Captain Cui. If Captain hadn't found this monster's weakness, I'm afraid it would have escaped. Zhen Minghui put away the thunder brick and waved his hand. The huge green crab corpse flew into the air and floated in front of everyone. He said, "This green crab's green light is very strange. It's really powerful." Clap, 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 clap. Xiao Hua's slightly sarcastic praise sounded. "Really powerful. This Xiao admires you very much. A first-grade spirit beast with the strength of Qi refinement. So many people actually took action. Really powerful." "Shut up." Cui Hongshan scolded angrily. "Didn't you see that Dui Ling was in danger and even asked you for help? You didn't do anything. Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, you don't need to know." Xiaofan sneered. Isn't a Qi refinement spirit beast a good opportunity for her to practice? If you all killed it, she would be helpless the next time she sees a spirit beast. What good would it do her? Besides, you clearly knew that this green crab's green light was strange, so why did you kill it? If you found where the green crab came from, wouldn't you be able to get more green light? This. Cui Hongshan was stunned by Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua's words were extremely reasonable. Humph, can you guarantee that Dui Ling won't be injured? Zhen Minghui also chimed in. Besides, a green crab is so difficult to deal with. There must be a lot under the ice, right? What should we do? Even if you want to follow the green crab to find the green light, do you think you can go deep into the ice river? Everything is just wishful thinking. It's just empty talk. Hee, isn't it? Cui Hongshan also laughed. He couldn't help but think of his master's helpless evaluation of Xiaohua's frivolity. Forget it, Xiaohua. Your thoughts are excellent, but our cultivation is limited. If we can prevent Dui Ling from getting injured, we will try our best not to take risks. If there are such difficulties in the future, don't hesitate. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and looked at the green crab. What is this green light? If we can get it, it will be of great use. This subordinate has never seen or heard of such a sharp green light before. It can actually cut through magical artifacts, and even lightning. It's even more impossible for him to know how to draw it. Zhen Minghui's face was also filled with embarrassment as he looked at Qiu Su. After all, Qiu Su was a disciple of the technique imparting pavilion, so he might have some knowledge. Senior brothers, I don't know either. Qiu Su smiled bitterly. Cui Hongshan's gaze swept across Dui Qimeng and the rest. Everyone shook their heads. Forget it, senior brother Minghui, keep this thing for the time being. We'll talk about it when we return to Sky Patrol City and meet our teacher. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and instructed. This. I think Captain Cui should keep it. Zhen Minghui hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. The green crab flew towards Cui Hongshan. Hee, the green crab's green light is powerful. The crab's shell and claws are also abnormally hard. They are all good materials for refining tools. Cui Hongshan glanced at Zhenhua and said with a smile. Yes, Captain Cui is right. After seeing Cui Hongshan's magic tool, Zhenhua also knew that Cui Hongshan was indeed not weak. He felt admiration in his heart and quickly replied, the crab shell is extremely hard and the crab claws are extremely sharp. In the 100 Refinements Hall, it is a rare material for refining. We'll definitely encounter a lot of such rare materials in the future. There's no need to divide it now. When we return to Sky Patrol City, I'll share it with everyone. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, Senior brother Minghui, keep it for the time being. We'll remember this. Even if you want to take it, you can't. All right. Zhen Minghui knew that Cui Hongshan wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. After thinking for a while, he reluctantly nodded. With a wave of his hand, he kept it in his storage bag. All right, let's take a rest. Cui Hongshan used his divine thought to check for a moment. After confirming that there was no danger, he ordered. Before Dui Ling and the rest could fly up, Xiaohua suddenly said, Fellow cultivator Cui, I have something to do. Please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned around and flew back without waiting for Cui Hongshan's reply. You. Cui Hongshan was slightly angry. He could not figure out what Xiaohua wanted to do. If he wanted to escape, why did he do it earlier? Now, he wanted to escape in front of everyone? But if he didn't escape, what couldn't he say clearly? Hee, Captain Cui, your junior brother's temper isn't small. Zhen Minghui seemed to be distressed. He doesn't respect the captain at all. AI, there's no way. Cui Hongshan sighed again. He's just a junior brother who just entered foundation establishment. I also received master's instructions. There's nothing I can do. And I also have such a junior brother. Since young, he has been doted on by his master. He's rather arrogant, but what happened in the end? He's still in the 11th layer of qi refining. This time, he was almost sent out. Zhen Minghui laughed. This junior brother of yours is not bad. He's already entered foundation establishment. It seems that he also has some knowledge. N. Cui Hongshan looked in the direction Xiao Hua disappeared. Of course, I will do what I can. If it's beyond the scope of my abilities, I can't do it. Everything will be up to the will of the heavens. Immediately, everyone flew to a low-lying area and took medicinal pills to rest. Dui Ling looked in the direction Xiao Hua disappeared in, as if he had lost something. After waiting for nearly the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua finally came back. What did you go to do? Cui Hongshan asked unhappily. You're a member of my team. Even if you're my junior brother, you must explain the reason when you go out. Otherwise, I won't be able to convince everyone. I know. Xiao Hua replied unhappily, but he didn't explain what he had gone to do. Xiao Hua, come over here. Seeing that Cui Hongshan was about to scold him again, Dui Qimeng hurriedly called out. Xiao Hua responded and flew to Dui Qimeng and Dui Ling's side. Cui Hongshan looked at the others, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Dui Qimeng looked at the lazy Xiao Hua and whispered, Xiao Hua, senior sister will say something to you. No matter what, Cui Hongshan is already the leader of our team. As his senior brother, you can't undermine him. Even if you have some complaints in your heart, you can't show it on your face. After all, he has to make plans for the 10 of us. You have to endure it for the sake of our lives and your own. Xiao Hua mumbled to himself. Also, Cui Hongshan was right. Even if you want to train Dui Ling, you have to ensure his safety first. How dangerous was it just now? If we didn't intervene, Dui Ling's life would have been long gone, let alone training. Tisk, is it worth it? Xiao Hua wasn't convinced. How could he let the green crab hurt Dui Ling? However, he didn't say anything and continued to mumble. That's right, Xiao Hua. No matter what, I was the one who recruited you to the Imperial Thunder Sect. How could you be so ruthless? Dui Ling whispered with a bitter face. All right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. This Zhao's cultivation is shallow. Even if I intervened, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to save you. Therefore, I had no choice but to not intervene. Since you are so unhappy, this jade slip is this Zhao's apology. Jade slip? What for? Dui Ling was very puzzled, but he still took it and used his weak divine perception to take a look. Tai green light? Collecting technique? Immediately, Dui Ling withdrew his divine perception and handed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, It's good that you know you are wrong. I only want your apology. You should keep this thing yourself. Dui Ling. Zhenhua was shocked and said anxiously, Quickly let me see the jade slip. Why should I give it to you? Dui Ling was unhappy and looked at Xiao Hua. Why are you looking at me? It's all yours. This Xiao has never given anything to anyone, and I will never take back what I have given. Xiao Hua said indifferently. You have never given anything to anyone? Have you never given anything to Fairy Hongxia? Dui Ling asked with a smile. Why should I tell you? Xiao Hua flew to the side and sat down cross-legged. He wiped his hand and put the green spirit pill into his mouth, no longer paying attention to them. Tai green light? At this moment, Zhen Minghui also woke up and followed Zhenhua to Dui Ling's side. However, Cui Hongshan still didn't understand. Seeing Cui Hongshan's confusion, Dui Qimeng hurriedly transmitted a message, seemingly telling Cui Hongshan about the Tai green light. When Cui Hongshan heard this, he looked at Xiao Hua with even more astonishment. Dui Ling naturally passed the jade slip to Zhenhua. Zhenhua looked at it for a moment before passing it to Zhen Minghui. When Zhen Minghui finished looking at it, his face was filled with surprise. Just like Zhenhua, he looked up at Cui Hongshan and said, "Captain Cui, we are really lucky. If I'm not wrong, the green light inside the green crab is the Tai green light. It is a type of innate gold qi. When refining qi, you only need to use a little bit of it, and your artifact will immediately become incomparably sharp. This is especially true for artifacts like flying swords. Many of the elders in my Imperial Thunder sect are searching everywhere for this item. And, senior apprentice brother Minghui, you can try extracting this Tai green light." Cui Hongshan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. However, he was immediately overjoyed. They had just set out and hadn't even encountered a sword cultivator, yet they had such a harvest. This was truly beyond his expectations. Zhen Minghui glanced at Xiao Hua, who was ignoring them in the distance, and said with a smile, "Captain Cui, although the green crab is ours, we have eyes but failed to see. If it weren't for your junior apprentice brother's jade slip, this Tai green light would only benefit others. Since that is the case, please extract it, Captain Cui. It is better to leave such a rare item with the captain." Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone, thought for a moment, and nodded, "Fine, I will reluctantly accept this difficult task." With that, Cui Hongshan took the jade slip from Zhen Minghui's hand. He immersed his divine thought in it for a long time, flew to the place where he had previously rested, sat down, and closed his eyes to meditate. After a while, Cui Hongshan opened his eyes and looked at Zhen Minghui. Zhen Minghui immediately woke up. He clapped his hands, and the huge green crab fell in front of Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan made a gesture and hit the green crab. The green light that had been annihilated before gradually reappeared with the incantation, and it became more and more intense. After a while, Cui Hongshan's hand tightened. As his hand grasped, a green brilliance smaller than a mung bean condensed together and gradually rose from the green crab's corpse. It was a little bit of Tai green light. Chapter 2251. That's great. Everyone's face lit up with joy. They knew that this was the Tai green light. This was a good thing. Even if everyone got some, it would still be good, not to mention that this thing was free. Then, Cui Hongshan put the Tai green light into the jade box, stuck a talisman on it, and put it away in his storage bag. "Alright, everyone, we've rested enough. Now it's time to get down to business." Cui Hongshan clapped his hands and smiled. "There must be more good things waiting for us ahead." Good. Everyone was happy and spread out, ready to activate their magic power. However, Dui Ling's eyes were sharp and he said anxiously, "Captain Cui, wait a moment." Xiao Hua seems to have not finished adjusting his breath. Cui Hongshan, who was grinning from ear to ear, turned his head to look. Sure enough, Xiao Hua still looked calm and did not hear Cui Hongshan's order. He, fellow Daoist Xiao is really diligent. He even wants to use this little bit of time. If his cultivation does not improve, it would be unreasonable. Ming Mao also helped him out. Why don't we rest for a while? All right. Cui Hongshan nodded. However, without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Hua jumped up and said indifferently, "Let's go. I've finished adjusting my breath." Beside them, Dui Qimeng was laughing in her heart. She almost laughed out loud. As an outsider, she could see clearly that Xiao Hua was going against Cui Hongshan in every way to make Cui Hongshan angry. If Xiao Hua did not take out the jade slip just now, Dui Qimeng would not be able to guess Xiao Hua's thoughts. Now, she was not worried about her lover. If Xiao Hua had any bad intentions, there was no need for him to take out the jade slip to extract the Tai green light, even if it was for Dui Ling Yu. Cui Hongshan was a little angry and said coldly, "Don't think that you'll be rewarded for taking out the jade slip. Once I get it to Sentry City, the elders of my Imperial Thunder sect will definitely know. You're just letting us wait in advance." Without waiting for Cui Hongshan to finish, Xiao Hua said indifferently, "I didn't give you any jade slip. Are you still leaving or not?" "Go, go." Zhen Minghui hurriedly interrupted. "We'll leave now." As he spoke, he pulled Cui Hongshan's Taoist robe and took the lead to fly into the air. "Let's go, Xiao Hua. You still have to cover the rear with this concubine." Ming Mao and Dui Ling waited for the others to fly away before covering their mouths and laughing as they held hands and flew up. "Humph." Xiao Hua curled his lips, feeling extremely displeased in his heart. What use does the extreme unity green light have? These 9 people definitely don't know as much as he does, and he definitely wants to obtain the extreme unity green light more than the other 9 people. Naturally, what he wants is not just this little bit of extreme unity green light. Unfortunately, he had already used Earth Escape to the bottom of the ice river and searched everywhere, but there were no clues at all. Apart from the cold, there was no other spirit beast in sight. Who knew where this green crab came from? If Green Crab could return alive, he would be able to bring Xiao Hua to find even more green crab. Forget it. Xiao Hua flew at the back, still as slow as before. He only pondered for a moment before tossing it aside. Of the 9 sword pellets, only the first one had been repaired. The other 8 still couldn't work. Presumably, the injuries suffered by 9 stars transit that day weren't light. If he had the extreme unity green light, he might be able to repair these sword pellets as soon as possible. If he didn't, Xiao Hua wasn't in too much of a hurry. He could just slowly repair them. Thus, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and flew leisurely, but his mind was focused on the cultivation method. After flying for another half a day, a mountain ridge appeared in front of them. Cui Hongshan stopped and looked at the jade slip again. He nodded and said, "This is Chicken Cry Mountain. Wait for me to send a summoning talisman." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and a lightning summoning talisman was sent out. A moment later, several people came out from the mountain ridge. The one in the lead was an early-stage Foundation establishment old man dressed in hemp clothes. Behind him were several aura refining disciples. From afar, the old man cupped his hands and said, "Chicken Cry Mountain's Lan Li greets fellow Taoist Cui and fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect. I don't dare. I'm Cui Hongshan. Greetings, fellow Taoist Lan Li." Cui Hongshan didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly returned the greeting. He then pointed at Zhen Minghui and said, "This is my Imperial Thunder sect's Zhen Minghui, my assistant." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhen." Lan Li turned around and bowed. He said with a smile, "From fellow Taoist Zhen's name, you must be a descendant of the Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Palace. You're truly respectable." "I don't dare." Zhen Minghui returned the greeting and said with a smile, "I may have a higher starting point, but compared to fellow Taoist Lan's diligence, I'm still ashamed of my inferiority." "Hee, this is fate." Lan Li said with a smile, "Everyone's path is different. If fellow Taoist Zhen was born in my Chicken Cry Mountain, perhaps your accomplishments would be even greater than mine." "Not at all." Zhen Minghui's expression didn't change, but he was indeed bewildered in his heart. They had already met, yet they were still exchanging boring pleasantries. What was the matter? Why didn't they invite him into Chicken Cry Mountain first? Cui Hongshan was also puzzled. He clapped his hands and took out the Imperial Thunder sect's first team token, saying, "I was sent by the Imperial Thunder sect's master." I received a message from Chicken Cry Mountain and came to rescue them. This is my Imperial Thunder Sect's token, which is recognized by the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Fellow Taoist Lon, please check it. Hehe, there's no need. Lon Li glanced at it and said with a smile, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are all dignified people. How can they be compared to the filthy sword cultivators? I can tell at a glance that they're different. I should have invited all of you into the valley for a chat, but now that we're in the midst of a great battle, the crisis of my Chicken Cry Mountain has been resolved. I believe there will be more opportunities for you to show your talents in Sky Patrol City. Therefore, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist Chui to bring the Imperial Thunder Sect's fellow Taoist back to Sky Patrol City quickly. Chui Hongshan was stunned. He looked around and asked curiously, did Chicken Cry Mountain encounter sword cultivators? What crisis was it? How did it get resolved so quickly? This. Lon Li hesitated and said with a smile, it's nothing. Previously, a small group of sword cultivators surrounded my Chicken Cry Mountain and seemed to want to destroy my Chicken Cry Mountain. However, under Valley Master's lead, we chased the sword cultivators away. After that, no more sword cultivators came to harass us, so I don't think they'll come again. The message that Chicken Cry Mountain sent to my Imperial Thunder Sect was, that they needed disciples with fast flying speed to come over. Was there anything else? Chui Hongshan was a little disappointed. They had come so excitedly, but left just like that. It was very empty. Lon Li blinked and turned to look at the few disciples behind him. It seemed like he did not know what to say. Fellow Taoist Lon, the 7 Skills Sect's disciples have already arrived, right? Zhen Minghui said with a smile, don't tell me they helped us out. Hehe, so fellow Taoists have already met the 7 Skills Sect's disciples. Lon Li said with a smile, if that's the case, I won't hide anything. A few days ago, the 7 Skills Sect's disciples arrived and killed the sword cultivators. The crisis of Chicken Cry Mountain has already been resolved. I'm afraid that I'll embarrass the Imperial Thunder Sect, so I'm too embarrassed to say it. It's fine, Chui Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, as long as Chicken Cry Mountain is fine, isn't that better than anything else? Fellow Taoist Lon, can you give me a copy of Chicken Cry Mountain's token so that I can use it as proof to explain myself to my sect? This. Lon Li was a little troubled. He shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. Now that the sword cultivators are at war with my Tao sect, this token is very important. It's in the hands of the Valley Master, and he's currently having a secret meeting with the 7 Skills Sect's disciples. I'm afraid he can't give it to fellow Taoist Chui. Fine, Chui Hongshan was in a dilemma. Should I leave or not? Leave, without the token, who knows if you've come to Chicken Cry Mountain or not. If I don't leave, it's the 7 Skills Sect who helped me out. It has nothing to do with me. Later, when I meet the Valley Master of Chicken Cry Mountain, I'll definitely meet the 7 Skills Sect's disciples, and they'll definitely mock and ridicule me. Sigh, this so-called captain, it's really troublesome. Chui Hongshan was almost dispirited. After pondering for a moment, Chui Hongshan smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll wait. After all, I'm under my master's orders. Without proof, it'll be hard for me to explain myself. All right then. Lon Li thought for a moment, then raised his hand and gestured, fellow Taoist Chui, please follow me. With that, Lon Li flew to the foot of the mountain first. Chui Hongshan and the others flew behind him, and the Chicken Cry Mountain's disciples accompanied them. Chicken Cry Mountain was a mountain ridge, and it was several hundred feet higher than the surrounding snowy plains. The mountains were undulating, and from high up in the sky, it looked like a crowing rooster. That was probably how Chicken Cry Mountain got its name. Chui Hongshan followed Lon Li into the mountain ridge, and after passing through a faint fog restriction, they arrived at the back of the rooster. It was a valley that was several miles wide, and the foundation of the Chicken Cry Mountain's disciples was in this valley. On the stone walls of the valley, there was a rather majestic building. Cui Hongshan followed Lan Li into a hall with a sign that read, Guest Hall. Fellow Taoists, please take a seat and enjoy some spirit fruits and spirit tea. I'll go invite the valley master over. Lan Li said with a smile. Yes. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Lan. Cui Hongshan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then, he sat on a chair and gave Zhen Minghui a look. Zhen Minghui understood and walked to Lan Li's side, whispering, Fellow Taoist Lan, we came here in a hurry, and our teacher didn't have time to inform us. I'll take the liberty to ask for the name of your valley master, so as to avoid being rude later. Hee, it's nothing. Lan Li shook his head slightly and smiled, my Chicken Cry Mountain is far to the north of the country of Xi, and we're a small cultivation family. How could we attract the attention of the Imperial Thunder sect? For them to send their disciples over, my Chicken Cry Mountain is already very grateful. I'll let fellow Taoist Jin know that the valley master of my Chicken Cry Mountain is Valley Master Zhan Xinzhan. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lan. Zhen Minghui smiled apologetically, for Chicken Cry Mountain to be coveted by sword cultivators, it must be famous. My teacher of the Imperial Thunder sect must also know about it. It's just that we, the younger generation disciples, have little experience and are somewhat ignorant. Hee, fellow Taoist Jin, please take a seat. Lan Li smiled and called for the disciples to serve the spirit fruits and spirit tea. Then he went straight ahead. Hee, it's really embarrassing. Xiaohua saw Cui Hongshan's slightly red face and felt very refreshed in his heart, even the name of the Chicken Cry Mountain's clan master came rashly. How could it not be embarrassing? This is great, it's embarrassing in front of everyone. Chapter 2252. Cui Hongshan was also helpless. He thought that there was a detailed explanation in the token, so he didn't ask in detail on the thunder boat. When he got out of the thunder boat, he realized that something was wrong. Perhaps the masters of the Imperial Thunder sect really didn't put Chicken Crow Mountain in their eyes, but Cui Hongshan couldn't. Now that he was here, instead of embarrassing himself in front of the valley master, he might as well ask clearly now. Cui Hongshan and the others thought it would be quick, but they actually waited for more than half a day. They didn't see Lan Li or the so-called Zhan Xian. Damn it, it can't be a trap, right? Xiaohua secretly released his Buddhist sense. All the disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain were normal and did what they were supposed to do. However, there were many restrictions that his Buddhist sense couldn't penetrate. Xiaohua also couldn't see where Lan Li or the Seven Skills sect disciples were. It's a little strange. Xiaohua withdrew his Buddhist sense and knew that it wasn't a trap. He thought to himself in surprise, aren't there too many restrictions in this Chicken Crow Mountain? It's different from ordinary cultivation aristocratic families. Cui Hongshan, who had always been calm, was also a little anxious. Just as he was about to find a disciple to rush them, he heard light and noisy footsteps coming from outside the hall. When Cui Hongshan and the others looked up, they saw Seven Skills sect's Han Bing, accompanied by a skinny middle-stage foundation establishment old man, quickly entering the guest hall. Needless to say, this tall and skinny middle-stage foundation establishment old man must be the valley master of Chicken Crow Mountain, Zhan Xian. Cui Hongshan didn't want to get up because if he did, he would be greeting Han Bing, which would damage the reputation of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he was a guest of Chicken Crow Mountain. When the host came, how could he not get up? Moreover, Cui Hongshan was born in a cultivation aristocratic family and had seen the arrogance of the disciples of cultivation sects in his own home. He had long decided not to be such a bad person. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Cui Hongshan still stood up. Seeing Cui Hongshan stand up, Zhen Minghui and the others also immediately stood up. On the other hand, Xiaohua glanced coldly and still sat there without moving. Seeing Cui Hongshan and the others stand up, Han Bing smiled slightly, but when she glanced at Xiaohua, her eyes flashed fiercely. Xiaohua pursed his lips and also glared at her. He didn't seem to be afraid, which made Han Bing surprise. "Oh, so it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man should go out and greet you personally." Zhang Xian naturally didn't want to offend the Imperial Thunder Sect, so he forced a smile and hurriedly said, "However, because fellow Daoist Han from the Seven Skills Sect arrived first, this old man had some matters to discuss with fellow Daoist Han in private. That's why I was rude. Please don't blame me, fellow Daoist Cui." As he spoke, Zhang Xian took a few steps forward and bowed. Zhang Xian's bow instantly gave face to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Cui Hongshan was also overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to return the bow. He smiled and said, "I dare not trouble Valley Master Zhang. I came under my master's orders. I'm really nagging." "Not at all. I'm more than happy that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has come to help my Chicken Crow Mountain defend against the enemy." Zhang Xian said anxiously, "I'm truly grateful." Cui Hongshan shook his head. "It's a pity that we came too late and couldn't help Chicken Crow Mountain at all. This old man is extremely grateful that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has such intentions. Come, take a seat and have some of my Chicken Crow Mountain spirit tea." Zhang Xian smiled and gestured for Cui Hongshan and the others to sit. At this moment, Han Bing also walked in front of Cui Hongshan. She glanced at him with a smile and said, "Captain Cui, why did you still come? I already told you that we don't need you here." Cui Hongshan originally wanted to sit down, but now he could only remain standing. He looked at Han Bing and asked, If a disciple of the Seven Skills Sect is here, why can't a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect come?" Han Bing raised her eyebrows and sized up Cui Hongshan. She asked curiously, "Why must a disciple of my Seven Skills Sect be here, but a disciple of your Imperial Thunder Sect must come?" Cui Hongshan was displeased. Han Bing was clearly provoking him. However, seeing that she was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he took a deep breath and replied, "A disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect received a message from Chicken Crow Mountain. Of course, he had to come. As for whether a disciple of your Seven Skills Sect comes or not, it has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder Sect." "Ha ha ha." Han Bing laughed and asked, "Don't you know what message Chicken Crow Mountain sent to your Imperial Thunder Sect?" Cui Hongshan was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. That's my master's business." Fellow Han. Zhang Xian felt that something was amiss. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Both the Seven Skills Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect came from my Chicken Crow Mountain. They're all disciples of my Dao sect. Why do you have to get to the bottom of it?" "Valley Master Zhang." Han Bing's expression changed slightly. She turned around and said, "I came under my master's orders. I never thought that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect would come. This matter, this is all a mistake made by the disciple who went out to send the message." Zhang Xian immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Didn't we already discuss the matter of my Chicken Crow Mountain with fellow Han?" Han Bing nodded. "I already know the reason. However, I still want to tell some self-righteous sects that if they don't have enough strength, they shouldn't force their way in. You were clearly sent to run errands to find my Seven Skills Sect. Why did you send your own disciples?" With that, she waved her sleeves and sat down on the chair at the head of the meeting hall. The other early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples and a 12th-stage Qi Refinement disciple from the Seven Skills Sect also sat on the main seats. Seeing this, Cui Hongshan frowned. He didn't sit down. He looked at Zhang Xian and sneered, "Valley Master Zhang, I didn't want to be a busybody. I only wanted to get the token from Chicken Crow Mountain and return to Sky Patrol City." However, since someone said that my Imperial Thunder sect can only run errands, I have to ask clearly. What's going on? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. He glanced at the smug Han Bing and then at the ashen-faced Cui Hongshan. He was in a difficult position. This was a competition between the Seven Skills sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. Chicken Crow Mountain had no reason to get involved. After pondering for a moment, he smiled apologetically. Fellow Daoist Cui, are you from Quan Yu's Cui family or by Nan's Cui family? Fellow Daoist Cui Peng and fellow Daoist Cui Rixin are familiar with me. These two families have a very good relationship with my Chicken Crow Mountain. My Chicken Crow Mountain often trades with them for some artifacts. Hearing Zhang Xian mention the head of Quan Yu's Cui family, Cui Peng, Cui Hongshan's expression softened. However, he still sneered, fellow Daoist Zhang, I'm now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You're putting me in a difficult position by mentioning my family background. Not at all. When Zhang Xian heard that, he immediately reached out and took out a small storage bag. He handed it to Cui Hongshan and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Cui, this is the token of my Chicken Crow Mountain. Then, he transmitted his voice, there are some spirit stones inside and a magic artifact of my Chicken Crow Mountain. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Fellow Daoists from the Imperial Thunder sect, thank you for coming here. Cui Hongshan was a little hesitant. Beside him, Zhen Minghui smiled and said, since Valley Master Zhan has given us the token, Captain Cui, we should return to Sky Patrol City immediately. There are still sword cultivators waiting for us to kill. All right. Cui Hongshan saw Zhen Minghui's hint and took the storage bag. He nodded and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. Disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, if possible, please stay for a few more days. It won't be too late to rest here for a while before leaving. Zhang Xian was happy and politely urged them to stay. Ha ha ha, you're leaving already? Han Bing laughed and said, looks like. We can only rely on my Seven Skills sect to kill the sword cultivators in Chicken Crow Mountain. Only the sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City can rely on the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if the Imperial Thunder sect disciples stay in Chicken Crow Mountain, they can only hide behind my Seven Skills sect. After all, their enemy is in Sky Patrol City. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples were displeased. At this moment, a figure flew in from the outside. Before the figure could be seen, a panicked voice rang out, Valley Master, something bad has happened. My Chicken Crow Mountain is being attacked by thousands of sword cultivators. Zhang Xian was shocked. He looked at the descending Qi refinement disciple and said in shock, thousands of sword cultivators? What are their cultivation bases? Alright, Valley Master, most of them are at the 9th grade of sword nurturing realm. A small number of them are at the sword drawing realm. The panicked disciple said anxiously. Hiss. Zhang Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Only a few hundred sword cultivators had attacked Rooster Crow Mountain earlier, and Rooster Crow Mountain alone was already unable to fend them off. Now, there were over 1,000 sword cultivators. Even if the disciples of Seven Skills sect and Imperial Thunder sect were added in, they were still no match for them. Ha 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 ha! Without waiting for Zhang Xian to speak, a loud laugh came from behind Cui Hongshan. Zhang Xian looked over curiously. It was Xiao Hua who was laughing. Why are you laughing, fellow Daoist? Zhang Xian asked with a gloomy face. Sigh, I'm just lamenting. Xiao Hua's face was lonely. He pointed at Han Bing and said, Seven Skills sect's fellow Daoist Han's enemy is here. Where is my Imperial Thunder sect's enemy? Sentry City is really too far away. My Imperial Thunder sect's disciples are really lonely. You. Han Bing's face was naturally filled with panic. Hearing Xiao Hua's ridicule, she became even angrier. She said coldly, what is this fellow Daoist's name? Isn't your Imperial Thunder sect preparing to fight? I am Imperial Thunder sect's Xiao Hua. What? Does fellow Daoist Han still want to remember? However, even if you want to find trouble with this Xiao, you have to wait until you fight with your enemy. Oh, this Xiao forgot. Fellow Daoist, you have to wait until after the battle. Xiao Hua pretended to come to his senses and slapped his forehead. Xiao Hua. Cui Hongshan said coldly, shut up. Yes, yes, this Xiao will shut up now. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, he still said to Han Bing, as for whether my Imperial Thunder sect will fight or not, this Xiao thinks that it will depend on the result of 7 skills sect's battle. Fellow Daoist Han just said that the words spoken are like spilled water. It can't be taken back. Seeing Han Bing trembling with anger, Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. He never thought that this junior brother of his, who he always disliked, was so pleasing to the eye today. However, he still scolded, Xiao Hua, how can you be so impudent? He is a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How can he go back on his words? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. However, he didn't want to be entangled with these two sections. He waved his hand and said, let's go take a look and discuss how to fight. Chapter 2253. Please. Han Bing stood up coldly and raised her hand, indicating for Zhang Xian to leave first. The 7 skills sect disciples also stood up. After the 7 skills sect disciples followed Han Bing out of the guest hall, Zhen Minghui whispered, Captain Cui, what should we do? What else can we do? We can only face the enemy head-on. Cui Hongshan sighed and waved his hand. The sword cultivators are approaching. Let's go take a look. Yes. Dui Qimeng replied and followed Cui Hongshan out of the guest hall. However, Xiao Hua sat there motionlessly. You're not going to take a look? Cui Hongshan frowned and said, are you really going to hide behind the 7 skills sect's disciples? Yes. Why not? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, my cultivation is shallow, so of course I have to hide behind them. Yes. When Cui Hongshan saw that Xiao Hua was so shameless, he didn't say anything and walked out of the guest hall. Dui Ling walked at the back and actually gave Xiao Hua a thumbs up. Evidently, he was praising Xiao Hua's calmness when facing a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Tisk, you're still laughing even now. Wait until you see thousands of sword cultivators. You won't be able to laugh anymore. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Ling unhappily and closed his eyes to refine the medicinal power of the Azure Spirit Pill. He released his Buddha's perception and saw the sword cultivator dozens of miles away. Was there a need to look? Moreover, swordsmen who were at most at unsheathing sword cultivation were not Xiao Hua's type. Even if there were over 1,000 of them, they still wouldn't be able to stop Xiao Hua. When Cui Hongshan and the others left the guest hall, there were already disciples of Rooster Crow Mountain who came to greet them, leading them to follow Zhang Xian and the others who had already flown to the peak of Rooster Crow Mountain. The peak of Chicken Crow Mountain was also covered in deep snow. Although it was not too high, it was enough for one to clearly see the surroundings. Cui Hongshan gradually flew higher and released his divine sense. He could not find any traces of sword cultivators. There were also some small dots in the distant horizon that he could not see clearly. Fellow Daoist John, what's the situation? Cui Hongshan asked in a low voice. Zhang Xian furrowed his brows and shook his head slightly. I don't know either. The disciple on guard duty didn't send another message. Most likely, he had already died. Even with my spiritual sense, I still can't find any traces of the sword cultivator. Oh. Cui Hongshan had a thought and asked, since there are still no traces of the sword cultivator, why don't we? Cui Hongshan did not continue, but Zhang Xian clearly knew what Cui Hongshan meant. He smiled bitterly. Last time, there were several hundred sword cultivators. The disciples of my Chicken Crow Mountain who went out to ask for help barely managed to escape from their encirclement. Now that there are over 1,000 of them, I'm sure they already have the intention of killing us in a single strike. Hearing that, Cui Hongshan became even more confused. He asked again, since the sword cultivators have already attacked Chicken Crow Mountain, why didn't the Valley Master ask for more help? Will we allow them to attack a second time? Alas, fellow Taoist Cui, there is something you don't know. Zhang Xian was still smiling bitterly. Right now, the sword cultivators are coming in large numbers. There are dangers everywhere. Where would we find extra people to help? Moreover, according to the previous records in the valley, sword cultivators don't harass our cultivation families too much. Even if they attack, they only attack once. If they succeed, they succeed. If they don't, they retreat. They are just low-level swordsmen who are seeking a breakthrough. There is no need for them to fight us to the death. There's something strange about today. Cui Hongshan nodded. That's right. Zhang Xian replied. Last time, the sword cultivators surrounded my Chicken Crow Mountain. After fellow Taoist Han came, although there were only 10 of them, he joined forces with me and the elders of my Chicken Crow Mountain to defeat the swordsmen with the highest cultivation. They then retreated, just like what was recorded in the records. Who knows why they came back? How many disciples of your valley are there? Cui Hongshan asked again. About 400. Zhang Xian understood Cui Hongshan's meaning and replied, there were only about 300 swordsmen from before. However, there were several third-grade swordsmen. I was afraid that my Chicken Crow Mountain wouldn't be able to handle them, so I sent my disciples out to ask for help. Fellow Taoist Zhang, since that's the case, with so many sword cultivators attacking, why don't we break through the encirclement now? If we wait for them to come closer, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Cui Hongshan suggested bluntly. Isn't it the same if we wait for the sword cultivators to retreat and then come back? He he. Zhang Xian laughed. Fellow Taoist Cui, it's easy for you to say. Let's not talk about the fact that the sword cultivators have already surrounded us. It's already too late for us to leave. Besides, fellow Taoist Cui, you're not in charge and you don't know the difficulties of being in charge. It's easy for us to retreat, but difficult for us to come back. Behind Zhang Xian's smile, there seemed to be some difficulties. It seemed like he didn't want to surrender Chicken Crow Mountain to someone else. Of course, if fellow Taoist Cui wants to leave, it'll depend on your luck to break through the encirclement now. Zhang Xian said with a smile, then looked towards the horizon again. At that moment, the sword cultivators were already close enough to be seen with the naked eye and divine thought. Although he had heard the disciples report that there were more than 1,000 sword cultivators, these 1,000 people were scattered around Chicken Crow Mountain. They weren't too densely packed and weren't too terrifying. However, Cui Hongshan understood that as long as he led the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples out, they would immediately attract the attention of the sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators would then gather to attack him. The Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was just a piece of cake in the eyes of these 1,000 sword cultivators. Even if there were hundreds of sword cultivators, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. What? Are you scared? Han Bing's face was slightly pale, but she still sneered, I already told you not to come over. Now, you regret it. Humph. Cui Hongshan sneered, what is there to be afraid of? I'm still waiting to see how the 7 Possibilities sect fights against the sword cultivators. Don't worry. There are no weaklings in my 7 Possibilities sect. Even if there are tigers in the mountains, there will be tigers in the mountains. Since I said so, I'll definitely do it. Han Bing's gaze was fixed in the distance, and she replied without any trace of politeness. I'd like to see how you deal with this. Cui Hongshan's tone was exactly the same as Xiaohua's. Let's go. We'll go out and take a look. Han Bing waved her hand and said to the 7 Possibilities sect disciples. Fellow Taoist Han. Zhang Xian said anxiously, the sword cultivators are ferocious. In my opinion, we should rely on the defense of Chicken Crow Mountain to resist for a while. When the sword cultivators' attacks are ineffective, we should retreat first. Ha ha ha, if I don't go out and fight, won't I be looked down upon by others? Han Bing laughed loudly, and led the 7 Possibilities sect disciples out, rushing out through the restriction opened by Zhang Xian. Seeing that there were cultivators flying out of Chicken Crow Mountain, more than 10 sword cultivators gathered together and welcomed them. Moreover, the other sword cultivators maintained their formation, and steadily approached Chicken Crow Mountain. These 10 sword cultivators were dressed in similar clothes, and they were very simple. They were all standing on flying swords. The person in the lead had a red face, and his cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the unsheathed sword realm. The flying sword under his feet was like a panel, and flames were rolling on it. He was extremely arrogant. Just wait and see. Han Bing shouted loudly, and ordered the crowd. Her figure flew forward, and at the same time, she clapped her hands, and a purplish-red bamboo segment appeared. Under the activation of her transcendence energy, a red brilliance flew out. The brilliance entered the air, and immediately turned into layers of bamboo shadows. While it absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, it surged towards the red-faced sword cultivator. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the sword cultivator laughed loudly. He formed a sword seal with his hand, and pointed his finger. Go! The flying sword under the swordsman's feet immediately accelerated, and actually turned into a ball of fire dragon, rushing towards Han Bing's Dharma treasure. Amidst the rumbling, there was actually a "kacha" sound, and the sky was filled with crimson red. The purplish-red brilliance was broken by the fire, and a lone bamboo segment flew into the air, and a deep cut landed on it. Hiss! Seeing this, Han Bing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and secretly cried out in pain. His Dharma treasure was of the wood attribute, and the swordsman not only had a strong attack power, but also had the fire attribute, which was his nemesis. Therefore, although the swordsman's strength was inferior to his, he still had the upper hand in the exchange of blows. Fight! Han Bing was still somewhat eager to fight. She rubbed her hands, and more than 10 green balls of light flew out, attacking the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator sneered. He opened his mouth, and a small flying sword also flew out. It was as nimble as a swimming fish, and quickly pierced through the dozens of balls of light. He watched as the balls of light turned into specks of fluorescent light and scattered in the air. Before Han Bing could shout out "break," the spell in her hands also stagnated in midair. This flying sword was really too fast, and this flying sword was really too sharp. Han Bing's spell was not finished yet. Stab! At this moment, to the left of the red-faced swordsman, a tall and thin swordsman shouted coldly. A thin sword also flew out from under his feet, and with a shake in the air, it immediately turned into 3 different shapes, and quickly pierced towards Han Bing's face and chest. Damn it! Han Bing cursed. The bamboo segments in her hands swung, and several bamboo shadows blocked the flying swords, while she quickly retreated. Shameless swordsman! Following an angry roar, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator from the 7 Skills sect clapped his hands, and a palm-sized yellow shield appeared in his hands. He channeled his Dharma power, and the shield grew to a few feet in size, flashing brilliantly as it flew behind Han Bing. As expected, 2 of the 3 sword shadows were knocked down by Han Bing's bamboo segments, but the topmost sword shadow escaped from the bamboo shadows, and directly pierced towards the shield. At this moment, Cui Hongshan and the others released their divine perception and looked over. With a muffled sound, the sword shadow pierced into the shield. The shield's brilliance became extremely bright, and the sword's radiance was also flickering incessantly. After a few breaths, the sword's radiance finally disappeared, and the shield's brilliance also stabilized. The 7 skills sex Dharma treasure finally blocked the flying swords. Good. A Rooster Mountain disciple beside Cui Hongshan could not help but shout. However, before he could finish his words, the red-faced swordsman's flaming sword whistled as it charged over again. With a loud bang, the shield that was a few feet in size rapidly shrunk like shattered glass, turning into palm-sized fragments that floated in the air. The 7 skills sex Dharma treasure was actually shattered by a sword cultivator's attack. Let's go. Seeing this, Han Bing did not dare to stay any longer. With a wave of her sleeve, the 7 skills sect disciples hurriedly flew back to the Rooster Mountain's defense. The red-faced swordsman did not chase after them, but kept his flying sword, and continued to call for the other sword cultivators to slowly approach the Rooster Mountain. Chapter 2254. Everyone from Rooster Crow Mountain had seen the brief battle between the 7 skills sect disciples and the sword cultivators. When Han Bing and the rest returned, no one asked. When Han Bing flew in front of Zhang Xian, she glanced at Cui Hongshan and ignored him. She asked Zhang Xian in a low voice, "Valley Master Zhang, the sword cultivators are very aggressive today. How's your Rooster Crow Mountain's defensive array? Can it withstand their attacks?" "Yes, it shouldn't be a problem." Zhang Xian smiled apologetically. "I can't say for sure, but the array was meticulously set up by your sect's elders. It should be able to withstand the sword cultivators' attacks." "All right." Han Bing raised her hand and said, "We'll rest for now. When the sword cultivators are tired from their attacks, we'll go out and fight again." "Yes, that's what I think too." Zhang Xian smiled. "As long as we can hold on for a few days and nights, the sword cultivators will retreat when they see that their attacks are hopeless." Then, Zhang Xian ordered many of his reliable disciples to guard different parts of the array. Looking outside the array, thousands of sword cultivators had already surrounded Rooster Crow Mountain. It was only then that the scale of the thousands of people could be seen. They were so densely packed that they blocked the sky. "Attack!" A loud and clear voice sounded. The thousands of sword cultivators activated the flying swords under their feet at the same time. Each of them revealed their flying sword's original appearance. Without transforming, they stabbed at the Rooster Crow Mountain's defenses. At that moment, a layer of faint brilliance flickered on Rooster Crow Mountain. It was like a light barrier that covered the entire mountain. When the thousands of flying swords stabbed the light barrier, they emitted sparks. The entire Rooster Crow Mountain was like fireworks at night, abnormally brilliant. "It's a little strange." Although Xiao Hua was sitting in the guest hall, he had been releasing his Buddhist perception the entire time. He could see everything clearly. When he saw that Rooster Crow Mountain's defenses were so tight, he could not help but be surprised. The scale of this Rooster Crow Mountain doesn't seem to be comparable to Zhongling Villa. Even Misty Mountain is slightly stronger than it, but why is the defensive array so powerful? Could it be that there's something unusual in this Rooster Crow Mountain? When he thought of that, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He thought to himself, could it be that thing? Seeing the sword cultivators' flying swords attack, Cui Hongshan's face turned pale. Han Bing's cultivation in the middle stage of foundation establishment was forced back by 2 sword cultivators. Their Thunder Sect's disciples were at most in the early stage of foundation establishment. How could they be their opponents? There were over 1,000 of them. It wasn't a few hundred people, nor was it a few dozen. There were only 10 people in the Thunder controlling sect's first team. If they were spat on, they would drown. Rumble. There were a few faint loud noises. It was the flying swords of the two swordsmen at the 6th level of the drawing sword realm piercing the light shield. The brilliance of the light shield was somewhat dim. Fortunately, the two swordsmen seemed to be tired after stabbing a few times. They stopped and the brilliance of the light shield gradually recovered. Jean Xiaofan didn't panic too much. He only released his divine sense and observed the state of the entire defense. After waiting for 4 hours, Jean Xiaofan waved his hand again and a small silver flag appeared in his hand. He waved it from time to time, and rays of light flew out as if he was repairing the array. The cultivators of Rooster Crow Mountain and the disciples of 7 Possibilities Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect were also waiting for Jean Xiaofan's orders. This was especially so for Cui Hongshan. It was his first time being the leader of a small team. He didn't understand how to command the disciples in battle, so he wanted to see how Jean Xiaofan would take charge. Seeing that night had arrived, what was originally a lively scene of birds returning to their nests had now become the clamor of sword cultivators baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. A dozen sword cultivators dressed in the same attire stopped their attacks and formed a straight line. Under the command of an older swordsman, they urged their flying swords to continuously attack a point at the top of Rooster Crow Mountain. The sword flowers kept appearing at the same point. Quick! Cui Hongshan was a little anxious. He pointed his hand and said, "Valley Master Jean, there are a dozen swordsmen attacking the same place. Don't let them break the array." He. Jean Xiaofan glanced and laughed. "There's no need to be afraid. If a normal array is attacked at the same place, it will break the restriction. This is also a normal method to break an array. However, my Rooster Crow Mountain's array isn't afraid. After the attack, the restriction will automatically heal. It won't break because of continuous attacks at the same place." Indeed, after the sword flowers appeared, the brilliance of the array did not weaken because of it. Instead, the dermic power fluctuations on it became more vigorous. Seeing such a situation, the dozen sword cultivators also gave up. After resting for a while, they formed a formation again and attacked the light barrier together. The light barrier glowed again. These sword cultivators are really persistent. They know that they can't break it, yet they are still so respectful. Cui Hongshan frowned slightly. "Yes, it's a little strange." Jean Xiaofan nodded as well. If it were a normal record, these sword cultivators would know that this place is very difficult to deal with. They would have left long ago. This was the second time Jean Xiaofan had said that. Clearly, he did not understand either. How long can Rooster Crow Mountain's array last? Han Bing muttered to herself for a moment and asked softly. "Let me tell you, fellow Han. If these sword cultivators attack without rest, it can last for 10 days. Jean Xiaofan looked at the night sky and explained, "Of course, as long as they rest for a while, this array will naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and repair itself. It can also buy time." "Only 10 days?" Han Bing's expression changed slightly. She asked anxiously, "Is Rooster Crow Mountain spirit stones insufficient?" Jean Xiaofan smiled bitterly. He looked to his left and said softly, "My Rooster Crow Mountain is not above the spirit vein. It's only because of that thing here that we established our foundation here. This array cannot rely on that thing and can only be supported by spirit stones. Take a look, fellow Han. This array protects the entire Rooster Crow Mountain. The amount of spirit stones it consumes is extremely shocking. Although my Rooster Crow Mountain is rich, it can't withstand the attacks of thousands of sword cultivators for 10 days and 10 nights. Sigh, thousands of sword cultivators. This is indeed something that I did not expect." Han Bing sighed. Could it be that those sword cultivators have received some news? If we look at the current situation, it is indeed a little strange. Jean Xiaofan smiled bitterly. "However, my Rooster Crow Mountain is not well known in the country of Xi. It seems that those sword cultivators can't possibly know anything about it, right? I hope so. Han Bing pondered. After a moment, she asked, when should we attack? Tomorrow at noon. Jean Xian waved the small flag and used his divine thought to check for a moment before answering. At that time, the array will have consumed 30% of its energy. We will go out to meet the sword cultivators and let the array absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover some. All right. Han Bing waved her hand and said, we will go back and rest for now. Valley Master Jean, inform me tomorrow at noon. After Han Bing left, Cui Hongshan stood for a while and asked, I don't understand. Why don't we go out to meet the enemy now? Why wait until noon tomorrow? Please tell me, Valley Master Jean. It's actually very simple. Jean Xian did not want to answer, but seeing that Cui Hongshan was also a helper of the Imperial Thunder sect, he smiled and said, these sword cultivators have just arrived today. They are like tigers in a spurt of energy. If we fight with them today, the ones who will suffer losses will naturally be us cultivators. Of course I know this. Cui Hongshan smiled and said, I think there might be other reasons. Jean Xian laughed and said, fellow Daoist Cui is really considerate. I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Cui. At noon tomorrow, my Chicken Crow Mountains array will only have 70% of its usual power. It can no longer withstand a full blow from a nascent soul cultivator, so we need to let it recover. Cui Hongshan was shocked. The Chicken Crow Mountains array is so sturdy? It can actually withstand a nascent soul cultivator? It's nothing much. Jean Xian smiled and said, isn't the Imperial Thunder sect's array something that even a nascent soul cultivator in the late stage can't break? Back then, the seniors of my Chicken Crow Mountain had great foresight and spent a lot of effort to set up this array because they were afraid of being harassed by sword cultivators. Moreover, the sword cultivators in the past all retreated because they couldn't break the array. Cui Hongshan was really shocked by the foundation of the Chicken Crow Mountain. At the same time, he thought of the words that Han Bing and Jean Xian had just said. Fellow Daoist Cui, you all should go and rest too. I will have my disciples arrange a quiet room for you all. Jean Xian urged. The 7 Skills sect's disciples have already fought once. Shouldn't your Imperial Thunder sect also fight with us tomorrow? Of course. Cui Hongshan cupped his hands and flew down the foothills with the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples. When the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples arranged a quiet room for Cui Hongshan and the others, who would be able to calm down? After all, they were really going to fight with sword cultivators tomorrow. Especially, after seeing the attacks of thousands of sword cultivators and the defeat of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Han Bing, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples felt even more uneasy. Captain Cui, there will definitely be a battle tomorrow. Zhen Minghui looked at everyone and said softly, in this subordinate's opinion, since we have already obtained the token of the Chicken Crow Mountain, we don't really need to fight to the death tomorrow. As long as we find an opportunity, we can escape early. What do you think, Captain? Cui Hongshan glanced at Zhen Minghui and said with a bitter smile, Senior brother Minghui, do you think that I don't want to escape with my junior brothers? Didn't you see the sword cultivator's stance? They didn't plan on letting the Chicken Crow Mountain disciples escape at all. Besides, we don't have any flying magic tools. Even if we escape, it won't be our turn. I'm afraid that the 7 Skills sect disciples are much faster than us. That 7 Skills sect seems to be in some kind of shady business with the Chicken Crow Mountain. Zhenhua said softly, look at how they're sending flirtatious glances at each other. There must be some unspeakable filth. Senior brother Zhenhua, that's not how you use flirtatious glances. Dui Ling laughed loudly and pointed at Zhenhua. How could Senior Han Bing flirtatious glances at Senior Jean Xian? Everyone laughed when they heard this. The tension in the quiet room was reduced by half. Yes, the Seven Skills sect is a tool refining sect. I'm afraid that the Chicken Crow Mountain is a cultivation sect affiliated with the Seven Skills sect. This isn't considered strange in the Dawn Rain continent. Shui Hongshan nodded and said, "This is a matter between them. It has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder sect. Tomorrow, we will, actually, there's no need to be so nervous." A lazy voice sounded. Chapter 2255. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xiao Hua, who had been sitting behind them with his eyes closed. From the looks of it, the sword cultivators might be coveting something from Pheasant Crying Mountain. Tomorrow, we will go out and fight to see how things go. If it really doesn't work out, we will immediately escape. We are not disciples of Pheasant Crying Mountain, so the sword cultivators might not care. Furthermore, they only want something from Pheasant Crying Mountain and won't care if others escape. Xiao Hua, the problem now is that we can't outrun the sword cultivators. Dui Ling said very seriously. She had always ignored Xiao Hua and called him martial uncle, just like how Xiao Hua dealt with Chui Hongshan. We have to run even if we can't. We have no reason to work for Pheasant Crying Mountain. Xiao Hua scoffed. Up until now, Pheasant Crying Mountain still hasn't been honest with us. Who knows what secrets they have? That's right. I also feel that there must be a big secret. Dui Chimeng echoed. Otherwise, the sword cultivators wouldn't have gathered here after retreating last time. What if the disciples of Pheasant Crying Mountain go to Sky Patrol City and report that the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect left them in the lurch? Ming Mao blinked and asked. That's right. This is the most difficult. This is what I am worried about. Chui Hongshan sighed. My Imperial Thunder sect cannot lose face. Tisk. Xiao Hua sneered. They have to be able to escape. Junior brother Xiao, they can't escape, but we can. Xiao Su also sighed. Since we can escape, they can also escape. That's right. Chui Hongshan nodded. What I'm thinking about is how to fight tomorrow to save our lives. I only hope that the sword cultivators aren't coveting something from Pheasant Crying Mountain. After besieging them for a few days, they will retreat. We, the direct disciples of Thunderclap Palace, do have a way to attack. Zhen Hua suggested. However, we need to work together and practice a lot in order to succeed. That's right. The female cultivators of Dui Thunder sect also have this kind of combined attack technique. Dui Chimeng nodded. Hence, everyone started to discuss the two kinds of joint attack techniques. Chui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui nodded and exchanged a glance. Chui Hongshan said, since there are more disciples from Thunder Palace, let's use their joint attack technique. Let's not waste any more time, don't count me in. Another untimely voice sounded. What are you doing? Xiao Hua, do you not want to live anymore? Chui Hongshan stood up and said angrily. Hongshan Dui Chimeng hurriedly pulled Chui Hongshan back and smiled. It's just one night. We might not even be able to familiarize ourselves with each other. One more Xiao Hua or one less Xiao Hua doesn't make a difference. If he doesn't want to train, then so be it. You. Chui Hongshan was so angry that he sat down and stopped talking. Junior brother Xiao, if you don't want to train, then go and meditate. Dui Chimeng smiled and said, just stay behind us tomorrow. Nothing will happen. Xiao Hua looked at everyone. Everyone had different looks in their eyes. Some were puzzled, some were disdainful, but fortunately, no one was taking joy in his misfortune. Hee, little brother just feels that it's useless to do any joint attack technique now. Tomorrow, as long as we stand back to back and form a circle, we won't be in too much danger. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Then let's wait until the crisis here is over before discussing the joint attack technique. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. However, Cui Hongshan sneered and said, "You think you're the only smart one? Can't this Cui and the others think of it? Even if we form a circle, we don't have to worry about our backs. However, don't forget that behind us is Chicken Crow Mountain. How can there be a sword cultivator? Even if we form a circle, if a fifth-stage sword cultivator flies over with his flying sword, who among us can block it? Alright, this is Zhao's suggestion. Just wait and practice." As Xiao Hua spoke, he turned around and walked out of the quiet room. He entered a quiet room nearby, opened the restriction, and actually closed the door to meditate. This vile spawn. Cui Hongshan was very angry. We're discussing how to fight and how to survive, yet he's mocking and ridiculing us, giving us blind ideas. Tell me, how can this Cui not be angry? Everyone was silent. Previously, Xiao Hua was a bit strange, so everyone endured it. However, what he said today was incomprehensible to everyone. AI, Captain Cui, everyone has their own ambitions. Zhen Minghui looked at Dui Qimeng's helpless expression and smiled apologetically. Perhaps Xiao Hua has his own ideas, or perhaps he has his own way to survive. Humph, he can survive? Even monkeys know how to laugh. Cui Hongshan snorted. Just foundation establishment. Speaking up to here, Cui Hongshan paused slightly. After all, there were 3 aura refining disciples who hadn't built their foundation for a long time here. How could he say this? Let's continue with the joint attack technique. Dui Qimeng hurriedly said. After all, the more proficient we are, the more we can survive. Not to mention that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were practicing their joint attack techniques. Xiao Hua was sitting in a quiet room, calm and collected. The 10 people formed a circle, which was within his range of assistance. Even if 9 people were attacked at the same time, he could still rescue them. AI, there's no other way. Xiao Hua sighed. The higher you stand, the further you can see. How can others know that what you say is the most correct? This young master has to go and see what 7 Skills Sect and Chicken Crow Mountain are exchanging glances with each other. If it's that thing, then this young master can't come here in vain. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure gradually disappeared like an ink painting fading. It was the devil technique that Zhang Qingxiao gave Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua flew out of the quiet room and immediately arrived at the valley of Chicken Crow Mountain. He released his Buddhist awareness and looked around. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian wasn't at the foot of the mountain. There was only another early-stage foundation establishment cultivator from Chicken Crow Mountain holding the command flag. At this time, outside Chicken Crow Mountain, many sword cultivators were still attacking without any pause. The brilliant sword light and all kinds of flying swords attacked the light barrier one after another. It was even more dazzling than during the day. Just a moment ago, you were still guarding this place. My Imperial Thunder Sect left for a while and then you left by yourself. If there's nothing fishy, then who would be convinced? Xiao Hua coldly snorted and raised his eyes to look inside Chicken Crow Mountain Valley. These places were all on top of the stone walls. There weren't any stairs or passageways, so they could only fly over. At the entrance of each stone wall, there were 2 disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain guarding it. However, how could this be enough to stop Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua landed on the ground and with a flash, he entered the ground and directly flew towards the stone wall. Oh! This Chicken Crow Mountain's great formation is indeed tight. Xiao Hua landed on the ground and soon encountered a layer of restriction. This restriction was the same as the formation outside the mountain. Xiao Hua naturally understood that it was the great formation of Chicken Crow Mountain. Following this restriction, Xiao Hua went up the stone wall. When he saw another thin layer of restriction, Xiao Hua knew that this was the restriction on the stone wall. He didn't dare to be careless, fearing that he would destroy the entire Great Formation. After circling around, he discovered that the restriction on the stone wall wasn't connected to the Great Formation. Moreover, it was a kind of warning formation and not a defensive formation. Choosing a seemingly ordinary place, Xiaofan waved his hand and took out several spirit talismans. Soon after, he hit them on the restriction. Once the spirit talismans came into contact with the restriction, they immediately merged with it. Rise! Xiaofan was very confident. With a grab of his hand, several spirit talismans flashed with a strange brilliance. Following which, a gap the size of a person appeared in the restriction. At the same time, an ear-piercing sound and a strange magic power fluctuation were emitted. Hee. Xiaofan didn't find it strange at all. His figure flashed and flew into the gap. With a grab of his hand, several spirit talismans fell into his hand and his figure disappeared again. In just a short moment, two figures flew over with extreme speed. It was Han Bing and Zhang Xian. It's here. Zhang Xian pointed with his hand and looked nervously at the place where Xiaofan entered. That's not right. Han Bing's divine sense swept over and frowned. The restriction here is intact. There aren't any traces of damage. That's right. Zhang Xian was also puzzled. He scanned with his divine sense again and said strangely. I'm afraid Valley Master Zhang is too nervous. Han Bing laughed loudly. She spread out her divine sense again and looked forward a little. Zhang Xian scratched his head and said with a smile, that's right. Right now, there are thousands of swordsmen attacking outside Rooster Cry Mountain. I can't help but be nervous. That's strange again. Han Bing was a little puzzled. How could sword cultivators know that Rooster Cry Mountain has the Tai Green Light Mother? Did the news leak somewhere? I'm also puzzled. Zhang Xian said with a bitter smile. Ever since my Rooster Cry Mountain received the help of 7 Skills Sect and discovered the Tai Green Light Mother, we have been very low-key. All the cultivators in the country of Xi don't know about it. How could sword cultivators know? Could it be that we're being overly suspicious? Han Bing said doubtfully. I hope we're wrong. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. If sword cultivators find out that there's the Tai Green Light Mother here, I'm afraid they'll turn out in full force. That's right. Han Bing said with a smile. This Tai Green Light is really too important to sword cultivators. Their flying swords have been tempered by the Tai Green Light Mother, who knows how much more powerful they are now. Unfortunately, this Tai Green Light Mother is too small. Only 2 flying swords can be tempered at a time. Zhang Xian said regretfully. Also, for some reason, this Tai Green Light Mother is getting weaker by the year. Supposedly, the Tai Green Light Mother is the mother of innate gold qi. It can extract an extremely small amount of innate gold qi from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to repair itself. This isn't considered a pity. It's a pity that our 7 Skills Sect can't move the Tai Green Light Mother to the Lianyan Sea. Otherwise, Valley Master Zhang wouldn't have to live here and live in fear every day. Han Bing laughed. I'm afraid no one in the Dawn Rain continent knows that the disciples of Rooster Cry Mountain have long belonged to 7 Skills Sect. Senior brother Han, you can't let the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect hear this. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Otherwise, the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect will be a laughing stock. They actually died for 7 Skills Sect. They're going to die at the hands of sword cultivators tomorrow. How would they know about this? Han Bing sneered. They're just early-stage Foundation establishment brats, yet they want to come to Rooster Cry Mountain? They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Oh right, Valley Master Zhang, the next time you send a messenger disciple, you must be careful. You must not make any mistakes. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian. Com. Chapter 2256. Yes, I understand. Jean Xian cupped his hands and said, however, tomorrow, are we not retreating? Yes, the pavilion master has ordered that this Tai green light mother is extremely important and cannot be lost. Jean Xian smiled bitterly and said, if the pavilion master has such intentions, he should have sent more disciples. Cough cough, Han Bing coughed twice and said, how would the pavilion master know that the sword cultivators would send so many swordsmen? Furthermore, if more disciples from our 7 skills sect came, everyone would notice Chicken Crow Mountain. Jean Xian shook his head and turned around, saying, since that's the case, we still need to discuss tomorrow's battle. Even if the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples have to risk their lives to block some sword cultivators and make some sacrifices, our Chicken Crow Mountain disciples cannot be lost. Furthermore, tomorrow is only a test. The real retreat will be 3 days later. Tomorrow, we cannot let the sword cultivators see that we are not sincere in fighting. Isn't that easy? Han Bing said as she walked, we just need to defend Chicken Crow Mountain with our disciples. But I don't want to lose more disciples tomorrow. Jean Xian's voice came from afar. Humph, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua's figure was concealed. He was several feet away and could hear the two's words clearly. They are actually using our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples as sacrifices. Furthermore, this Chicken Crow Mountain is actually 7 skills sect's territory. How can I not take this Tai green light mother? However, if the 7 skills sect can't take it away, I'm afraid I can't either. Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant, then he sneered, humph, even if I can't take it away, I'll still bring disaster to you and make you regret it endlessly. Then, Xiao Hua did not reveal himself and flew into the depths of the restriction. The interior of the cave was tangled and complicated. Xiao Hua was almost dazzled. After much difficulty, he finally found a secret place. This was a fist-sized black hole that was completely unremarkable. There was nothing special about it in his divine sense. No one would pay much attention to it if they flew past it. However, Xiao Hua could feel it because an extremely sharp aura was faintly emitted from the fist-sized black hole. That aura was emitted by the Tai green light in the dream execution dream. Oh. That's strange. When Xiao Hua executed his earth movement technique with the intention of entering the black hole, he noticed that the surroundings of the black hole were extremely hard, and it was actually even harder than metal. So, he was utterly unable to enter it. Then, Xiao Hua flew into the distance and entered the stone wall, heading towards the black hole. However, as soon as he came into contact with the black hole, he was blocked by a layer of metal. Earth escape couldn't work. I understand. Xiao Hua immediately realizes, this so-called Tai green light mother has long since condensed the surrounding area into gold and stone because it released the Tai green light. Naturally, he couldn't enter through the earth escape technique. Only the metal escape technique that yours truly didn't know could be used, right? No wonder the 7 possibilities sect's cultivators couldn't move it away. They must have been blocked here. This fist-sized black hole indeed baffled the cultivators of the 7 possibilities sect, but could it baffle Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua kept all the storage bags and other items into his space. His entire body gradually shrunk and turned into a long and thin line. His body floated and shot into the black hole like an arrow. Xiao Hua used a transformation technique and flew into the black hole. Before he could stop, a reddish-yellow light pierced into his eyes. Xiao Hua hastily closed his eyes in shock. However, the yellow light in front of him was still as dazzling as before. At the same time, Xiao Hua immediately released his divine sense in an attempt to see the situation around him. However, a sharp pain came from his divine sense, comparable to the pain of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit being torn apart. Ouch! Xiao Hua was afraid of hurting his divine sense and quickly retracted it. Then, 10,000 rays of red and yellow light shot out from under his feet like 10,000 swords, piercing towards his eyes. Pooh! Xiaohua wasn't sure if this was what he felt or what he really saw. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and the red and green execution dream flew out. It drew a sharp arc in the air and flew towards the rays of light that were piercing towards him. However, as soon as the execution dream entered the red and yellow light, Xiaohua immediately felt an extremely warm and familiar feeling. It was as warm as the sun. It was the light that shone on the execution dream, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit felt it. An inexplicable joy and a strange calmness came from the execution dream. Xiaohua's primordial spirit also felt a kind of reliance, a reliance that would no longer be a threat. Thus, the originally sharp red and yellow light immediately became gentle, as if a ball of warm light had wrapped around Xiaohua. Good boy. This is really the mother of the Tai green light. Xiaohua came to a realization. He knew that it was the Tai green light on the execution dream that allowed him to escape the power of the innate gold qi. Xiaohua tried to open his eyes. Although the yellow light was still glaring, it was more like the warmth of a mother and less cold. Although Xiaohua was already prepared, seeing the endless illusion around him, he still cried out in shock. Inside the yellow light, there were many flying swords, many weapons, and all kinds of other things. They were constantly changing, as if it was another world, almost sucking his gaze in. Following Xiaohua's cry of surprise, his gaze had already penetrated far into the illusion, and he almost couldn't retract his gaze. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his eyes, feeling dizzy. He felt that his entire body had fallen into the illusion just now, and his body had already turned into one of the billions of weapons. When his body stopped spinning, Xiaohua felt his limbs and knew that he hadn't fallen into the illusion. Only then did he carefully open his eyes, not daring to face the red and yellow light directly. At this time, Xiaohua's execution dream had already flown down a few feet and was revolving around a golden light spot smaller than a green bean. The endless red and yellow light came from this golden light spot. From time to time, there would also be strands of green light shooting out. As soon as these green lights shot out, they were immediately absorbed by the two flying swords near the dream executioner. Needless to say, these two flying swords were the flying swords refined by the Seven Skills sect. This golden light spot was the mother of the Tai green light. What? What mother of the Tai green light? Xiaohua saw this light spot and suddenly realized. Isn't this the origin of metal? But then, Xiaohua shook his head. No, the origin of metal is incomparably sharp, just like the origin of fire. It can't exist in this world in any form, it can only merge with the void. At this time, Xiaohua's primordial spirit, which was studying the ghost cultivation method and other jade slips, transmitted a trace of enlightenment. Immediately, Xiaohua understood. This is the innate gold essence. Not only can it produce Tai green light, but it's also a rare item used by the ancient celestials to refine magic tools. Good heavens, it's probably the spiritual tool used by the ancient celestials to refine magic tools. I haven't even seen a spiritual tool before. Xiaohua was practically beaming with joy. Xiaohua was still too shallow. How could a spiritual tool compare to an item used by the ancient celestials? If he had the ability, he could use this item to refine a spiritual treasure, or even a heavenly spiritual treasure. However, Xiaohua only knew about spiritual tools. Not to mention heavenly spiritual treasures, he hadn't even heard of spiritual treasures. But, how do I take away this innate gold essence? Xiaohua kept the dream executioner and also the two flying swords without any trace of politeness. His eyes didn't dare to look directly at the innate gold essence. He scratched his head and thought, I don't know if my primordial spirit method will work. Since he couldn't release his divine sense, he probably couldn't store this item in his storage bag like ordinary cultivators. Only Xiao Hua's space could store this item. Let's give it a try. Xiao Hua thought that a thief wouldn't leave empty-handed. He released his primordial spirit to store the innate gold essence into his space. Hiss. As expected, his primordial spirit didn't feel the sharpness of the reddish-yellow brilliance. Once it touched the innate gold essence, it immediately felt like it was being cut apart. Fortunately, it wasn't the first time Xiao Hua split his primordial spirit, so he could endure it. Store. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, and the yellow light that filled the sky immediately disappeared. The innate gold essence was actually successfully stored by Xiao Hua into his space. Along with the pitch-black darkness before Xiao Hua's eyes, an extremely sharp strand of sword qi swept past, and then it vanished. However, Xiao Hua didn't care. After all, this yellow light was an illusion, and that sword qi was just one of them. No matter how sharp it was, it wouldn't attract Xiao Hua's attention. Ha ha ha! At this time, Xiao Hua could only endure the pain of his primordial spirit. He happily threw the innate gold essence into an extremely remote corner of his space. Fortunately, although the golden light of the innate gold essence was powerful, it was obedient under the light of light tracing after entering Xiao Hua's space. It wasn't as arrogant as it was in the outside world, and Xiao Hua's spiritual herbs and other items weren't damaged. Following which, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. At this time, there was nothing in the space of Tu Zhang. It was empty. Let's go. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we'll be caught like a turtle in a jar. Xiao Hua thought in his heart, but then he spat again. Damn it, it's catching me in a jar. Naturally, when Xiao Hua returned to the quiet room without anyone noticing, Zhan Xian of Chicken Crow Mountain and Han Bing of Qiqiao sect didn't notice that the Tai Green Qi mother they valued so much had been taken away by Xiao Hua. And the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect who were busy practicing their joint attack techniques didn't know that Xiao Hua had left and returned. After swallowing a few green spirit pills, Xiao Hua continued to close his eyes and rest. He was determined. Whoever asked him, he cultivated here and didn't leave at all. Of course, until noon the next day, no one came to question him. Instead, he received a communication talisman from Cui Hongshan. Hearing Cui Hongshan's voice, Xiao Hua didn't wait for him to finish speaking and broke it. He stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Sure enough, in the quiet room next door, everyone was waiting in formation, each of them nervous. Seeing Xiao Hua come in, Cui Hongshan said coldly, "How is it? Have you decided? Are you going to fight with us, or are you going to stay in this Chicken Crow Mountain?" Chapter 2257. Is there a difference? Xiao Hua replied indifferently. If you want to be a coward and get the protection of Chicken Crow Mountain, then stay here. Cui Hongshan said bluntly, if you want to be a qualified disciple of Imperial Thunder sect, then follow us into battle. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. Humph, whether I go or not, I'm still a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect. I won't stop being a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect just because of your words. Xiao Hua sneered. Actually, I don't want to risk my life for Chicken Crow Mountain. However, since you all are going, I have no reason to not go. Otherwise, you all will really think of me as a coward. That's right. Dui Ling immediately clapped. I told you, Xiao Hua will definitely go. Even if we die, we will die together. Go. Xiao Hua glared at her and said angrily, if you want to die, then go die by yourself. Don't drag me along. Hee hee. Dui Ling wasn't angry at all. He covered his mouth and laughed. Since you decided to go, then you should have stayed last night. Seeing that Xiao Hua had decided to go into battle, a rare smile appeared on Cui Hongshan's face. He said, your brain is active, so it will be easier for you to cooperate with us. In a while, when we fight, you will have a higher chance of survival. Xiao Hua originally wanted to retort sarcastically, but when he saw everyone's solemn and stirring expression of, the wind is bleak, the water is cold, the brave warriors have left and will not return, he also felt respect in his heart. He waved his hand and said, you all fight to your heart's content, I will be behind you. Ha ha ha! Ming Mao was the first to laugh. She shouted, Xiao Hua, you really have the nerve to say that. I didn't practice any joint attack techniques. Naturally, it's best for me to hide behind you all. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Don't listen to Xiao Hua's nonsense. Cui Hongshan waved his hand. On the battlefield, who will care about him? If he doesn't fight, how can he let us protect him? Let's go. Immediately, Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui led the way out of the quiet room. Following the route they entered yesterday, they arrived at the foothills of Chicken Crow Mountain. At this moment, the sword cultivators were still attacking. However, they had already changed into two groups, one group resting and one attacking. Hee, fellow Taoist Cui, you really came. At this time, Zhang Xian was already wearing a thin layer of armor, which was faintly glowing. It was obviously a protective Dharma artifact. When he saw the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples all come forward, he said happily, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples really live up to their reputation. This Zhang is impressed. If it wasn't for yesterday, Xiao Hua would have thought that Zhang Xian was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, when he looked at Zhang Xian's smile, he felt endless darkness and cunning. We are all disciples of the Tao sect. Sword cultivators are our common enemy. How can I not help? Cui Hongshan cupped his hands and smiled. It's best if you can contribute. Another voice rang out. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to contribute much strength. He needs help from others. Needless to say, this voice belonged to Han Bing from the Seven Skills sect. Humph. Cui Hongshan did not hold back at this time. He did not know whether he would live or die in a while. Who would give face to others? Although this Cui is in the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, I may not be like some people who were defeated in a single exchange and ran back like a stray dog. If it wasn't for the swordsman's mercy, I'm afraid some people would have died today. Ha ha ha! Han Bing was not angry at all. She pointed her finger and said, it's all nonsense now. Let's see the truth on the battlefield. If fellow Cui has the guts, would you like to make a bet with this old man? What bet? Cui Hongshan was stunned. It's nothing. In a while, we will definitely fight together. Let's see who comes back first. The one who comes back first will definitely be the loser. As for the loser, there's no need to punish him. He just needs to kowtow to the winner in front of everyone and call himself a coward. This. Cui Hongshan only hesitated for a moment before he sneered, do you think this Cui is afraid of you? Let's slap our palms together and make an oath. As he spoke, Cui Hongshan extended his palm without hesitation. Oh. Han Bing was stunned for a moment before she laughed. She also extended her palm and slapped Cui Hongshan's palm, saying, I didn't expect that the Imperial Thunder Sect, which has always convinced people with reason, would have such a straightforward person. With a pa sound, the two's palms collided. However, Cui Hongshan's gaze landed on Dui Qimeng's face. Dui Qimeng was not surprised. Instead, there were traces of encouragement, pride, and happiness in her eyes. Sigh, this Han Bing from the Seven Skills sect is really vicious. Xiao Hua sighed. Xiao Hua thought. When will we fight, and how will we fight? Cui Hongshan withdrew his palm and used his divine perception to scan the area. He asked, will we attack from all four sides of Chicken Crow Mountain at the same time? Ha ha ha, are you in such a hurry to die? Han Bing laughed and said, if you want to die faster, then attack from all four sides. Huh, fellow Chui. Zhang Xian smiled apologetically and said, in another hour, all the disciples of my Chicken Crow Mountain will have gathered. We will attack and let those sword cultivators know the power of our Dao sect's disciples. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, of course, we cannot attack from all four sides at the same time. We can only attack from one side. Why is that? Cui Hongshan clearly did not understand. Zhang Xian pointed and said, if we attack from all four sides at the same time, then these thousands of swordsmen can attack us at the same time. However, if we attack from only one side, then only the swordsmen from one side can fight with us. The swordsmen from the other three sides do not know that we are attacking in full force. They must be afraid that some disciples will break through from other sides, so they will not dare to mobilize all their swordsmen. Oh, I see. Cui Hongshan suddenly understood. Humph, what? Xiao Hua was clear in his heart. If the swordsmen from the other three sides all attacked, then needless to say, the sword cultivators were not coveting the Tai green light of Chicken Crow Mountain, but merely attacking. If the cultivators from the other three sides were left behind, then what else was there to say? They simply wanted to obtain the natural Golden Mother in their hands and not let the news leak out. After another hour, the disciples of the Rooster Crow Mountain had all gathered. Zhang Xian glanced at them and extended his hand, taking out a storage pouch from his bosom. He handed it over to a disciple beside him and ordered, go, distribute the yellow talismans in this storage pouch. These yellow talismans will allow you to freely enter and exit the restriction of Chicken Crow Mountain for 2 hours. After 2 hours, they will lose their effect. These yellow talismans only need to be activated by the Heart Sutra of our Chicken Crow Mountain. Yes. That disciple accepted it and flew down to distribute the yellow talismans. Then, Zhang Xian took out some yellow talismans and gave them to Cui Hongshan and Han Bing, saying, these are specially made yellow talismans for 7 Possibilities Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect. The effect is for 4 hours. You only need to activate it with your magic power. Of course, fellow Taoists need not worry that these yellow talismans will fall into the hands of sword cultivators. Their sword energy will not be able to activate them. Alright. Cui Hongshan took them and gave them to everyone. Alright. After waiting for everyone to take the yellow talismans, Zhang Xian flew into the air and raised his voice, fellow disciples, this is a crucial moment for the survival of our Chicken Crow Mountain. This is also a chance for the heavens to test our Chicken Crow Mountain. Your loyalty to our Chicken Crow Mountain will be tested in this battle. I won't say anything else. All of you, do your best to kill the enemy. Only by killing the sword cultivators can our Chicken Crow Mountain survive. Otherwise, our Chicken Crow Mountain will be destroyed in the hands of sword cultivators. Are all of you confident? Yes. All the disciples shouted loudly. Their auras were instantly ignited. What? I didn't hear it. What did you say? Zhang Xian angrily said. We are confident that we can kill all of the sword cultivators. All the disciples shouted again. Their auras were like rainbows. Good, I heard it. Zhang Xian clapped his hands and said, if you are a disciple of my Chicken Crow Mountain, then follow me to kill the sword cultivators. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he was the first to rush out of the Chicken Crow Mountain's restriction. Kill! The disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain roared angrily. They formed a neat formation and rushed out of the restriction with artifacts and other items in their hands. Good heavens! As expected of an aristocratic family of artifact refiners. Everyone actually has an artifact. Seeing the disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain rush out with artifacts, Cui Hongshan and the other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were dumbfounded. Let's go too. Cui Hongshan glanced at Han Bing. He instructed and flew up first. Yes. Zhen Minghui and the rest responded. They followed behind Shui Hongshan and rushed into the restriction. Xiao Hua was still flying at the back. However, just as Xiao Hua flew up, Shui Hongshan's voice transmitted over again. "Follow behind me. Don't go too far." "Oh?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He looked at Shui Hongshan, who didn't even turn his head. If it wasn't for the fact that the voice was extremely familiar, he would have thought that he had heard wrongly. This young master must have heard wrongly. "I must have." Xiao Hua immediately denied it. Several hundred cultivators rushed out of Rooster Crow Mountain, which immediately attracted the attention of the swordsman. Cries rang out from various places. It seemed to be an extremely strange magic artifact. All the sword cultivators surrounding Rooster Crow Mountain moved towards the cultivators and the others. Seeing all the swordsmen gather, Zhang Xian's heart relaxed. However, at this moment, a sharp cry sounded. The swordsmen on the other three sides of Chicken Crow Mountain stopped and began to retreat. They once again surrounded the entire Chicken Crow Mountain. Zhang Xian's heart sank to the bottom. This was what he didn't want to see the most. He could only plan for the worst. He would exhaust the strength of the sword cultivators today. 3 days later, he would escape with the details of Chicken Crow Mountain. Damn it! Which bastard leaked the details of my Chicken Crow Mountain? Zhang Xian's mouth was bitter. He really couldn't figure out how it was leaked. Woo! A wave of sword cries sounded. Many sword cultivators stepped on flying swords and formed sword seals. They were about the same number as the cultivators of Chicken Crow Mountain. Rumble. In a moment, the swordsmen and cultivators clashed. Loud noises sounded everywhere. The sound of sword cries rang out incessantly. Of course, it only lasted for a short while before intense battles broke out everywhere. At the same time, miserable cries began to ring out from everywhere, from time to time, from sparse to concentrated. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Chapter 2258. The first to rush into the battle was naturally Zhang Xian. As the Valley Lord of Rooster Crow Mountain, Zhang Xian also had a flying sword in his hand. The flying sword was about a foot long and was held in his hand. Seeing a third-grade swordsman urging his flying sword to fly towards him, Zhang Xian waved his hand and a sword shadow whizzed out from the flying sword, slashing straight at that person. "Ha! How dare you wave your flying sword in front of me, a swordsman? Are you stupid?" The swordsman laughed. His flying sword was like frost, sealing on the sword shadow. The sword shadow froze in midair like snow. With a "ca" sound, the swordsman's flying sword spun rapidly and the sword shadow shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. At the same time, the swordsman's flying sword did not seem to stop. With a natural leap, like a nimble swallow, it swept across the air and stabbed towards Zhang Xian's eyes in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Zhang Xian took a deep breath. He was considered good at using flying swords, but he knew that he could not drive his flying sword so fast. This was not a problem with his strength, but the fundamental difference in the cultivation of flying swords. However, Zhang Xian was not nervous at all. When the swordsman's flying sword came closer, he waved his hand and the inconspicuous flying sword drew a beautiful arc in mid-air, slashing right at the swordsman's flying sword. With a crisp, "kacha" sound, the swordsman's flying sword was like a venomous snake that was hit on its head, stopping in mid-air. Not only that, Zhang Xian's sword only paused slightly above the swordsman's flying sword, then slid down again. That crisp sound was from a crack on the flying sword. Ah! The swordsman turned pale with fright. With a "poo" sound, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth, turning his face yellow. A swordsman's flying sword was refined by the primordial spirit. When the flying sword was damaged, the swordsman's primordial spirit would naturally be damaged as well. With the sword essence flowing in reverse, the swordsman was instantly injured. You! The sword cultivator looked at Jean Xian in shock, but before he could see clearly what was wrong with Jean Xian's flying sword, an indescribable burning force came from all around him. Moreover, there was a strong restrictive force within the heat. It was Jean Xian who had tossed out a few hidden yellow talismans while the sword cultivator was controlling his flying sword. Taking advantage of the fact that the sword cultivator was shocked and injured, Jean Xian sneered when he saw the flames rising around the sword cultivator. He tossed out his flying sword and attacked the sword cultivator. At the same time, his hands moved continuously and various offensive dermic arts rained down like hailstones. At this moment, the sword cultivator's weakness was exposed. The sword cultivator hurriedly retracted his flying sword in an attempt to block Jean Xian's flying sword. At the same time, he spat out a small sword from his mouth and attacked the spells like a swimming fish. However, it only managed to break through less than half of the spells and talismans. With a rumbling sound, the sword cultivator was surrounded by a ball of flames. In just a moment, a miserable scream came from the ball of flames, and a charred corpse fell from the sky. Go! Seeing this, Jean Xian waved his hand and the storage bag on the corpse fell into his hand. Without stopping, he leaped up and flew towards another sword cultivator who only had the cultivation of the sword gestation realm. There was almost no suspense. The young sword cultivator's flying sword was broken by Jean Xian in just one round. Even his body was cut in half. The Tai green light was indeed the connate gold chi. Its sharpness was extraordinary. Looking at Han Bing again, she was also very sharp. Although she still had the bamboo joint in her hand, her opponent was not the sword cultivator from yesterday. The bamboo joint rolled and flowed down like a continuous river. The sword cultivator's flying sword broke through one after another, but there seemed to be no end to it. The sword cultivator's forehead was covered in sweat. The sword energy in his body had been greatly depleted. Kill! Hearing Han Bing's angry roar, the sword cultivator was shocked. Indeed, Han Bing's bamboo joint suddenly expanded and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Like a huge tree, it struck down from the sky. The whistling sound of the wind was extremely sharp and it hit the sword cultivator's forehead. Go! The sword cultivator did not retreat. He formed a sword seal and his flying sword also expanded. Like an iron awl, it rushed into the air and pierced through. With a poof, the bamboo joint was easily broken by the flying sword. The flying sword pierced into the bamboo joint. However, Han Bing did not seem to be depressed. Instead, there was a trace of a smile on her face. Oh no! The sword cultivator was stunned and immediately came to his senses. However, he was still too late. With a poof, an inch-long sword tip pierced through the sword cultivator's sword energy defense and protruded from his chest. There was still fresh blood on the tip of the sword. How is this possible? The sword cultivator lowered his head and looked at the bright red sword tip. With an incredulous voice, he fell from the sky. The sword cultivator's attack is extremely powerful, but how can it compare to the Dao sect's tactics? Han Bing looked at the sword cultivator's corpse and sneered. All I need to do is break your flying sword. What else do you have to rely on? Of course, this was easy to say but difficult to do. Along with the sword cultivator's corpse that Han Bing killed, the corpses of several Rooster Mountain disciples also fell. None of the corpses of these disciples were intact. All of them had broken arms and legs. There were even a few corpses that were broken into several pieces. That's right, how could an ordinary cultivator's Dharma artifact have the Tai Azure Light? How could an ordinary cultivator have more than 2 Dharma artifacts? These Rooster Mountain disciples activated their Dharma artifacts with great momentum and attacked the sword cultivator like a tidal wave crashing onto the shore. The sword cultivator's flying sword was like a ray of light. It was like a huge craggy rock that stood in the middle of the tidal wave. It was sharp and sturdy. Under the crashing of the tidal wave, there were only splashes and craggy rocks left. The Dharma artifacts of many Rooster Mountain cultivators had only flown a few feet before they were slashed apart by the flying sword. Waves of brilliance flashed repeatedly and countless Dharma artifacts fell in a riot. After the Dharma artifacts, it was naturally the sharp flying sword that attacked the cultivators in the blink of an eye. The sword light was eerie and like patches of autumn light, it killed the cultivators who were flying in midair like falling leaves. Fresh blood was like the frost in autumn leaves, burning the sky. In less than half a cup of tea's time, more than 20 Rooster Mountain disciples had already died under the flying sword. Although Jean Xian had just killed several sword cultivators, he was still very anxious when he saw such a situation. According to Jean Xian's thoughts, he had already clearly instructed his disciples. These disciples were not inexperienced in fighting. First, he would let them get used to fighting. Then, he would let them form a formation and use a combined attack to deal with the sword cultivators. But who would have thought? The moment they made contact, the Rooster Mountain disciples collapsed. They had long forgotten about their previous training. Even an Qi refinement disciple from 7 Skills sect had died in the fight. Left with no choice, Jean Xian waved his sleeve. With a loud bang, a signal flew into the sky. Jean Xian had no choice but to send out the signal that they had agreed on. This signal was sent an entire hour earlier than expected. When the people of Rooster Crow Mountain saw the signal rise into the sky, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. All the disciples naturally flew up and scanned the surrounding disciples with their divine senses. A dozen or so disciples with similar cultivations gathered together and formed a rather orderly formation. Once the formation was formed, these disciples similarly activated their Fa Li in an extremely rhythmic manner. All kinds of magic tools rose up at the same time and smashed towards the sword cultivators in front of them without prior agreement. Similar waves of magic power converged together. The strength of the various Dharma artifacts and scattered light condensed into one place. Immediately, the uneven attacks from before became one. The attack power of the Qi refinement disciples was close to that of the Foundation establishment disciples, while the attack power of the early Foundation establishment disciples was close to that of the middle Foundation establishment disciples. In an instant, on the entire battlefield, 30 to 40 such formations launched the most powerful attack of the Rooster Mountain. Ha ha ha! Jean Xian laughed loudly. The flying sword in his hand also flew out as he shouted, "My Rooster Mountain will declare war on the sword cultivators today. Let's see what the sword cultivators are capable of." As you wish. Before Jean Xian's shout could even land, a flying sword that was as bright as the sun soared into the sky. When the sword cultivators saw the flying sword, they quickly retreated and quickly pulled apart the distance between themselves and the Rooster Mountain disciples. Then, just like the Rooster Mountain cultivators, the swordsmen in all kinds of clothing formed a team, forming dozens of teams. Although the number of people in each team was different, when the flying swords of these swordsmen flew out at the same time, the flying swords had different styles and power. They could condense into dozens of huge flying swords that were similarly incomparably fast, with the same piercing sound of the wind and the same flashing sword light. They also attacked the Dharma artifacts of the Rooster Mountain disciples. Rumble. 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 Almost continuous sounds rang out, causing the entire Crow Rooster Mountain to tremble. The might of the air waves caused the snowflakes on the ground to gradually rise, and layers of snow white covered the horizon. After the Dharma artifacts clashed, there were screams. Some of the flying swords were not as good as the Dharma artifacts, and some of the Dharma artifacts were not as good as the flying swords. Regardless of the situation, blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the snow mist into a bloody mist. The bloody mist ignited the sky on one side of the Rooster Mountain. The flowers of blood were like flames again. The battle was so intense that the smell of blood had already permeated the entire battlefield. Cui Hongshan and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were also facing tremendous pressure. There were only 10 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, and they flew out late, so they were slightly off from the main battlefield. The ones facing them were also a few low-level swordsmen and those with pregnant swords. At this moment, Cui Hongshan was flying at the very front. The 2 thunder pearls danced in front of him like dancing notes. Seeing the flying sword of a swordsman with a drawn sword flickering with traces of blood as it flew over, he did not dare to be careless. As he activated the Dharma seal, the thunder pearls collided, producing a bolt of lightning that quickly struck the flying sword. Lightning was the nemesis of flying swords. The bolt of lightning instantly swallowed the entire flying sword, and traces of electricity lingered around the flying sword. The body of the swordsman in the distance trembled rapidly, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. Attack! Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. He activated the thunder pearls again and flew towards the swordsman, wanting to take the opportunity to kill him. However, the swordsman's hand formed another Dharma seal, and the brilliance on the flying sword shone brightly. It actually swallowed the entire bolt of lightning, and the flying sword flew up again, piercing towards Cui Hongshan's body. Chapter 2259. Pa! Cui Hongshan hurriedly pointed his finger, and one of the lightning beads suddenly flew back to defend, hitting the flying sword. The flying sword's tip was knocked askew, and it brushed past Cui Hongshan's shoulder, while the lightning bead also flew askew into the air. Don't think of leaving. Dui Chimeng was standing guard not far behind Cui Hongshan. Seeing that Cui Hongshan was almost in danger, he anxiously threw the lightning bottle in his hand into the air. Several lightning bolts struck the flying sword. That flying sword was like a bird struck by lightning, suddenly falling from the sky. Before it could fall half a foot, it turned into fragments. Not to mention the sword cultivator, even Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. No one expected that Dui Chimeng's lightning bottle would have such power. The swordsman's flying sword was shattered and he was seriously injured. He hastily retreated. Where are you going? Su Qing immediately waved her fire-controlling fan and a raging flame rushed towards the swordsman. The other swordsman beside the swift swordsman also pointed his finger and a raging flame-like flying sword rushed over, blocking the flames of the fire-controlling fan. Therefore, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect also forgot about the joint attack technique at the beginning of the battle and started to fight on their own. Xiao Hua's opponent was a second-grade swordsman. He was majestic and powerful, and his flying sword was also unique. It was like a brass mace that flew up to smash people. Xiao Hua didn't mind. He flew very slowly. His hands were either holding incantations or yellow talismans. He didn't take out any magic tools or magic treasures, but these incantations and yellow talismans were incomparably sharp. Every time at the critical moment, they would rescue Xiao Hua from the swordsman's flying sword. Xiao Hua's acting was very good, and he looked to be in an abnormally difficult situation. This slowly incited the anger of the swordsman. Clearly, a flying sword could smash him to death, but he was always a step away. Even after another strike, he still couldn't be smashed to death. Dui Ling's lightning seal and Zhen Hua's thunder-trapping bead were also useful. Each of them faced 2 sword-nurturing cultivators. Although there were occasional dangers, they were generally scared but not in danger. Before Zhang Xian sent out the signal, the corner where the thunder-controlling sect was fighting had actually been evenly matched and hadn't suffered any losses. However, after Zhang Xian's signal and the sword cultivator's signal were sent out, the opponents of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples also began to form a formation. Furthermore, the swordsmen who were previously fighting with the disciples of the Rooster Crow Mountain around the Imperial Thunder Sect also began to gather towards this side. Cui Hongshan did not dare to dawdle and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, listen to my command, form a team." Yes. All the disciples hurriedly got out of their respective fights and flew up into the air, one higher than the other. "Xiaohua, don't you have some kind of magic weapon? Why aren't you using it?" Seeing Xiaohua flying alone beside everyone, Cui Hongshan berated, "Even if you can't protect everyone, you have to protect yourself first." Actually, Xiaohua originally wanted to take out the cloud-suppressing seal. His hand was already stretched out, but when he heard Cui Hongshan's urging, he rolled his eyes and said, "That transcendent artifact will consume my transcendence energy. Let's wait first." "Wait, wait." Cui Hongshan angrily said, "Wait until you lose your life." However, at this moment, the 20 or so flying swords on the opposite side actually attacked at the same time. The huge flying swords that were formed let out a rumbling sound. Before the swords even reached their bodies, the sword intent had already enveloped them. A kind of austere, a kind of cold, a kind of ruthlessness, and a kind of bloodiness enveloped the bodies and minds of the 10 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Good, good, it's indeed powerful. Xiaohua smacked his lips and slowly took out the cloud-suppressing seal. However, he still held it in his hand and did not take it out. "Fight!" Cui Hongshan's eyes revealed a resolute look. He clapped his hands and actually took out 4 lightning pearls. Each of them flashed with lightning when they collided, forming a rhombus shape to attack the huge flying swords. Following closely behind was Dui Chimeng's lightning bottle. At this moment, the lightning bottle was already flashing with lightning, as if a heavenly lightning had been taken out. After that was Zhen Minghui's lightning brick. The lightning brick had already been pushed to the limit by Zhen Minghui. It was a full 10 feet in size, green and red in color, and had the strength of 1,000 caddies. After the lightning brick, it was Su Qing who was on the second floor. Her imperial fire fan was fanned until it turned red. A red flame like a fire dragon spiraled above the lightning brick. As it swam, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and pounced towards the huge swords. Zhenhua's thunder-trapping pearl was the most inconspicuous. Streaks of lightning seeped out and followed the fire dragon. It was like a fire dragon playing with a pearl, flying towards the huge swords without any hesitation. Qiu Su's fire congealing pillar was the most dazzling at this moment. A huge pillar of fire seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. It was also like a collapsed volcano. From top to bottom, it smashed towards the huge swords. The hoo-hoo sound of the wind was enough to make people tremble in fear. Ming Mu's lightning whip was a treasure for close combat. At this moment, it was somewhat lacking. However, the lightning whip was like a spirit snake dancing in the air. It also emitted a foot-long lightning and attacked the sword cultivator with the fire-congealing pillar. On the other hand, Dui Ling, who had the weakest cultivation, pushed the thunder seal, which was similar to the cloud-suppressing seal, to the extreme. Although it wasn't as big as Zhen Minghui's lightning brick, it was still very aggressive. It followed closely behind and attacked the swordsman. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' combined attack technique was a huge bolt of lightning surrounded by flames. It directly faced the sword cultivator's huge swords. Rumble, ka-cha-cha, crisp sounds like beans being fried were heard. The lightning struck the flying swords and destroyed the entire flying swords. The 9 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' faces turned red at the same time. Their blood and chi surged, and their meridians were damaged. Looking at the 20 or so swordsmen on the opposite side, other than a few disciples with shallow cultivation who had their flying swords destroyed, the other swordsmen didn't have any major injuries. They only needed to adjust their breathing a little before flying up again. After all, it was 9 against 20. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were no match for them in terms of cultivation or numbers. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart slightly relaxed. Just now, his flying sword was already in his mouth. He wanted to save whoever he saw in danger. He didn't expect the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' foundation to be so solid. None of them were injured. Let's form a circle, Xiaohua suggested in a low voice. Okay. Cui Hongshan's magic power was somewhat lacking. His limit was 4 thunder pearls. Just now, he had overdrawn his true essence. He couldn't use 4 thunder pearls as he pleased. Therefore, he agreed without hesitation. Seeing the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples forming a circle with their backs against each other, the swordsmen were happy. Weren't they preparing to be beaten? Therefore, they stopped their formation and each of them urged their flying swords to surround the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples and attack them one after another. In just a moment, Dui Ling was surrounded by danger. She was relatively unlucky. In front of her was a drawn sword swordsman who bullied the weak. Although the drawn sword swordsman was a first-grade drawn sword swordsman, it was more than enough to kill Dui Ling. Fortunately, there was a group of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples surrounding Dui Ling occasionally. They helped Dui Ling block the power of the flying sword. Thus, she was able to hold on for half a cup of tea's time. At this moment, the Thunder Seal was sent flying by the water-like flying sword. The remaining water flow was like a flying sword as it rapidly pierced towards Dui Ling's towering chest. Dui Ling's face unconsciously turned ashen. That flying sword was so fast that she didn't have time to use her yellow talisman. Moreover, she knew in her heart that her yellow talisman couldn't block this water flow. Beside Dui Ling were Ming Mao and Zhenhua. Each of them had their own opponents to contend with and were similarly unable to provide assistance. The two of them were also very anxious. For some reason, Dui Ling naturally turned his head before he died. He actually looked at the back of the person facing him. An indescribable feeling arose. Dui Ling. Cui Hongshan's divine perception was constantly covering the 9 people. When he saw this situation, he also felt helpless. His opponent was a drawing sword grade 3rd grade, which was slightly higher than him. He could only silently recite Dui Ling's name in his heart and retract his divine perception. He didn't dare to see the first female cultivator in his team fall. But at this moment, a strange thing happened. The sword cultivator with a sinister smile on his face suddenly held his head in his hands and suddenly fell from the sky. The water-like flying sword that no one was controlling also stopped in midair. It was pressing against Dui Ling's chest. Ming Mao was ecstatic. With a wave of her hand, a thunder-light talisman shot out. It hit the water-like flying sword and sent it flying. I didn't die. Dui Ling turned his head in disbelief and looked at Ming Mao. Martial Ant Ming Mao, you saved me? It wasn't me. Ming Mao was about to answer, but the opponent was too anxious. She didn't have time to explain. She only pointed at the falling sword cultivator and said, "Kill him." Yes. Dui Ling answered casually and pointed his finger. The thunder strike chased after the falling sword cultivator. Of course, there were other sword cultivators in the surroundings. They urged their flying swords to block Dui Ling's thunder strike and fought with Dui Ling. What's going on? Cui Hongshan was baffled by the fact that he didn't hear any screams and that Dui Ling was fighting with the sword cultivator. But not long after, the same strange thing happened again. However, this time, it happened to Zhenhua. It was almost the same as Dui Ling. Just as Zhenhua was in danger, his opponent hugged his head and obediently fell from midair. He missed the opportunity to kill Zhenhua. This. Cui Hongshan was flabbergasted. Who? Where did this cowardly junior come from? He actually hides in the dark to hurt people? Cui Hongshan wasn't the only one who was baffled. The sword cultivators surrounding the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were also baffled. Their spiritual senses and flying swords rapidly scanned their surroundings, trying to find the ambushing cultivator. Kill! Cui Hongshan didn't give them a chance. He urged his artifact and led the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples to attack. This time, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' courage was somewhat bolstered. They didn't hold back at all and killed the swordsman in a moment. Damn it, this feels great. Cui Hongshan had never felt so comfortable before. We'll take this opportunity to kill our way out of the encirclement. Hurry up and run for your lives. Xiao Hua's words sounded again at an inappropriate time. Humph, you only know how to run. Cui Hongshan said coldly, where's your artifact? Still not taking it out? I lost it. Xiao Hua's words almost angered Cui Hongshan to the point that he fell from midair. How could an artifact be lost? However, fortunately, Cui Hongshan didn't ask. Otherwise, Xiao Hua would have definitely made him ask Daoist Jing Ru. That guy would have grabbed Cui Hongshan's hand and answered him with sincerity. Let alone a magic weapon, even a life source magic weapon could be lost.